this kill feed.
Triple kill there on the bomb site, and it leaves Sinners these two players coming in from the A site. Late rotation, shifting in, 30 seconds left. It's just Shock. The B250 able to find Saltovsky, creeping in through the window, but position known. Kona just need to hide, play the timing, control their fights, and there you go. Amps there finds the right time to catch Shock. Back turned. Kona will take that pistol round, despite Sinners finding the opening on towards that B-bomb site, despite them getting the rotations as well, having Kona leaving that B-bomb site. The issue is the other Sinners players weren't in a position to capitalise. They weren't in a position to help the three players over towards B, and it all crumbles with some beautiful multi-kills from CJ.
It comes crumbling down because CJ shot 2 bullets and killed 2 people. I mean, they both swing to try and take him down, and I mean, that was all he could do. If he falls there, maybe it's a different story, but CJ already making good for this corner side, which is going to put Sinners, unfortunately, in the situation where they don't want to be. On Glocks, they've got one Deagle on Morisco. Definitely know what he can do. He is such a dangerous player to have in the server facing off against, especially when he is feeling it. This is getting a little bit hairy for the underdog player, and the hero last round taken out of this one. Bomb plant would be great, and it looks like Sinners are going to get it, but not much more. Saltovsky runs down 3. Sinners will get the extra money. Saltovsky will farm up some cash. We've got a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty clean round there, the overall outcome. You've got 4 players surviving, 4 kills on MP9, plenty of cash, but a little bit of a scrappy fight there for CJ. Forfeits that bomb plant. So seeing there's some extra cash to work with, and you can see that's reflected in their economy there, the utility usage, or utility available to them, should I say. Plenty of cash in the bank to afford every single grenade. It gives them every single opportunity that they need to fight here on the first gun round. 5 AK-47s. Saltovsky still keeping that MP9 over on Kono. Sinners set themselves up already for a bit of a set piece here. Set play over towards the B site, taking some mid control, a bit of presence. Kono fighting aggressively behind that smoke, but Sinners, they're setting themselves up to end B already.
And the problem is, I mean, they've got nobody on the bomb site, right? Kono are so invested in this mid fight and expecting a little bit of aggression here from the T's, but the only player that walks out is going to be B-Stick, and the flashes go in. They're out on this B bomb site, but still Turka is the one dealing all the damage. He's found a double kill, which does definitely give Kono a chance in this situation, but Shock trying to take that chance away on his lonesome. Saltovsky stopping the young Slovakian is now, he will reroute on over. One will go down here, smokes are up, and Kono going to have to try and adjust to get into this retake, but this is going to be very difficult to do. This B bomb site notoriously hard to get into once you've lost it, but oh no, they've got the numbers advantage going in their favor right now. It just comes down to if they can find the perfect trades. There's the first, and Shock is the last one now to deal with, already with a double kill, looking for a 4K to clutch up this round and finally get Sinners on the board. The one tap is good, and Shock will not be able to get it done as CJ once again is the hero that Kono need on this B-bomb site.
Textbook counter-strike there from Kono on that round. They get that man advantage towards mid. Yes, they left that B-bomb site open, but they played retake. It meant none of their players, their B-site anchor in specific, to be specific, wasn't caught being executed on his own. He was playing retake, passive at the back of the site towards short. They get the man advantage in towards mid. They then just trade out, and that retake was beautiful. You've got a 2-1 retake. The 2 players with the numbers walk out, get traded 1-for-1, and then use the low HP player to get the information for the 3rd player to come in towards short and get an easy 1v1 fight. It's Kono. Beautiful round victory there, but another bomb plant does give Sinners an extra buy here. They get those AKs, a couple kills. It is a little bit scrappy, but it's a buy nonetheless. Something worth contesting for here on round number 4. It's a much slower round for Sinners with mid control on the cards, but it's only 2 players to take it. One towards top mid, one towards underpass. Slowly splitting mid, trying to push Kono back, deny them information. The other 3 players for Sinners sit and patiently wait outside the A site.
Still invested in this mid fight, but not as invested as they were in the previous round. Don't want to leave it up to chance to retake that B bomb site once again if Sinners are going to take a big risk. But instead they're coming out A, and instead they're just walking right into these M4s, 8Ks and AWP, you name it. Kono have it in their midst, and they just continue to rack up these frags. Sinners That A play just does not work out whatsoever. Everybody falling towards the ramp. That smoke's going to fade, and Amster might be good for the double. Didn't see Shock, goes back to his Justin. He's going to pick up that kill, even when Shock was ready for him. Kono, a 4-0 start for them. This is the perfect day on Mirage so far. And Sinners, back to the drawing board, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is Sinner's map pick, and Kono are currently looking really unfazed on it. It was a beautiful mid-round play there from the CTs to just overload that A site. They decided, okay, let's not fight for mid, let's forfeit that. So let's overload that A site, make sure that if a split does come through, we're all good. And Sinners, and in all honesty, that A site split was kind of a very weak hit. Yes, they had mid, but they just kind of trickled out towards ramp with no pressure from mid once they had control. Puts them into this awkward spot with their money. They're going for a bit of a half investment. Single Galil on Marisco. Rest on some pistols, looking to try and pop now on towards this A site. It goes out in front of the utility, but exposed to Viria, and now there's two players to establish a very nice little crossfire here between Sandwich and the top balk. Cheeky deagle headshot. Quickly traded, big shot from the 1 versus 4 position known. Firing squad will assemble itself. Util being thrown his way down to 25 points of health, looking to just try and land a lucky deagle headshot. Not going to be.
Not going to be whatsoever, and I mean, the name of the game is just damage in this situation. If Shock's dead any, and he can't, unfortunately. Biria is the only casualty on the side of Kono, so they are building up, accumulating quite a bank balance on this CT side, and we know how difficult that is to do in this day and age. But if you're Sinners there, you lose the initial fight, right? And that takes really just the sting out of an A play like that, especially when you feel very controlled over towards the ramp. And Ono just simply ready in that situation.
Yeah, beautiful mid-rounding from Biria. Gets that opening kill, peeking before the smoke, catching the first player, and then jumps down into Sandwich to establish a crossfire. Very difficult for Sinners to play on that one. Now they change the pace a little bit, much slower. Rather than looking to go for these set pieces off the bat or these set splits, instead this is just a vanilla default. A 1-2-2. A slow one at that, holding for the top mid push, whilst they slowly clear underpass. Then the late round, I say late round, more like mid round, they can split mid control. After Kono have foregone map control, they've got that information. Kono now going to fall back towards the extremities, 2 towards A, 3 towards B. As Sinners take their time, burn that clock down, clearing out mid. Ooh.
Ooh, that was a little bit too close for comfort for Saltovsky, and he's feeling the effects of that bullet. Definitely needs to be cautious in the engagements that he wants to take. And but oh no, this time around they don't have any information over towards middle. Sinners walked out, they've taken that control, and this is really going to be the first time that we're going to see a lot of rifles spilling out onto a bomb site where Kono have little to no idea what is about to happen, but still CJ in towards under. He gets tagged down low. He's surely not long for this world in this situation. Beastic has to go and try and clear him out. He will do, but look at this approach up connector. Amster dropping the bomb in the meantime, and Sinners caught sleeping a little bit there. No reaction whatsoever from the second player. And Shock and Marisco, they have got their work cut out for them in this situation. I mean, 25 seconds, you get that bomb down, but still, Kono, once these smokes fade, they are going to have a clear line of sight, and they are going to have the numbers advantage once again. Nades out, Marisco will take down one, but Shock came up short in the 1v2 over towards the B bomb site. How about over towards the ramp right now? Stays tucked, Saltovsky is low, there's one Molotov, and that has been chucked to make sure the firebox is clear. Time is ticking, and it is of the essence. Only towards the ramp, and Shock burning up a little bit. You need to get on this bomb right now. Biria has the kit. It's down to the shot. Saltovsky needs to hit it, and he will. Shock once again comes up short, and it is nothing but Kono so far.
Again, beautiful mid-rounding. Just as you said that Kono had lost that information towards middle and they were blind to this A split, they're actually making an information play over towards B apps that entire time with Amps there pushing in. That's how he got into that flank, because he came in through towards underpass. With that information, they were able to get a double kill, and from that point, man advantage, all they need to do is trade out, and again, they did that beautifully in a 3 versus 2 retake. 6-0 start, and Sinners now having to take a tactical timeout to discuss how they want to approach, what changes they need to make. Again, this is a new look Sinners. The debut of these two new players of Zedko and Peebo on this lineup. So far, yet to post around, and they're, by the looks of things, they're not fragging either.
that's the thing as well. I mean, you know, fair enough if the rounds were kind of somewhat close. I know there was, you know, 2 1v2 situations that definitely pop into my mind, but you know, other than that, it has been pretty smooth sailing for Chrono, and I don't think they're gonna be hoping that that changes anytime soon. This has been so far an easy day in the server, but Sinners take that tactical timeout. You see if B-Full can move forward, bring some enlightenment maybe how you are going to get around, and Sinners maybe think the answer is going to be this mid pressure. They'll walk down, they'll take a lot of control here with Marisco, but he needs to be careful about this AWP and Con, but Slavkovsky can't sleep in Marisco. He's found a double, and that surely is Sinners now very close to their opening round.
Round's not over just yet. Still plenty of time on the clock for Kona to try and work with, but the same for Sinners. They've got the 2-man lurk, activates towards Ramp and Palace, catches CJ out in the open. So from a 2-man advantage now to a 4-man advantage. Biria left in the clutch. 1 versus 5, if you were to find it, but locked out of position, smoked out, bomb to be planted. And Sinners are surrounding him right now.
Yeah, there's a Sinner lurking around every corner. You need to check every nook and cranny right now of this map, but fortunately back turn and Biria will go down, so Sinners only losing shot in that round. And I mean, it's a really good play from Marisco. You need something, and especially from a star like this. We haven't really seen much from him today so far, but that is as good a place as any to start.
Completely cracks open middle with those 2 openings. Just as Sinners looked like, again, they were slowing things down, a bit more of a slower default towards the extremities, and the 2 players towards mid just all comes up Marisco. Yeah, first round on the board. Let's give them another full buy here. Plenty of players surviving. Good for the T economy. Kona themselves have plenty of cash to work with. Still invest. Looks like Sinners going for an all-in play over here towards the B-bomb site. Amster, good to find the first on Zedco. The shock, almost a double. Cuts down Biria in rotation, but Amster is still kicking on the site. Still a man advantage, and a smoke drop that allows him to play for time to bring in that rotation. Overplays his hand, peaks a little bit too soon. And Marisco, another multi-kill for him.
Another multi-kill, and it's just so many players being caught with nades there, but this time it's going to be Marisco that is going to be feeling the wrath of the nade. He's going to be caught. CJ can't get much done as Kirka inches a little bit closer, and Sinners, they just slow it down on that bomb site. They realise if they try and play a little bit too quick, Kono will be ready, so they stay put, they wait for the overextensions, they wait for the overcommitments, and they come in abundance on the side of Kono. Sinners, the second round there, it's a little bit of an iffy one though for Sinners, because it was a straight up B play that actually nearly doesn't go their way. I mean, if we're talking about the anchor of Amster, he's done his job there. He has got 2 wonderful kills. He stayed alive. You said maybe there was a little bit of an overcommitment, but you know, he gets 2 out of that situation, which is more than enough. Unfortunately, the rest of Kono can't capitalise.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. Amster played it perfectly. He got the double kill, and he clearly said, look, I'm playing for time now, by dropping that smoke. And Sinners saw, okay, you're going to play for time. We'll play into that. So they just sat and waited for Kono to be the ones to make the mistakes. And as soon as that mistake came through, that's when Marisco cracked it open. Another tactical timeout. Both teams able to discuss exactly how they want to change things up. Kono now, their money starts to look a little bit fragile. With CJ down to an MP9, a famous from Captain Kirker, but it's a double AWP. Amster's picked up the second sniper. It's
a little bit interesting to see them bring out that double AWP, but it's because that they want to play heavy towards this bomb site. They've left that up, posted deep in towards the apartments. Biria looking towards connector, and this is going to be a great
opening there. MP9 now activates, stops Speed Stick from trying to push through the smoke. In fact, picks up the AK to find the second kill. Eventually, he's overwhelmed, but it's still a man advantage for Kono, and there's still a threat of Captain Kirker on this side. The Molly will flush him out, pushes him towards default. The FAMAS in hand, trying to navigate around these boxes to find a safe position, a safe angle. The position of both of these Sinners players now known, reconfirmed after a couple shots fired off. Marisco awkward spot here. Might feel tempted to make a play, but Kono may have him locked in here. Little does he know, he can't push through the murder hole. Time ticking down. Sinner's just sat waiting. Waiting for a Kono mistake, but it's not coming through, not just yet. "20 seconds, Peepo with the bomb will charge in towards middle, but steps her downstairs, peeking up in towards short. Will land the shot, drops the bomb, leaves Mauricio in the 1v3 clutch, and doesn't fancy trying to make that jump on towards short to pick up that bomb. Just trying to do damage here. Not enough time, the clock will elect to save. Keep the AK and Kevlar. Kono themselves don't have the funds to hunt. So a 7th round for Kono. Still saving that double AWP as well. But Sinners able to get another investment out. Compromise in forms of utility. And shock down to a Galil. Other than that, it's a decent investment for the T side.
It is, and you know, you get to see that last round, unfortunately, as my internet died mid-play, but Kono still looking good, it would seem. Still with that double up, still want to maybe put it to good use over towards that B bomb side. Amster might be tested here, to be honest. This is an aggressive play.
Oh no, the internet, not again. It was an aggressive play. Peepo trying to challenge, identifying that Amster had a secondary AWP in the last round, realises that he can try and take a head-on-head against a player who's, well, not traditionally an AWPer. Sinners, off the back of it, have taken a lot of map control in towards middle. 1-3-1 split for them. Will manage to creep their way all the way through Catwalk, taking ladder in control. Well, Kono are blind to this, but they have overloaded over towards that B site. I say overloaded, it's only 2 players. Still a 2-1-2 split. Spirit hiding in towards window. You can get that late information by peeking on that offside. In towards mid, clearing that out. The utility will give the game away to Kono. The Sinners approaching this B-bomb site. Not jumping the gun just yet, trusting their setup, trusting their positions. Like deployed. But Zedko straight over the top will find Amster. Captain Kirk now able to activate into the bench, but it's a quick headshot from B-Stick. Peepo cutting down the rotations, posted in on towards the window. And a 4 versus 2. The bomb is planted, Kono. I would say save, but CJ's got an MP9, so he may be tempted to sit around. See if he can get an exit, see if he can find an upgrade. The weapons of his teammates that were dropped down are over towards that B-bomb site, so it's too high a risk for him to try and collect those to save. Nice little B-pop from Sinners. Rotation just a little bit too late from Kono. Round number 11. Kono will try and squeeze out another buy, but this time it's not 1 but 2 MP9s, 2 SMGs in play, and weaker utility still. Kono not wanting to challenge towards mid, and it's interesting considering at the start of this half, Kono were all in on mid control, they were all in on fighting towards mid. This time they've given it up completely, and consequently Sinners, after having identified this, they take mid very swiftly. 1 minute 30 and already Maurice goes at the bottom of mid underneath the window. just boost up Zedko. On top of the ledge outside the window. Hold for rotations, perhaps. Play for a late lurk. A bit of pressure applied over towards B will bait out that utility. Kono still relatively blind as to what's going on after deploying blocking utility towards B apps. So they're going to go for a little bit of an info play deep towards the ramp. For even more information, but he walks straight into Pipo's orb. Shock himself will fight towards a rival extremity and goes 1 for 1. The further information going Sinner's way, but Soltovsky with this orb is kicking. Puts it into the 3-on-3. Even state of affairs, 20 seconds left. Sinners need to try and lock down on towards one of these sites. Zedko, hold for the rotation, will pick off Soltovsky. 14 seconds, Captain Turka still playing for time, tucked in towards the back of the site and is good for 1, but a quick trade from B-Stick, plenty of time now to get this bomb planted in Biria. Very far removed, a long rotation coming in towards the apps. We'll be shifting in towards the flank, but Sinners, they know of this location. Zedko having come in through the market, knows of that, it's no longer a threat. And B-Stick just pops his head up. Sinners trying to fight for a competitive scoreline here. Already up on 4, could make this a 5. Considering how assertive and how controlling Kono's mid-rounds were at the start of this half, they've slowed down almost entirely, playing towards these extremities, playing towards the sites, but in doing so, playing with no information. Now, final round of the half, on a weak force by the decide to fight for mid, and the MP9s get the job done. Sinners, full sense of security after having taken mid control for free for so many rounds in a row, at least in more recent history. Are caught sleeping by MP9s of all weapons pushing in towards mid, giving them the man advantage. Soltovsky catches Shock's lurk out in towards Sandwich, a beautiful headshot. Runs into Sandwich to try and pick up the rifle, but it's punished by Pipo. This information passed across. Man advantage maintained for Kono. Requires a bit of a hero play, and Zedko will be the one to step up to the plate. Shifting through the ramp to find CJ, but look at this flank from Amster. Such deep information, and Sinners taking their time. Oh, Zedko searching. And he will find the fight. But was a step made by Amster? Either way, he read that like a book. Biria now in the clutch, a 1 versus 2. Tapped. Finds the timing to peek, knows where the bomb planter is after removing Pipo. A swing comes out and Zedko wins the fight. It'll be a 7-5 half. Sinners getting a respectable 5 rounds on their T side after some scrappy back and forths in the last couple of rounds. Considering this was a 6-0 start for Kono, for it to finish 7-5.
Yeah, it looks like they took their foot off the gas a little bit here.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I'm back. My internet has been a little bit unpredictable, but hopefully we're all good now, because I mean, Sinners are probably hoping I stay gone, because when I leave they start winning rounds. So you know, maybe that's it. Maybe I can't be watching. Maybe I'll close my eyes for this pistol and they'll be able to come out on top. But closing your eyes is probably the best way to defend here from Morisco, because you're going to need to dodge an abundance of flashes. They're going to be raining on over Morisco. Flying triple peeks out, getting some flash assists from his teammates as well to try and just help him out. Beasting with that double though. That USP is giving out free haircuts on that bomb site as Kono in a 2v4 situation here, trying to lock it down. That HE smoke was actually a nuisance more of a help right now, and Biria surely can't do much more as he swings into his death, and Sinners, they just keep on moving.
Beautiful play there, especially from Morisco. The start, and execute comes in, and he just tucks in towards triple. It's such a nice spot, especially against pistols. You know that you can dodge the utility, dodge the flashes from that spot, and just find the perfect timing to peek out, catch a player clearing a different angle, and that's exactly what he does. Peeks out towards default, catches a player clearing a different spot. A free kill, buys space, buys time, buys information as well for his teammates to come in and set themselves up for the retake. Well, not only that, Sinners deny a bomb plant, so Kono going to be working with just Glocks here, going for the full eco. An opportunity for Sinners to farm some cash whilst they tie up the scoreline. A little bit of an L-class eco. Bit of a stack towards underpass, waiting to see if a Sinners player is over aggressive in Peepo. Shifting closer, flashed in. The flash actually doesn't fully blind them, and Peepo is mowed down.
Yeah, one of those ones that, you know, your teammate's like, oh yeah, I'll flash for you, it'll be fine. Flash just misses completely, and everybody can see you. It's a little bit unfortunate. It is only an SMG though, so it's probably the weapon to lose in that situation, but this is definitely not the round to lose, so you've lost one player, need to make sure that you mow the rest of these pistols down quickly.
Well, certainly helped. Beautiful tap there, but can't quite control the spray. Instead, gets mowed down by the blocks, but then Zedco will come and clean up. So a couple kills there for Kono, but 3 players surviving for Sinners. Not going to be too shabby there on either side. Also just noticed on the player cams, I think it's Soltovsky. He's sitting... I've never seen a player so slouched before in my life.
I haven't actually seen it. I must keep an eye out. It wasn't really something that I noticed. I did see a little bit of a strange one. Oh, that is a disaster.
He's going to be slouching after that one.
Yeah.
Dove as he jumps through the window, but a 4 versus 4. Wide swing comes out for CJ. Gives them the man advantage as Marisco is caught in the bottom of middle. An aggressive play for Sinners doesn't pan out. They have to fight from the back foot.
Now, this is a weird situation to be in a 3v4, right? Because, you know, there are 2 options. You either aggress together or you go and you stack a bomb site. And it looks like it's going to be the latter of the 2. They'll stack the B bomb site and hope that Kono will walk in. But the thing is, Kono freeze. They should just send one person out, sir. That's maybe what they're going to do. Over towards ramp, you can see Birya trying to maybe pull a rotation, trying to maybe just see if he can spot anything. It might just be a situation where Kono finish towards this bomb site anyway, so they are going to avoid that stack completely, and this is exactly what's going to happen. They'll walk in, they'll pick up their 8th round, and Sinners, they're just focused on doing one thing and one thing only, and that's making sure that they at least keep the rest of these guns for the next round.
Cheeky little save. Very useful considering the amount of damage that was done against the Glocks in the previous round. 2 players falling. Shock and Zedco don't have the greatest cash, but by saving, Risco can still buy. B-Stick can drop one over to Peepo if needed. I'll still be able to have a healthy investment in the next.
He's very slouched, actually. I just seen it there. That is an insane posture. That can't be good for your back. Like surely that just cannot be good for your back. Especially if you're,
oh my goodness.
If you're sitting like that for, you know, like long periods of the day. Looks like he's got his arm rested on something though. I don't know if he's like properly.
Maybe he's not slouched, maybe his chair is just that low down.
I think that maybe
like the desk is up at his chest.
Yeah, that's what I think so, because like it looks like his back's flat against the chair, so maybe he actually has just really good posture. It just looks a little bit awkward. Still though, I don't know if I'd like that. And also another question is like if you're very tall and you're sitting like that, very low to the ground, like how far are his legs sticking out, you know, under the desk?
Unless he has them like tucked under a chair, like crossed over or something weird.
Oh no.
Or I'm one of those people who sit cross-legged on gaming chairs. I can't do that.
No.
But again, I can't sit cross-legged anymore at all. I've lost all that flexibility.
That comes with getting old, Tim. It's not fun. It's not fun.
That's right, I'm flexible where I need to be. Anyway, Kono now back in the lead after taking that gun round. Also some cash built up with 4 players surviving. Again, Sinners get a little bit aggressive. I say a bit aggressive. It's just Marisco going the long way around it towards connector. Bit of a risky way, so we can deploy some util on the way. Kono will be a 1-2-2 default for them. 2 towards the top of mid. Players working towards the extremities. They take top boxes control. With the top boxes control, they're going to sit, patiently wait for any aggression to come. In the meantime, Birria can make his way through towards underpass with a potential splitting late mid control. In fact, he's going to group up with Amster. Leave Amster to lurk towards the underpass as Kono rotate their round towards A. Sinners currently blind towards information, so they're going to have to make an info play, and it does come out as soon as I mention it. B-Stick starts pushing towards the B-Apps, goes for a potential flank. Should now expect to see the rest of the Sinners players towards A start to deploy some blocking utility, or at least making their way over on that rotation.
You'd love a smoke in this situation, but simply they just don't have one, so they're just going to have to keep their guns out and just be ready and waiting for a swing to come in. Molly on the balcony, Shock's going to be forced into an engagement here, but he wins the first one. Trades are going to be their friend right now. Time is definitely up against this Kono side here, but they're still just walking down this bomb site. But B-Stick striking down Amster, maybe throws a spanner into the works here. Needs to find that a little bit more. Sartovsky with that bomb, looking for a kill. There's the flash, not even going to blind him. A B-Stick dropping that bomb. That's it. The round is over. CJ, he might be able to find this kill, but surely time is just going to be gone on too long, and he won't even get that. It's B-Stick with a triple kill. The captain stepping up, delivering for Sinners, getting them back on level terms. That is just a fantastic play from them. Making that information play, as you said, but the hold, even with the lesser weaponry, beautiful.
Yeah, it just trades back and forth with B-Stick able to close it out. Goes to show the power of the information plays at the perfect timing. They waited for the exact moment a second earlier, and perhaps that info play could have been caught towards B-Apps. The beautiful read keeps the scoreline tied once more, back to 8-8. Kono going to be squeezing out another investment. 3 AKs, 1 Galil. CJ going for the Mac 10, so we've got an SMG in play. None of the Sinners players lacking helmets right now, so Mac 10 playing on hard mode. Will be another slow start for Kono. On their default, not aggressing too heavily in towards mid control.
This is very patient, but this is what we've kind of come to expect from this Kono side. Even way back when this kind of core was esports, Club Kiev, style of calling was always Ukrainians' friends. Still, we're a minute into the round, we're only now seeing a little bit of pressure over towards middle. That's going to be Saltovsky looking for that opening pick. And I mean, you can wait around for a little while, but once you get going, you do something like that, that is just going to fit the bill perfectly.
Full opening. Compromise the Sinners' rotations, but with that kill from Pipo on towards Birria, does equalise it. Meantime, Kono setting them sights towards this B site. It's a 3-man contact popping over towards B. Kultosi catches the rotation of Zedko. B-Stick overwhelmed on towards the site. Can't drop utility, can't take the time. Pipo will at least catch one player with util out in hand. B-Stick's molly finds another, so it sets it up for a 1 versus 2 for Shock as he creeps in towards Market.
Will third time be the charm for Shock. This time on the defense, and this time he's got a wonderful timing. Picks the bomb down, knows that CJ now is dropped off flat. He's just going to run at him. Shock this time. He'll come up trumps. CJ not save Kono this time around, and that was just such a well played 1 versus 2. But I want to talk about Beepo for a minute, man. You know, him sprinting out onto that bomb site, finding that kill, and just denying the plant long enough so Shock can get as close as possible so he's able to catch that timing. Extremely well played from the young man. Oh no, not a terrible round. I mean, but that is something that you hate to see.
I didn't even realise where that kill came through. That is disastrous. Especially when you look at the outcome it's had, not just in the round count, but also to the economy. Kono now on an eco round, just a couple upgraded pistols, the odd deagle here or there. Sin has granted an opportunity to extend their lead, and okay,
that's fair.
Catches Morisco jumping. Wow.
That's a death slammer. I've ever seen one. And at least you've got the opening kill, right? Because if that's the opening kill of a round, that's when the nerves begin to set in, right? I mean, if you are the first player to go down like that, then you're like, everybody else on the team is like, we could be in trouble, and now that feeling is beginning to come a reality. Shock getting ran down by these pistols. These eagles are singing, they're dinking, they're landing all these frags. Kono now just need to make sure that they put the finishing touches on this round. They need to make sure that they hold on, and Amster is going to be the trick up Kono's sleeve in this situation. CJ's already been spotted. They know about him towards the palace. They can smoke him off. It is just Amster that is completely unknown right now. But it comes down to the timing. They have to play a little bit closer, and Amster's going to peek a little bit too early. Beastick waiting. There's going to be the swing, and it's a nice clean up there from Sinners. That got very messy very quickly for them. Cool heads prevail. So did the check side.
Yeah, despite getting all those scrappy kills, they weren't able to pick up any of the rifles, so they're still having to work with pistols. See some of these kills coming through here in the replay. Some beautiful shots. Simmons a little bit too complacent, a bit overconfident. Unfortunately, Kono still didn't have the weaponry, nor did they have the positioning to deny defuse. The damage is done. It prevents Sinners from building too much of a bank. They're still able to have a healthy buy here, but cash in reserve. Very lackluster. Morisco goes for an aggressive opening, flashed in towards underpass, will find Amster, even gets away, and even search for a second, almost finding Captain Kirtka. The HEs will. 2 HEs go straight at his location, hunt him down.
He's just such a great player to have in your midst, right? You know, the likes of Morisco, we've seen in Sinner's first round of the game, it was Morisco to get aggressive down middle. It was Morisco to find that double kill. And he's not afraid to make these aggressive plays, even on the CT side. That is just perfect aggression, finding that opening frag, but just the confidence to go back. Sometimes it can go against you. Sometimes you can be overconfident and go back into a gunfight, but it was a little bit of controlled chaos from him, and it grants you a 2-man advantage. Now Kono, they'll try and creep their way up connector as 3, maybe even a boost in towards the window, but Sinners, you surely have every base covered. You surely realise that the only place that they can really be is either grouping up for an execute or waiting for a contact out middle, and well, it's out middle. Morisco will discover that, but that is completely fine. You're 2-2 on the bomb sites, you know exactly what's going on, and Kono only have 25 seconds.
Yeah, time ticking, the rotation's heard though. That doesn't exactly help Kono. That might though. Shock overplays his hand, peeking in towards the stairs. 10 seconds left on the clock, and the smoke deployed on towards the site. Will try and play for time for Beastick, but he's eventually hunted. 2 versus 2, and bomb back denied. The last second, the time just too much for Kono to deal with. Even if they were finding kills left, right, and centre, just not enough time to plant the bomb. So Sinners will find the 11th, but heavy casualties.
heavy casualties, but it doesn't matter. You don't care whatsoever, because you've got a situation where you're 11-8 up and you're looking at the side of Kono and they've got nothing. I mean, they're going to be very limited on utility should they all want to purchase AKs. Some of them can't, so Tovsky's going to have to forego one. So it is just going to be a situation where you defend this round, you hold on to the bomb site. Yes, you've got B-Stick on an SMG, but everybody else has got rifles that can definitely pack a punch. All of a sudden, playing for the map, got 4 chances at it. Still, this one can be very tricky, especially with Ono on that tactical timeout. There's a bit of a discussion what they want to do. Amster, fortunately, he's going to be wielding a Mac 10. He's going to be heading over towards the apartments. In fact, a lot of them are going to be heading that way, but it looks like be a little bit of a Magnolia out towards B. Pop is here though.
Aggressive play here for Peepo, posted deep. Provides cover for B6 to walk in. The MP9 doesn't win the fight against the Mac 10. In fact, the Mac 10 finds 2. Prevents Peepo from exiting, from leaving apps. But Zedko is there. Quick rotation, already in position. Finds 1. Oh, and shock. Denies Soltovsky from recovering that bomb, so a 2 versus 2. Kono still have to try and pick up the explosive device. Comes down to this fight. Shock finds the timing on Captain Kirkcut. Leaves Biria. Bomb now retrieved in the 1 versus 2. Oh, Zedko.
The smoke, he didn't see it coming at all, and still Biria hasn't moved. Man, this is getting a little bit exciting, right? I mean, Shock, he's come up good in the clutch once before, but this time he only has 1 player to find, but he is low HP. Biria, this reposition could be everything. Over towards the bench, gonna peek out towards short, and Biria, oh, the old IGL stepping it up, getting it done for Kono. Sinner's off 11, or off 12, should I say. That is put really Sinner's money into question now. I mean, they were playing for maybe a little bit of reset on the T's side. Now the CTs have been completely reset. That is a monstrous round because Kono are right back in this.
Yeah, this is where the amount of casualties in Sinner's previous round win really comes to bite them. Caused heavy reinvestments in the previous round. Now, pretty much a full reset on what you call a double eco, where they're working with pistols, Kevlar, forcing up, getting aggressive, searching for an opening fight, trying to split B apps control, but Kono completely ready for it, deploying that utility towards underpass. Extra util to try and keep these players in apps at bay. Continue to aggress all the way through. Zedko in a great spot for this 5-7. It might be split from behind, and Matt Amster's the one to find the kill. Eventually the flank will come through, but Kono a man advantage still, all players grouped up. All they need to do is trade out, but that might not help thinking your teammate.
Overheating a little bit there, Saltovsky. Let's go. Oh, catches the timing and catches Saltovsky's head. Takes it right off, but CJ restoring a little bit of order with that. Getting that bomb plant down in Sinners. They're not going to give this one a go. Oh no. Will survive a little bit of a scare. They were definitely worried for a moment sprinting up connector. That could have gone horribly wrong because I believe they only had information on 1 player over towards the apartments. But all I'm saying is, if I try and, split in through B, 2 towards the apartments, 2 towards under, if I get Molotov'd in under, my head is on Mars. If I get mollied at that position when I'm trying to run up the stairs, I am so tilted. It is not even a question. But
yeah, that's going to be quite a sting there as you set yourselves up for a perfect split in towards B apps. And a molly just comes through, a molly which just never happens.
No, I've never seen, I've been watching this game for a lot of years. I've never seen somebody just drop a molly there. Especially that early in the round. Usually it's just, alright, I'm going to just swing and take that fight, or I'm going to just sit back and wait for them to run up. Nah, Molotov, if you want to fight, you're going to have to swing through. I don't hate it, but would definitely that's my mental, sure. Sinners though, I mean, look, they saved this AK, they saved this SMG. The rest of them are going to be not wielding too much. That can do too much damage or break the hearts of Kono. So this should be a smooth round if you manage to neutralize or avoid the 2 saved rifles. But it's going to be extremely difficult, especially with Beastic and people in towards the window in a little bit of a crossfire. People's actually going to be routing over towards ladder. This one has a little bit of scare to it.
Yeah, there's a win condition, right? There's a trap laid to try and at least get an opening kill with one of these upgraded weapons. The trap has been dismantled though, they're going their separate ways. Beastic still taking point with this AK. Up through and it's perfect. Peepo caught. But that SMG now no longer in play. Beastic tries to search to activate with this AK, but met with heavy resistance, and now all 3 of the weapons that aren't USPs for Sinners have dropped the floor.
That win condition completely gone. That was exactly what the doctor ordered for Kono, and they've remedied maybe a little bit of complacency, I would say, in a few of the rounds. This time they're all locked in, everybody's confident, everybody's moving forward as a unit. Kono all seem to be on the same page right now. You know, the job is not done yet. This is only half of it done. Come back to the league, get on to 11, but now you're playing for the map. Now you know Sinners are going to come with everything they got. Fortunately for Sinners, it ain't much. It's not going to field an AWP. It's not really going to have too much util if you want to have those premium rifles, so there might have to be some exceptions made, and you can see Shock
when Kono try and take it. But the thing is, because Kono plays so slow, they play so tempered, it means that they have all the time in the world to discuss how they want to approach mid control. They're not rushing in, blindly stumbling over themselves to say, okay, this is how we're going to split it. And it's very well organised. Same can't be said for Sinners. I say that, they start to get a little bit more aggressive this time, even more so. This time pushing towards the top of mid, and Shock will find the headshot on towards Captain Kirka. It's going to throw a spanner in the works for Kono. They now know that they can't exactly split the A site without mid control. An A site, easy one to retake, so they can't exactly hit it, knowing that Sinners are heavy in mid. So they disengage, they reset their approach.
It's a wonderful adjustment, really. Using that top mid smoke to your advantage, getting aggressive. You know, you've realised that Kono are playing slow, they usually wait. This time you take the fight to them and you win it. Oh no, no. Readjust, they'll battle back, they'll take this mid fight once again late. They will take all that control. The problem is, Sinners aren't really playing for it. They are letting them take it. Right now, the off peak is going to be perfect though. That flash completely blinded people, and he actually just stood still there. Oh, Marisco rips a head off towards short, as Kono were looking to actually split that way, but instead they'll creep up towards this bomb site. Shock tucked, waiting, as they're all walking by him right now, and they have absolutely no idea. Shock is in a wonderful situation as Amster creeps on past. Shock hasn't seen them just yet. Now he has. It gets a little bit messy, but Shock still finds 2. It's absolutely massive. Shock coming up clutch here for Sinners. The low HP does not matter because they just simply cannot hit him.
Wow, that round was just falling apart for Sinners. Despite getting their man advantage, they lose it all when Kono retake mid. The health so low, but they just don't clear Shock. He hides in that stairs smoke. Kono get that information that the heavy rotation towards B. They force their way through towards A, but in doing so they don't clear stairs. They look so panicked as well for Shock, but he still makes it work.
Again, look, it's Marisco. I mean, yeah, okay. He gets punished for that. He was a little bit too loud and proud going up towards top middle, but I don't hate the idea behind it. Problem is, now you're down a man, didn't have any support, you've lost control of the middle. You have to make an information play somewhere.
Yeah, if there was an extra layer to that play, if there was maybe an extra player to go for the trade, an extra flash as well, perhaps to blind them, perhaps that play would have worked out, but instead it's just a solo man just running forward at them. gets shut down, and you've lost that man advantage. Sinners will now play a bit of a 2-2, hold in towards mid, 2 towards short, 2 towards connector. Classic endpoint setup. They'll start working their way in towards mid. The information play to come out, that aggression. There's a lurk to come in from Amps there towards under. He steps, hearing the rotations, and he'll cut down Zedko. So from a 1-man advantage to a 2-man advantage, he's got information. He knows he's a threat. He knows he's a big presence. Eventually he's shut down by B-Stick. Doesn't clear him, and Shock, another double kill. 2 headshots to catch the players working out towards ramp. So a 2-on-2.
Shock once again is that man that can deliver, but this time it's not in the clutch, and this time the round is not over. He's just done enough to keep Sinners afloat in this round. Birya with a swing, and it's a perfect peek onto B-Stick. They know where the opera is. Last round, so you may as well go for it. Wonderful jiggle. Slotowski, is he going to go for the wide peak here? People jiggle once again. He misses that shot. Still not going down though. Still standing still with a chance, but without one now, as that Tech 9 will put him down. And Slotowski head and hands a little bit there. Yeah, a little bit upset about that one, because that was way too close for comfort. Amster doing a really good job. That lurk up wanted to be maybe one of the prongs in the attack up towards the site. Actually, probably would have been better off just being in a situation where he could maybe actually cut off another rotation, or just staying alive, just keeping Sinners worried. But still, it doesn't matter. The 14-13 lead. It is advantage Kono. They've got a CT side to play.
Their CT side at the end of the first half started to look a little bit lackluster. They were very much in control with a 6-0 start, but they let it slip to 7-5. Those off of not really playing for mid-control, playing so passively without information. Sinners were able to play very aggressive on their mid-control and their defaults. A lot on that control for free. See if Kono can make that adaptation, if they can play a little bit more forward, have that information to make the correct adjustments. There we go, an information play to come out, but it's CJ with the rifle to take contact first. Slotowski unable to trade with the AWP in hand. Instead, it's an opening for Sinners. Slotowski will continue to search in. Cheeky little USB tap. That's enough to get the trade.
Wild from the opera though, because now he's in no man's land. Birya tries to get back to save him, and he will be able to save today surely with that double. That's huge from Birya there. And oh no, they're looking to peek in towards the middle. They don't know about Zeko though, surely, and this is getting very dangerous right now, especially for Kirka standing in the Molotov. Oh, it's such a messy spray, but Zeko, he gets it done, and he heard Birya sprinting up con now, but Birya is just not going to be stopped right now. He's on a different level. People has to come up good in the clutch. He's got that AWP, but he's got no teammates to work with once again. Obscene. Birya has him trapped right now. Amster making steps now as well. Another missed shot, and that time it is going to cost him. It's Birya with an absolute monster of a round to get Kono up onto 15. And man, oh man, Sinners trying so hard to pick up these rounds, but I mean, when something like that is happening to you, and even when you have so much success, Birya steps up, says that he will not be denied. Can you really deny Kono from this map?
What a massive quad kill, especially the first kill, because Morisco had shifted through the connector smoke and got on his way up onto the A site. Like, Morisco's play there would have been enough to completely seal that round. If he had gotten that kill onto Birya, gotten 2 kills, you get that A site, you catch the AWP on ramp as well. But no, Birya shuts him down and gets a quad kill. Kono onto map point here, ready to try and steal this one away. Sinners. And Slotowski, beautiful shot. Peepo was even sat holding for that rotation to come through. With Slotowski the one peeking, who wins that fight. Man advantage, but Sinners converging on mid-control. Catch Birya over the top of the smoke, isolated. Overextends on that fight. And it's 1-for-1 trade for Morisco. Completely shuts down Slotowski in a messy spray to finish off Captain Kirka. Flips the man advantage on its head.
Might be a little bit messy, but it will actually clean up the map a little bit here for Sinners, and they're going to decide that they're going to hit this B bomb site. This is a split setup here for Kono. They do not want to take eyes off either site right now. The problem is, he's seeing that, and neither is Amster. You might want to get a little bit closer to your teammate in this situation. The issue is you've got Marisco in towards the window, and he's going to try and cut those rotations off, whether it be quick or whether it be late. And Sinners making their way out B right now. This is down to Amster. He needs to anchor this B bomb site once again, and we've seen him do it on this CT side. He's done a job. He's been quite a pillar on that site. Molly goes in. Here comes that rotation. Marisco though in towards the window. CJ should know he's there. Is he able to find that kill? That's perfect. Now you've got a chance. And Amster inches closer. Bomb is going to be planted. Amster looking to seal it here, but shocked once again. Can he step up and deliver? It's a 1 versus 1. Both players low. It really comes down to who sees who first. And Shock, oh, he's positioned himself over towards short, and CJ just isn't ready. Shock keeping Sinners alive once again. It's him once again that he has to thank. Shock, man, he has come up so good in these moments. His clutch ability, simply, you just can't compete with it.
Kona was set up so well. CJ even found Marisco trying to cut off those rotations. Amster, unbeknownst on that site, activates for a free kill. A 1 versus 2 clutch, but now it's Soltovsky to find the opening. Marisco finds one in response, shuts down Biria. Scrappy fights come in towards mid. The Sinners barrel their way down in towards mid control, successfully finding a man advantage. Shock doesn't want to give it away, doesn't overextend. Waits for that smoke to bloom. Try and go for a spam instead. Kono trying to search here. Recover. That Molly sounds there all the way back. Perfect from Marisco. Beepo going for a bit of a lurk play with the AWP. This is the shot. Swaps out to the P250. And suddenly it's just Soltovsky in a 1 versus 4. A very scrappy round.
A very scrappy round, but it doesn't matter. Sinners have done exactly what they've needed to. Once again, it doesn't have to be perfect Counter-Strike. It just needs to be rounds that you win. Sinners, they're winning. They're keeping themselves afloat. And it looks like this is going to be another overtime. This is... we are going to have to reload, go again. We just can't separate these two sides. Soltovsky, I don't think I'm really, you know, writing him off in this situation, but he surely just doesn't have a chance. I mean, nothing he can do. His team fell over in towards the mid area. Nothing that can really kind of go to plan. Marisco, another multi-kill from him. Shock, feeling dangerous right now, as you would be, right? I mean, you've won 2 monster clutches, kept your team alive with a big clutch in OT. You're going to be feeling dangerous. You're going to be feeling like nobody can stop you. Oh no, fortunately for them, they could not stop Sinners from getting a chance to play for this map once again.
Yeah, I don't know. Kona have just looked a little bit, I'd say a little bit shaky. In compared to how they started off this map with that 6-0 streak, they've looked very, very shaky when the pressure gets going. And oh wow, what an opening from Zedko. And a trade comes through. Beestick even gets the information on another 2 players. So a man advantage plus extra information on Sinner's side. Beestick will then find the perfect timing to creep back in towards underpass. Catches Captain Kirpka. Shock. Very aggressive play, jumping over towards the stairs, trying to capitalise on the chaos. Fortunately for him, the man advantage is maintained for Sinners. 3 versus 2. They now look to converge towards the B apps. All they need to do is trade out. The only way you can lose once you've got a man advantage is if you do not trade.
There's nobody on this site right now. People gets posted up in towards the market window. He surely will find that kill. Well, trade won't go one way. Fortunately, it'll go the other. For the side of Kono. CJ. I mean, I might get closer and give this one a go, but I think he's just scavenging right now. I think he is just looking to see if there is a dropped weapon around him. It is just going to be the save. Sinners will get the better of Kono in this round.
I mean, it is MR 12k, correct me if I'm wrong. They start with 12k in overtime. I'm just doing the maths here. They've all got like 7k, so they must have started with 12k. If that's the case, there's no reason to save.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, he should be going for this, no matter what. If it was 10k, you could say, yeah, go for the save, because if you lose 2 in a row, you'll be on a half investment on the last round. But if you're on 12.5k overtime, you can buy every round no matter what. Unless unless you're wanting to just guarantee you get that AWP as well. That's the only question mark.
Well, I mean, still, it can be dropped over to you. But, you know, look, each to their own. I mean, he'll save. He was low HP anyway. Maybe if he was a little bit higher, he would have had a little bit of belief in himself. But it is what it is. The round, I think, was lost regardless of if you went for that attempt or not. But 16-15 at Sinners. A wonderful start to the round. Peeks in towards under, even the presence of mind. B-stick to go for that jiggle for the extra information was just absolutely perfect. And Sinners, once again, they're going to try and take this mid-control. They're going to head through under, this time a little bit more aggressive. That timing is a little bit unfortunate for both players. Actually, probably rather favouring the side of Hamster, to be honest, because if people was posted and ready and not moving, he probably was a dead man.
Yeah, that's very fortunate. People unable to get that opening kill. There's still a 5-on-5. Sinners have comfortable mid control. Currently with 4 players posted in towards mid. Can set themselves up for a potential split, depending if Shock wants to commit here towards the ramp. Time is ticking though, 45 seconds on the clock. Sinners do have plenty of util to set themselves up for this split. And the smoking towards deep jungle should give the game away. Kono have the players in position. In fact, that smoke is going to push Viria deep in towards the stairs. They give space for Zedko to slink in towards the window, but Speedstick and Briscoe to find the 2 opening kills. This entire defense for Kono just crumbling apart, leaving CJ tucked in towards the palace. He's at least able to find the bomb. Time ticking. Sinners still need to get that safely towards the site. The shot can plant it safely.
Still, maybe a chance. CJ blinded off though. Everybody's just gonna have eyes on him, and I mean, gonna free route over towards ramp. Surely he's not trying to save this rifle once again. CJ won't even get a chance to do it. Shock is just way too close for that, and Sinners, they've really come to life in this overtime, to be honest. They look like a different side completely, realizing that their map play might be slipping through their fingers, and arguably should have, because Kono had a lot of chances.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot more conviction behind the fights that they're taking. They're taking them together as well, having that tradability, taking the fights as packs, rather than relying on individual plays from Morisco and those hero plays to come through. They realise, okay, well, let's just make these plays together as a team. They turn from plays to actual investments. And there you go, it's the same thing, fighting in towards mid. Kono being absolutely shut down. Shock even catching the rotation of CJ. 1 minute 36 and Amsterd's in a 1v5.
They've just been absolutely flattened and flatlined in that round completely. Sinners with a high tempo, a quick pace, and razor-like aim. They just cut every Kono player down quickly. And this is where it's all eyes on the Ukrainians, right? They need to try and rescue this one. They need to try and pull this one out of the fire. It looks like it's going to be a little bit too hot to handle. Sinners on that T side, as you were saying, there's a lot of conviction behind them. They look like they just simply would not be stopped. And this T side of Kono just maybe cause a headache for Sinners early on in the day. And it maybe ruined that Friday feeling that Sinners have kind of got. This is going to be a little bit quicker here from Kono, something that we haven't really seen, but the problem is people was completely ready, posted up in towards the ramp as the util will sail on over. And Kono need to be careful. If they lose Amster in towards middle, this is all falling apart right now. Kono Having been so close to closing out this map so many times, it looks like now they're gonna come up short in a 2v5, another dominant round from Sinners. And it's Birya and CJ to try and save the day, to try and rescue it. But Beastic pushed up, they're aggressive, they're around every corner, they're lurking, they're waiting for you. They are finding these fights, winning them left, right and centre. And Kono simply just cannot handle Sinners in this overtime. 1v5 now, CJ, this would be some way to announce yourself on the scene as he tries to acquire that bomb. Picks it up and heads all the way back, but once again, Sinners, they have you boxed in. You have nowhere to go, simple as that, and Marisco will put you out of your misery. Sinners really rescue themselves from a little bit of embarrassment on their map pick.
Yeah, really well recovered, especially in overtime, right? They look like a different team. The level of conviction that they had between every single fight they took, both on CT and T side. The same can't be said for Kono. After having that 6-0 start, it does fall apart for them. They looked so good as well, so clean and clinical in those first 6 rounds. But afterwards, it started to get a little bit more shaky. They started to play with less information. And then as they played with less information, they looked more and more disjointed. The decisions weren't being made together in the same level that we expected to see from Kono at least after those first 6 rounds. But bearing in mind that that is Sinner's map pick and that Kono working with a kind of a stand-in situation, that's not a bad fight to be put up by them.
No, it's not. Look, there's definitely positives to take, you know, kind of on both sides, with both sides, you know, making these kind of roster changes, but still, Sinners would have probably wanted to be a little bit more confident, and they would have wanted to be a little bit more comfortable. We're going to head on to an Ancient that's it's probably arguably a little bit more of an unknown for the side of Sinners. I mean, you know, it's a map that they play a little bit less. It's still one of their go-to picks, but it's a map that Kono quite comfortable on. And to be honest, I'm going to be a little bit greedy here, Tim. I'm going to, you know, want to see maybe Kono pick up this map because, as I said in the pre-game, Inferno, man, it will be a really intriguing one if we do get down to it. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are going to send it into a short little bit of a break, but we will be back with map number
opposite for Sinners. They started to look more and more cohesive, more and more coordinated towards overtime, which allowed them to close that out on Mirage. But we've got Ancient coming up next, which is the pick of Kono, a map which they're obviously a little bit more comfortable on, having to choose this one in the best of 3 veto. They will be starting on that T side, the attacking side. What other utility there is? I can't actually see much more.
I think it is
just the molly and the smoke. Yeah, the smoke burn over towards Red Room. Going for a bit of a mid-split.
Yeah, over towards Heaven. They're going to move in, get a little bit closer in towards the Red Room. They're going to have to wait out this smoke, though, because you do not know what is waiting on the other side of it. And Basic is a little bit more passive, but he is still waiting for them, as Kono are going to try and maybe split on through. Beastic in a wonderful position maybe to catch Kirk off guard here, misses a few bullets, eventually will connect on one. People put under pressure now as the bomb will try and split over towards this B bomb site, but the problem is when they're splitting over towards the bomb site, they're catching some of these rotations, and well, Sinners are caught a little bit flat-footed on this pistol round. They don't know how to really adjust to this, but Zekko maybe in a wonderful position to get something done, but he loses all his teammates, he loses all his health points, and they ultimately lose the round.
Yeah, a nice little split there from Kono, going straight in towards the mid, control the utility to allow them to get their way in towards mid. Then they catch the rotations off perfectly. Sinner's not in the position to stop Kono's push through CT. The trades come through, which is exactly what you want to see if you're Kono. And even then, catching the further rotations off on mid and splitting that B bomb site. Sinners, after losing the CT pistol, are going to choose to go for a bit of a force buy here. Pistols, Kevlar, and SMG on B-stick. And I like that they're not just going for a vanilla round with this. They're going for an all-in-play, heavy towards B. It's a fast push, but not pan out with only 2 players falling. Morisco good for 1, able to escape. Ooh, oh my goodness, Pipo, such a good spot. The setup does actually pan out for the trade, so it is down to a 3-on-3, but only 1 weapon retrieved. And Soltovsky in a perfect spot to cut down the rest, but runs out of bullets on the Mac 10. So another 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade, and it's a little bit scrappy here for Kono. They are losing a few too many men, but the good thing is at least they are still in this round and still do have the better weaponry. Nobody on this A bomb site right now for Sinners. Smoke will go down. 1 player spotted. CJ would have loved to find that kill. You definitely would have been a whole lot more comfortable in that situation there. It's a smoke for A main, and oh, I like this here. Zegko is actually going to be smoked off by his teammate. Zegko is just going to try and walk through this one on a little bit of a timing. Amster still playing close. He's actually going to creep all the way back through, or is he just going to sit and cower in this smoke? Oh, this is a wonderful play right here. Zegko walks right past him. Amster, he can just walk out at any moment. Zegko hasn't seen anything at all, and he's going to be so surprised when he's struck down from behind. Amster doing a wonderful job there. Make this one as clean as possible. It's that 1 kill, it's people backing away to save, and it's Kono with a second.
Beautiful play in the 2 versus 2. I didn't hate the attempt though from Sinners. An all-in play on that force buy. You know that when you've got those upgraded pistols and Kevlar, you are a much weaker buy on that force, so you have to go for an all-in play. A play on your terms. Put all your eggs in one basket. Splitting up, going for a standard default. You're not going to win any head-to-head fights. But a weapon save for Pipo does give them another opportunity. The skill ill could be enough to snowball this round. If they set it up to find the opening kill, currently being used to trade Shock. Shock going first. Push towards A main. Captain Kurtka good for 1. Almost the trade does come through. Captain Kurtka able to escape and has that information. Kono maybe incentivized to start accelerating now over towards B. Do start applying a bit more pressure at least towards Cave, and CJ will catch B-stick out in transition. And oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Soltovsky.
And I'd kill.
That's perfect as well, because, you know, it gets enough money in his back pocket, especially with that Mac 10 as well. He saw the opportunity, he seized it.
It's on Pipo as well. I think that gives it extra fire, extra venom.
Yeah, a little bit more flavour on it, isn't there? A little
Because
bit spicier.
It's the newer player, right? It's the academy player who's been promoted to the squad on his debut game, and he's been knifed.
Can't let that one get in your head, in your mind for too long. Stretch the neck out a little bit there. Get ready, get locked in for this round, because it looks like they're going to be coming his way once again. We've got this AWP posted. Oh no. We know that they love a slow round. This one, a little bit more of a quicker tempo. It looked like it, but they've actually rerouted.
Yeah. And then they said, no, let's slow it down again. Reset.
They said the caster's talking about us playing quick. Let's just go back and wait another 20-30 seconds.
I think perhaps based off of the information, they realise that Sinner's not playing so aggressive for mid. If Sinners aren't playing aggressive for mid, A site is harder to hit. So instead they say, okay, well, we'll just take mid then. Good mid-round adjustment based off of the information, how much utility there was heard thrown in towards mid. So yes, they don't finish towards that A site, but instead they take some map control. But Captain Kurtka caught hiding behind the Xbox. Give me a free kill. Now Am's there. Beautiful headshot towards Zedko, just as I thought Zedko would catch him off guard. Now split this B bomb site, but a lovely off angle from Shock. Good for one to get that man advantage. Make it two as a spam through the smoke. Quickly answered back by Kono.
Needs to be planted here. Sinners might just swing before it even happens, and yes, they will. They'll take the fights, they'll take the peaks, and they will take the round. On plant gives a little bit of extra money for the side of Kono, but that is a really good retake on a timing there from the side of Sinners, and it's Shock just with a monster of a round once again. His multi-kill potential so far in this series has been second to none. It's a 4k in the round from him. That one over towards middle, the quick adjustment to get back over towards B was just absolutely perfect. And I mean, just watch it back here. Perfect situations time and time again from Kono. After that lovely adjustment to go out towards mid, we were singing their praises. We have to, you know, give a little bit of credit to the side of Sinners, because their mid round was arguably better.
Yeah, especially from, as mentioned, from Shock. Right place, right time. Kono slow it down again. Going for a bit of a late split in towards middle here. Lots of flashes dumped in towards mid, but a real fight off of the back of it. So they can continue that slow pace, creeping in towards the bottom of mid. Sinners themselves playing passively. It's a 2-1-2. Minute 10 on the clock. Kono themselves spread out rather thin. Proactive play about to come through from Sinners as they start to converge in towards Donut. Very forward position, but they're not pushing past that line, past that threshold.
Even if they do go for that push, right, I don't know if it's going to be more of a hindrance or a help to them. Discover mid is clear, but the only thing that they're seeing is over towards that B bomb site, so it's actually better off that they just sit posted up towards Donut, because now Kono will spring into action over towards this A bomb site. Oh, the collat nearly lines up here. Shock trying to strike once again, and from the back of the bomb site he will. Saltovsky will molly him out of position, and Shock is going to have to take this swing, and Saltovsky will just take his breath away. A quick flick sticks, and Saltovsky, he's still looking for a little bit more. Birya's trying to get in on a play here, swinging in towards CT, but he is going to be cut down and cut short, and Saltovsky will at least get this bomb down. Still needs to take all these engagements alone. The first one is good, but the trade was inevitable. Sinners and retake coming in good once again.
Yeah, another simple round from Sinners. They get that man advantage. Finding CJ over here towards the B ramp, and from that point onwards it's just trading out. Trades back and forth. As the CTs, it all favours them. 2 versus 3. This is the first kill that goes untraded. Kono. They're undoing. So Sinners now with 2 rounds on the board, and they've started to do a little bit of damage to the economy of Kono, who are going to be squeezing out one last investment. It's heavily compromised in the form of Galil's and Mac 10's one single AK on Biria. Again, it's relatively passive towards mid, not holding aggressive towards the bottom. Kono often playing a bit more of a passive style of play, but look at his presence. Kono very clearly setting themselves up. Bit of a B split. Faking an initial pump with some util. Smokes towards long and short. The long smoke actually misses. Kono not committing off the back of it. Still just sat patiently waiting for the right time to recommit.
Smoked off as well. Oh, Sinners might go a little bit early here. They're going to walk down, and this is a big problem because, well, Kono were just laying in wait. They thought it was a fake here. They wanted to push for that util, and gambling off that re-aggression, it will pull off. Shock with a multi-kill to try and keep Sinners in it is going to be good enough for maybe people to take a little bit of a peek in towards the bomb site. But once you're smoked off here, surely that's just going to be when you call it a day. Nade it open, see what you can find. If you discover nothing, this unfortunately is one that you're going to have to call off. And actually, Sinners, who, you know, we've been highlighting has been so good in the mid rounds with their little bit of aggressions, this time it goes against them, and it's because it is that perfect call from Kono. They will throw over a little bit of a fake, Sinners will block with their utility, and Kono will just stay put. Sinners get aggressive, they need that information. This time it goes against them.
Such patient, composed play from Kono. It was all in. All 5 players were over towards that B side of the map. They had no information towards mid or towards A. They'd barely put any util either to pressure Sinners in towards mid. But because they've identified, because of how slow Kono like to play, Sinners' adaptation to that is to play relatively passive themselves, not give the fights too early, let the clock tick down. But in doing so, they work with less information. They're blind as to how Kono are setting themselves up. And Kono, a simple fake makes it uncomfortable. Sinners not in a position to get aggressive in towards the middle. They get aggressive towards B instead and walk into the trap. Kono, considering that was with 2 Galils, 2 Mac 10s, they've now got a much healthier buy here. More AKs in tow. And again, it's blind for Sinners. Not playing for mid, this time doubling up towards Cave. Again, blinded, stuck behind the smoke. Gets the fade, the swing comes through, and Zedko wins the first fight. Drops the util, but Amstead just charges on through. Good for 1, but doesn't anticipate B-Stick to also be in position. So man advantage maintained for Sinners.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising as well, to be honest, because both players actually had smokes out for the side of Sinners. That could have went completely wrong. I don't want to say it was a little bit of miscommunication there, that both players kind of instinctively pulled out their smokes, but there is a situation where both of them go down there for free.
Yeah.
And then we really could have had a different round on our hands, but instead, it's Sinners in the driver's seat, exactly where they want to be. People in a really good position with this up. He's going to be spotted though, and how about that? Saltovsky knows about these close angles. He jiggles, he pre-fires, and he takes down, and B-Stick now left stranded on the bottom side, completely isolated. Smoke off towards short, you're going to have to rotate around towards long if you're going to be Shock, and Shock trying to save the day once more. He can only find 1, no multi-kill this time around, but we've got no stranger to a multi-kill here. Marisco now creeping up towards the ramp. It's just about how close he can get before Kirkus sees him. And Kirkus low. That's going to be a freebie. And now it's a straight up 1 versus 1. CJ versus Marisco. CJ hearing the steps every step of the way. Spotted he's not out. Waiting for a timing peak. But it's still not going to be enough. That 8k simply overpowers the young Ukrainian. Up saved. And Sinners another retake. All 3 rounds being retakes so far, giving up the bomb plants, but they are staying in this game. They are keeping it very close and very competitive. That's exactly what they need to do in this first half.
Very close indeed. Down to a 1 versus 2 clutch. despite Sinners getting that man advantage. They're the ones who have to fight from the back foot. Yeah, easy isolation of those fights there from Marisco. The amount of damage done on either side. We've got 5 SMGs in play on this round. 2 MAC-10s, 3 MP9s. Kono using that to attempt to pick up the pace. Again, they're constantly just playing and toying with the fact that at any moment they could accelerate, any moment they could pick up the pace. So they just fake these aggressive plays, they fake an A rush. And in doing so, it compromises all of Sinner's rotations. And they find 2 quick opening kills.
They're playing the defense like a fiddle right now. But, well, people, he gets one, but he needed that double and nearly had it. The lineup was almost there. But Sinners losing 2 players so early on in this round is once again put them on the back foot, and once again put Marisco and Shock in a situation where they have to go huge. And that's exactly what Marisco does. A double. Shock only with an SMG though. Marisco's making a lot of noise, so Kono are going to be very, very cautious about their backs right now. They'll turn around and have at least a peek, at least a look, but it's going to come down to the timing here once again. Birya not looking and blindsided by Shock, as now Sinners trying to pull off another retake, and they might just get it. Saltovsky trying to get away. Good movement to get all the way back. Bomb is being stuck here. Shock is just providing all this pressure and all this cover for his teammate to pull off that defuse, and Sinners once again saved by this duo. A 2 versus 4 for the ages, and that resets Kono's money.
What a round. I mean, throughout this entire game, in all of Mirage as well, I was just thinking that Sinners constantly in the back of their heads thinking at any moment Kono could go aggressive, at any moment Kono could throw in a rush. We're playing so passive, but Kono playing so slow, but at any moment they can change the pace. And Kono have been toying with that with those aggressive fakes. And it's been working so well, but they can't close out the rounds when you've got Marisco and Shock, a double kill between them. Breaks the bank for Kono, but ooh, we've seen how deadly Kono's deagles can be. First kill, Marisco overextending in towards mid. Quite substantially at that. Shock will at least be able to shut down Captain Kurtka. The picked up rifle now drops to the floor.
Just take some of the sting out of this round as well, right? When you know that you've dropped that rifle, you know it's going to be very difficult to get their hands back on it. They won't be able to because, well, the op is going to be just posted in that situation. But still, you need to be cautious about these pistols. They've already taken one of your souls. You need to make sure that it's not anymore. There's a flash in towards Cave. Shock is still up close. Good Molotov. CJ though will take one with him at least. That's a wonderful find from the P250. As Amster right down low on the bomb site, but a wounded animal still very, very dangerous right now. And these pistols are just hitting heads left, right, and center. Beasted trying to swing on in and deny the plant, but he will not be able. The spam is perfect though, and Saltovsky, after job done for him onto Beastic, but still he needs to find the kills, and he's found the timing. Doesn't use it though. Instead stays put, looking for the headshot, and he's gonna need it, but he misses it. The crouch peek from the young man. Pipo steps in, and once again, Sinners, they pull off another retake. Once again, it comes down to the wire. But Sinners, they just can do no wrong in these situations.
An absolute sigh of relief there from Sinners. They've been managing to win out the clutches and win out these man disadvantage situations on these retakes, especially here on this B-bomb site. But when you're up against pistols, you don't expect it to get into that scenario in the first place. Some beautiful headshots coming out from Kono to get it close, still doing damage to that CT economy. And yes, Sinners do have that lead. They're the ones on 5, 1 round ahead. But their reserve cash is still so small right now. Most you've got on Marisco on 1k. Not enough to buy next round. Should Sinners lose. Should all 5 players fall.
It is going to be just a complete and harsh reset, right? They're only getting 1400 if they lose it. So yeah, it's such a dangerous position that you're in right now. But you are winning rounds, so I don't really know if you can complain about it. It's one of those ones you just need to make sure that you just continue to pick up the rounds and maybe just win one clean. That'll set you up for the rest of the half. I like this though. Kono are not shying away from this mid fight at all.
Yeah, they've realised again how passive Sinners are liking to play here on mid. So Kono are actually going to creep into it almost silently, with but a smoke to block for information. Kono barely making noise as they creep all the way in towards Donut. Creeped up together for trade potential. It is Kono being watched by Peepo. Kono are actually going to creep in with 4 players. It's a great spot for them if they want to try and finish. Here on towards the site, and a missed shot from Peepo. Lands between the wickets, and Shock hard cleared. A site open for business for Kono. Sinners are 3 versus 5. The question is, do they attempt this retake or do they just go for that save, knowing there are 1 round loss bonus?
You can't. Simple as that. You just can't go for it. This has to be a save. That setup just completely undone. We were singing people's praises in the last round. This time, goes a flashbang. It gets spotted out, and there was just too many bodies. He wasn't set up. He wasn't in position. He wasn't posted. He just gets put down. Shock can do simply nothing. Kono making good, really, on the sheer amount of space that they've been given over towards middle. They might make good on the hunt here. Marisco, you need to be a little bit careful. That's a rifle that you did not need to throw away. You needed to just tuck yourself in towards the cave. Felt like he needed to go for the swing. In reality, he didn't. He didn't at all. He didn't need to go for that. He needed to just stay put. Make sure that he brought that rifle. Now you've only got 2. And you'll drop over an SMG. It looks like Sinners are going to have to go for the investment here. But the problem is, I mean, if this investment is no good, you'll have no rifles in the last either. It's going to be another very lackluster buy.
They would have really could have really done with that third rifle. Instead, it's a very weak investment. Shock falls, the MP9, the SMG don't find any success. Edgar's at least able to get 1, but it's all falling apart in mid. Sinners trying to go for a bit of a change up here with aggression in towards mid. Captain Kirka, big overextension, falls into Marisco's MP9. Only a 1-man advantage, I say that. As soon as I say that, Biria finds B-stick. He's Marisco. 1 versus 3, he's going for that full reposition. Over towards B, and he's read this well. Question is, can he put himself in a position to do the damage? Right, CJ has it watched. Kono will get themselves up on towards 6.
A lovely off angle there from CJ, to be fair. Yeah, you could have really done with another rifle, the pistols and the SMG put down early. There's definitely a chance. The trades were just way too good. The support from the teams as well. Saltovsky was put under a little bit of pressure in towards mid. Swing over from heaven from Biria to make sure his opera doesn't go down and that one doesn't get extremely messy. It was just an ideal scenario. And I mean, we're talking 6 rounds on the D side. This is looking quite solid right now for Kono. Even a 7th would be a probability, to be honest, but you cannot overestimate or overlook a round like this. It's plain and simple. How many times have we seen a round like this go in favour of the weaker buy? Time and time again, especially with all that util. But util raining up towards the ramp will make sure that Sinners cannot get aggressive. Kono, however, they are lacking a lot of presence elsewhere, so they're just going to have to take this fight over towards the ramp, and it's looking good so far. 2 players put in the dirt early on, and Sinners reposition in towards the cave for a little bit of refuge, a little bit of safety, but nowhere is going to be safe on that B-bomb site in the moment.
Flank comes through, Shock's able to activate for 1. The fight comes in towards the cave, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Marisco now has to try and activate for the multi-kill, does at least prevent that bomb going down for now, but no lethality behind it. Saltovsky will find the 2 last AWP shots. Kono, a 2-round lead at the half, 7 rounds on their T side of Ancient. I mean, it's a close scoreline, but looking at the fashion of those last few rounds, obviously the economy certainly in control for Kono.
and it was
make you wonder.
It was because as well though that Sinners simply just couldn't stop them from getting onto a bomb site. They were giving them a lot of respect as well. There wasn't many aggressive plays in towards the laneway. There wasn't really many aggressive plays in towards middle. Sinners wanted to kind of stay put, and it's because Kono are just such a difficult side to play against. Because on their T side they play so slow, it's very methodical. Even when it looks like they're going for a fast play, it's just a fake. It's a really weird team to call against them. You're put to your test, you are put through the paces, and once again it's going to be exactly the same. This time it's the aggression here from Kono out towards mid. It's a lovely flashbang, but CJ, once he gets his vision back, he will put a player down. Still though, Morisco trying to just make sure that Sinners at least have a chance, but he was never expecting Amster already to swing through elbow like that. Kono, they will take their second pistol on Ancient. They will make it look pretty easy as well. Always in control of that one, despite a few kills back there from Sinners. When no bomb plant means surely there's going to be no parity in this round for the Czechs.
Classic CT pistol. And there was a point in time around a year ago, maybe 2, where that was simply the meta, to just have 4-man pushes on the CT side for pistols. Still, the fundamentals pan out, right? You just fire 4-man push, you get that information, you take the fights on your terms. And Sinners going for a bit of a split means they don't have the manpower to trade out effectively. So Kono, very much in lead. And look how aggressive they're playing here. This is something we didn't see Sinners do whatsoever on their CT side.
Or when they did, it was because they thought that Kono were already out on a bomb site.
Yeah.
And they got picked apart after that. But I mean, it is easy to have confidence, right, when you know you're up against the Glocks, when you're playing that aggressive. Oh, I just want to see how Kono approach that kind of mid fight on a gun round. But they do strike me as a team that do want to contest for it more often than not, quite heavily. I mean, everything's really going their way right now in this game. They're doing exactly what they need to do to get onto the decider of Inferno, but I'm just going to reserve my final judgment until we see at least a couple of gun rounds. And, I mean,
I thought you were about to say until you see 13. Yeah. I was like...
I mean, that too. I mean, look, we've seen Kono, kind of stumble a little bit, kind of trip over on a couple of rounds there.
Well, yeah, the majority of Sinners rounds have come from clutches, have come from 2v4s, from individual efforts, individual heroics, getting them over the line. For the rest of it, Kono have been completely in control. This has been, for all intents and purposes, a very one-sided match.
I'd have to agree. I would have to agree. Eventually, all those clutches, you're not going to win every single one. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. So you need to do something a little bit more repeatable. Morisco, an opening kill out towards mid. You don't take a lick of damage either. It's a perfect start. The Sinners first goal.
Captures Captain Kirk out in the open. We'll see how Kono decide to play now that they're the ones with the man disadvantage on their CT side. Currently relatively unwavering. Waiting to see where Sinners move next. So time ticks by. We get towards 50 seconds. Kono start to make it a little bit of a gamble over here towards B. Stacking it with 3. Question is, with this stack, do they use it to get aggressive, or do they just gamble and hope that Sinners come their way? Now, I think on a map like Ancient, B site is the more likely site. You can leave Soltovsky here in mid as well to try and deter, try and push them back. Ooh, almost a second. Said that might be the opening to send Sinners towards A, or it might be enough to deter them away from A and towards B, which is where this trap lies in wait.
Crossfire is lovely as well, but they read into it still though. You need to find the kills and you're just not going to be able to do it. I mean, that is just perfect from Saltovsky, right? I mean, over towards middle, he finds that kill and just deters Sinners completely from going towards that A bomb site. With him so aggressive in towards mid, they said, no, let's just quickly go towards B, but lying in wait. Oh no. Perfect adjustment. I really love that idea as well, that, this is kind of Kono-esque as well, that they weren't going to play that aggressive, right? They were just going to stack a bomb site, see if Sinners walk in, and they do. Shut down. This is going to be a quick one, though. Straight up towards the B bomb site with Tech 9s, and they're already past, they're already up the ramp. It's a lovely dink in towards heaven, but still, missiles have spilled all the way through, but no blood has really been spilled on the bomb site. They'll get this bomb down, and it will be quite clean. The smoke towards Cave, a lot of control taken from Sinners here. Kono, get your wits about you, because you need to retake this one fast.
Kill coming in through, but the aggression from Sinners, they get disruptive, they try and take extremity map control, identifying Kono retaking through the lane, so they fight towards CT. They get this man advantage after a couple kills go their way, but Beria going to tap the bomb straight away to try and bait out the fight. Information comes through, but Peepo still on this flank.
Sticking it.
Sticking this. Oh my.
Oh no, Sinners, it was the perfect call. It was the perfect call, but Beria snatched it from under your noses. Oh, that's going to sting. And that's surely the map.
I was about to say, Kono had such a nice reaction to that rush. They got out of that B site as soon as possible and just said, look, let's just stick into this cave, maintain an extremity control so that we can go for the retake, especially once they've got that man advantage. But Sinners fighting in towards CT. They get it down into a 1 versus 3, but with the Tech 9s, it's not the weapon for the job to try and stop a ninja defuse. And oh my goodness, Beria.
I mean, it was all he could do, really. He wasn't going to win any of the fights. Just drop a smoke on the bomb, stick it, and hope for the best. And that's just the wealth of experience that this guy has. He's been knocking around for a very, very long time. Of Ukrainian CS as well. In terms of full teams, definitely. Want to think back to, that esports club Kyiv team. Very, very dangerous at one stage or another, and so are Kono, especially on Ancient. They are looking very solid. It has simply just been a one-sided affair throughout this one. Sinners got the guns up. You need to make sure that this one sticks, because I don't see you winning 7 rounds on the bounce. Unfortunately, we are going to see a little bit of a lag, but out on this bomb site they go, and Sinners, well, they will take it.
Kono playing aggressive towards mid there, but in doing so weakens their rotation towards A. Sinners capitalised. Not only that, they get the kills. Bomb ticking. Captain Kirk is in a decent spot to try and fight for this. Will put it into the 3-on-3, but I think the positioning the rest of his teammates indicates a save from Kono. Got such a heavy lead, they don't need to throw bodies, throw weapons on the line to try and take the rounds. They prioritise having a strong economy to increase their odds in future rounds. Captain Edgar still sitting around to do some damage here, but eventually we'll lose a fight to Zedco.
I mean, you feel for Kirk there. He doesn't really have anywhere to go after finding that kill. He was kind of sticking around, seeing if he could find anything more towards the bomb site, but he was never getting out of that situation. So you've got Kono now with only 2 rifles. That AWP and that M4 can definitely pack a punch, though, if you put them in the right position. Sinners have been known to play into a trap or two, so this one cannot be overlooked, and it won't be. But we are hearing the universal sound for a tech pause, which is the clicking, of course.
Tick, tick, tick. I love that sound.
Tick. I like the sound. I don't like, what comes after it. It's a caster's nightmare.
It depends. Some setups you can also have it so that the ticking means a pause is over.
Ah, yes, that is also true. So it can be good and it can be bad, which is actually a perfect segue into something that I want. That is, of course, actually. Oh well, I guess we'll have to wait. I'm actually just gonna leave you on a cliffhanger there.
Can't wait to find out what it is.
You'll have to stick around. Well, Sinners, gonna be sticking around over towards A. Looks like it is gonna be a little bit of a quick round. Pressure towards mid is nice. You still have Zenko in towards the laneway. And make sure that you don't walk into a stack.
They kind of are quite blind right now. They're not looking for info towards mid. They're smoked off towards Donut. Only just now did Captain Kirk peek in towards Red Room. So you can see that mid is clear. And after a deep boost over towards B, they've actually got a lot of information now. Mid cleared. Seen there's very little towards B, so they're stacked up towards A and mid, going for a bit of a retake. In the meantime, Sinners boosting for an opening pick in towards A, but instead they lose their mid lurk of Morisco. Now the utils start to come through, but Kona are in position to fight for this. 2 kills in quick succession, and look at this. Just a bloodbath.
You swing in, you've no donut smoke, you try and catch Kona sleeping. The problem was, you thought that they had no information. You thought that they were blind in that round. Unfortunately for you, how wrong you were. Because Kono had your number written down. They seen mid was clear. They knew that there was nothing over towards B. So the setup was just going to be absolutely perfect there. And Sinners run blindly into a bomb site and get punished. And I think they're going to be put out of their misery very quickly. Kono have just been second to none on this map. They've been absolutely perfect on Ancient. With Inferno as a decider, that's been a map that they've been pretty much perfect on as well. 9 out of 10 wins in the last 3 months. But right now we still have Ancient. We still have one more round to play, or maybe more if Sinners are able to keep themselves alive. Gurkha already shutting down Morisco. All eyes on B, and that peek from Saltovsky ripping people's head off a knife earlier on, and now he is just strutting his stuff over towards that site. Shock. Known for a multi-kill. He's already got 1. You need 4 more, buddy.
There's no bomb in his control. Pretty sure if Sinners move just a little bit further down towards the B doors, they'll realise that it's in their control. They can hunker down. Makes it almost impossible for Shock to try and find anything, especially with the flank coming in from Amster. About to close it out. And there you go, third.
A little bit unfortunate that they lost that Mirage map. They had chances to close it out. They had, you know, a couple of map points, and if Mirage did actually go their way, that could have been a series point. That could have been a spot in the semi-finals that Kono have just acquired. But instead, it is only a deciding map. Luckily for them, it is going to be their Inferno, that it has been very, very comfortable for them. I just wonder, is that comfortability going to hold up, especially with the roster changes that they had? Of course, they still have Birya, you know, at the helm. I presume he is still calling, even though he's no longer officially part of this roster. But still, you know, they are coming up against the Sinner side that, you know, I can just never write off the likes of Beastic, man. Especially with Zenko kind of coming back into the mix. I think it is just going to provide a little bit more stability to that Inferno than maybe what we've seen on this Sinner side in recent months and recent years. So yeah, it just, for me, is just building up to be the ultimate decider.
Yeah, it's something we've really got to look forward to. And yeah, I echo that sentiment. For me, though, I think that if you've been setting up Kono being so good on Inferno, those systems are still going to be in place. And looking at this best of 3 so far, they've been very much in control throughout most of it. Yes, obviously, they had their shaky moments on Mirage, which cost them, that allowed them to lose it in towards double overtime. But with Ancient, how much in control they looked, how good they looked when they were on form, when they did have that information, when they had the right setups, especially on Mirage as well. If they can continue that with the same system which they will have already practiced and already be familiar with on Inferno, I don't see why they can't take this in 3.
Well, we'll see if that system is going to pay off, or will Sinners reboot theirs. We're heading into a little bit of a break. We'll be right back with a
okay, if the CTs are sat back, they're going to be blind to info. It means we can start to search, set ourselves up for an execution. But in the meantime, Captain Kirtka finds an opening. Zedko shuts him down, though, and that will push Kono over towards B, where there's a stack in play, and Beastic has utility in play, and a beautiful headshot to open it up.
Perfect, good smoke fight as well. Beastic burning a little bit here because he wants to take a more aggressive fight. Marisko's rotating around, the timing is everything, but Marisko gets it good, and Beastic still standing on the back of the bomb site. He will not be forced out of this position. And Sinner's stack, it looks like it's gonna come up dividends, paying in abundance. Sinner's a great hold there, and even with that lack of information, Kono, you know, they find that kill, then Captain Kirka losing his life over towards mid, lost that information, forced into a play, and it was the wrong one.
Yeah, it was literally a case of Captain Kirka being alive. You could see that Kono was starting to shift over towards A and say, oh, we've just got a pick on a player getting info towards A, maybe it's a B stack, we should start shifting over. But that one kill in response forces their hand. Kono, no bomb plant, also means a full eco for them, just a single deagle on Captain Kirtka. Got the only T-side kill in the round, so an extra kill reward, but Shock is looking to try and shut them down early, but doesn't clear his corners very well. Perhaps distracted by the sounds of a player running in towards T-apps through the door. But instead, he actually gives over the MP9. So an SMG now in the hands of Kono, which they otherwise didn't have.
This is a weird one for Kono. You can see they're kind of in between two minds, really, on which bomb site they kind of want to go into. They're looking at their flank. They're not sure. Somebody's coming behind them, especially with that smoke down. Somebody could walk through. They know they might be walking into an A stack as well. Yeah, this is just a situation where it's the Scooby-Doo approach. You split up and look for clues, look to see if you can find a frag, but nothing is going your way right now. Eventually you're just going to have to pull the trigger. Eventually you're just going to have to walk up onto one of these bomb sites. Unfortunately for you, you are just walking into three players holding a nasty little crossfire, but there's a nasty deagle shot to at least start things off good for Kono. Unfortunately, it is the only good thing to come into fruition over towards that A bomb site. Forces the Sinners around. That was only the pistols from the Kono side. Got the first gun coming up now. Let's see if the Ukrainians can get going early, because if Sinners are able to really kind of get this momentum behind them and get this ball rolling and continuously snowball into this first half, I don't know how Kono are going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, it's a good start. 2-0 up. You get some cash in the bank in reserve. Still not enough built up to be punishable here. It's still very much fallible, and that's an easy way for it to fall. Shock getting aggressive in towards Apps, trying to push through T-Boiler, met by Captain Kirtka. An opening pick. Zedko just about finds the timing to slip away towards A. Sinner's going to be stacking over towards B. While they do have banana control, it's still a heavy gamble. Zedko a lot on his plate here as a solo defender of A.
I like it though. This is exactly. Sinners need to hope that Kono just kind of read into it a little bit too much, and Kono love putting pressure on a bomb set and then falling back to the other. But usually it's to see if they can catch Sinners out with a rotation or an aggressive play. Issue is that hasn't come in just yet for Sinners. There's the flash, there's the peek, and actually information gathered from Marisko. He's seen players walk up towards Banana, and Sinners, they're going away. They're going to the A bomb site.
Oh no.
They might not have seen anything at all. Surely if you've seen two players towards bottom Banana, you wouldn't have rotated away. Instead, Beastic's going to drop that smoke, but you've got nobody on the site right now. This is a big problem right now for Sinners, and an even bigger one, because Beastic goes down for nothing.
Oh my gosh. Empty B bomb site. Sinners, with a man disadvantage, they just gamble over towards B. They have 3 players there, and then in the last second, an element of doubt sits in their mind as Zedco sat solo towards A for so long, the panic sets in. And Sinners, they go for the rotation. The issue is, when you go for the rotation, even if you cancel that rotation, you've then moved out of position. Might as well have committed to the full gamble over towards A.
That's why you do it, right? I mean, look, if you've got a gambit stack on a bomb site, especially when it's that, you know, kind of late into a round, I understand that they went for the flash peek in towards Banana. Maybe we didn't get to see it from Marisco's point of view, but I can only imagine he didn't see anything. And that's why they've kind of rotated away. They went for that play there, but still, it's just one that you're going to have to say, we just got a little bit unlucky. We had the right read. We just got it a little bit wrong. And it is kind of just one of those tough pills to swallow, because if they stay in that stack, they probably win the round. But, you know, it is what it is. That's the way the Counter-Strike goes, especially when you're playing against a Kono side. This is their bread and butter. They will spread you thin, they will play mind games with you, and then they will punish you.
The way the cookie crumbles. Now Sinners investing into this one with very weak utility. Beastic being down to an MP9, and they're going for another gamble here towards A with 4 players ready for a mid push. Just relying on Beastic's blocking utility here towards B. They're trying to push them away from Banana. It has been relatively successful here. All the timing, the flash comes through, but that is so awful again. Sinners, you've got a stack, you've got 4 players there ready to defend the A site as Kono were setting themselves up to take mid, but you push a little bit too early and the flash isn't clean. You lose the opening pick. Alert from Captain Kurtka, high risk, but low reward. Goes down for free, flies and kill, and Peepo's not done there. Another aggressive swing. They've cleared out 2 players, got the man advantage, but a scramble now in rotation as they have to try and get back over towards this B-bomb site before the utility comes in to lock them out.
The utility's already down. The throw the flash to Zedco is just going to come through completely blind. He's on the bomb site. He's swung all the way to first oranges before Amster even sees him, but it puts bullets in him. At least puts him down, and still Kono, they're going to take this control. There's nobody in on the bomb site. They don't know that just yet. Birya getting in front of that CT smoke, and that AK just takes Beastic's head right off. They know about Shock, but Shock, he spotted Saltovsky. He's got that kill. Birya, he's low HP. He has to run away. The round is over. He couldn't get his hands on the bomb. He couldn't get it down safely. And Birya, he sighs as he realises that was their chance, Kono, to really get back in this game. And that round really has just been gifted back to Sinners.
Just from a little bit of ankle showing behind that pillar. It's enough to deny that bomb plant, not enough time. And man, this round has just been on the edge the entire time, with Sinners having a stack. They break from the stack a little bit too early. They then still manage to get the advantage. They then enter, or rather, they leave the B-bomb site open, and Kono manage to take it. Like, you've got a 2-man advantage, and it slips away. Well, it was a 1-man advantage. You got 2 kills. But it slips away. Only for a clutch to come through. A 1 versus 2. So Sinners do stretch their lead. Man, we're only 4 rounds in, and it feels like we've had an entire half already in those last few rounds.
It's as scrappy. Like, it's so scrappy, it's like we're watching overtime Counter-Strike, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I'm kind of getting at right now with what has been going on. Sinners' defense has been so gamble heavy, it's been insane, and it's surely only a matter of time before they get punished. This should have been punished if there was a bit of justice in this game. Kono would have leveled this one up, but unfortunately, it is Sinners who, I mean, I don't want to say they're lucky, but let's just say they wouldn't get a kick in a stampede in this series so far, with the amount of clutches that they've been pulling off and the amount of situations that have kind of gone in their favour.
This round, compromised by from Sinners heavy SMGs. But Kono, they take all the map control. They take majority of Banana. taken top mid. I think they took most of it on, only one player. At least haven't taken the top. So Kono working a lot on map control. Another gamble comes out from Sinners. This time 4 over towards A. A flash comes through. DJ. Spot 1, counter flash. He's isolated. A free kill. Marisco going to push the issue. Not going to stop there. Finds a second to get further information. The player's pushed up towards short. So the rest of Sinners can hold in their setups. Peepo will find Captain Kirk and no trade. Zedko's flank comes in and closes it out. Finally, Sinners' gambles pay off. Finally, the timing is right for them. They get a 4th round on the board, and with 4 players surviving at that.
Yeah, that's you know, the kind of big takeaway from that round as well is that Sinners were actually able to keep, you know, a lot of players alive there, so they can just build up their bank accounts a little bit. And you know, you can kind of get away with it, I would say, a little bit more on other maps, but Inferno on the CT side is definitely not a map that you can get away with, you know, having a lack of util if you want to purchase that extra weaponry. So it is always good to make sure that you just keep your money in a situation that, you know, you're not SMGing every round. And luckily for Sinners, it hasn't got that dire just yet. As for Kono, they are down to the Deagles, looking to try and have some repeat success. And, well, I mean, what can you do about that? Simply, what can you do?
I was literally just about to say, we've seen Kono have some very close rounds with just Eagles. Sotovsky almost looks to go for a bit of a reprieve, but Risco not looking to let that happen. Clean taps, gets himself a quad kill.
I mean, it always starts off with a bang, doesn't it? There it is. Alright, fair enough. Yeah. It's one that you can't even be mad at on the other side. You're just thankful that, you know, the rest of the rifles are able to, you know, make sure that that doesn't get as messy as the other Deagle rounds that we've seen. But, yeah, look. It is what it is. Nice shot from Sotovsky. AKs are back out, so Sinners mind at ease for at least a moment. Zegko already down middle. This is a spanner into the works right now. Zegko looking good for the 1, but now under pressure as 2 players will converge on him, and that open kill gets flipped on its head. As Kono taking a lot of damage. They hold on to that mid control, and now they now play around maybe with pulling a few rotations.
Especially with this man advantage, we're probably going to see another gamble from Sinners. Aggressive play to come out. Zedko gets that opening, but Peepo, the one job he had was to watch to make sure Zedko couldn't get pushed from bottom of mid, but Sotovsky pops his head up from Mexico. Yeah, 4 versus 3, all Kono need to do is trade out, even if Sinners do stack the B-bomb site. Looks like they are somewhat stacked somewhat towards the extremities, so they're in positions where they can get a couple kills as Kono enters the site without being overcommitted. That Beastic going to push his way through. Good for 1, but there's the trade.
Perfect, wasn't it? Really good. 30 seconds and Kono are going to go all the way back, and Sinners now realise that Shock has given up a lot of space here that's been occupied by Sotovsky, but still for Kono this is not smooth sailing. This is not just a straightforward round if they get up onto the bomb site, especially if Sotovsky goes down. It was a messy spray, but Shock gets it done. HE into the middle of the bomb site. Urka not low, unfortunately. That will do a little bit of damage, but it's just a tickle in the grand scheme of things. 3 smokes going down, actually 2 smokes expended, so Kono could have continuously blocked for a couple more seconds if they wanted to. Sinners still getting proactive about this one, still looking to try and make their way in there. Shock with that AWP, rattles off the shot, but they're still going for this right now. There's the swing through the smoke. Marisco cannot react in time, and Shock now realizes that he's going to have to get away, and he has to get very far away from this A bomb site, or else he will go down. At least saves that AWP. Finally, oh no, they're going to have a little bit of success on this T side. It's the second round for them. though it does cost them nearly everything.
Despite having that one man advantage, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Sinners putting up a decent fight there, making sure they don't go down for free. Messy as some of those fights were, Kono. Last second rotations, yes, they win the round, but doesn't give them an opportunity to build up their own economy. Sinners, the saved AWP, allows Peepo to still be wielding that one, but he's going to use it in a more supportive manner to allow for another aggressive play. Zedko will actually find 2 kills. Perfect spam, perfect wallbang on towards Captain Kirka. Gives Sinners now the man advantage, but beats him. Push the issue, he's not stopping there. In fact, he's going to give away that man advantage. It's going to be an equal 3 versus 3, and that's Amster. In fact, he wins the fight. You got a man advantage, and now you've just lost it. You just lost 2 kills in quick succession. This is all falling apart for Sinners.
Ono got a wonderful timing there over towards mid. See, after that aggressive play came in, they smoked off mid and took eyes off it Sinner. So smoke towards it, mate. We're like, okay, brackets is kind of fine for a moment. Let's kind of fall away. Short player didn't see, but 2 players crept out. One walked all the way up long, and the other took the fight with him, and it was, yeah, a messy fight over towards short, but that Mach 10 came out on top of it. The timing that was caught over towards long punishes the upper, and just Sinners doing a really good job to, you know, get themselves that man advantage. Yes, you know, they lose a fight in the middle of it, but that double kill from Zedko should have been enough for Sinners maybe to even convert that round. But Baker is the commitment going to come in here from Kono. Nado for the smoke. Hamster is just going to spearhead this attack, and he's just going to take down Beastic with ease. Nobody there to help Sinners right now. The flash goes over. Nobody goes through just yet, though. That smoke is going to fade towards CT, which maybe is going to be a little bit of a problem, but the big problem is Kirkman. He strikes you down from behind. Zedko gets nothing out of that situation either, and Kono, they'll put this bomb down. They'll look for shock to see if he can get a little bit closer, and Kirk is still searching for him. It's only a matter of time before he finds him, drops him, and that is a 7-5 T-half for Kono. 6 in a row to bring that one back, and what a bounce back it has been. Sinners, they need a resurgence. They need it now.
Yeah, this is looked so one-sided. Kono are walking all over them. They're pulling the rotations in every way they want. Every single fight is going their way. It's constant man disadvantages. The Sinners, but now they swap over. Now Sinners are the ones on the T side. They're arguably the favourable side of Inferno. We'll start off this pistol round. I'll smoke a couple flashes. Shock and Peepo. And it's not slow. We've got an aggressive T pistol round here on Inferno. There's a trap, a bait and switch in play. Mauricio and Zedko, though, they pull it apart. Should now start searching, hunting for Amster, tucked in towards the site. Doesn't get hard cleared. Good for 1, good for 2 in fact. Puts it into the 2-on-2. The rotation comes in from the flank of Banana, but the barrel spotted. Peepo cuts down Soltovsky. And he finds the dink on Captain Kirka. Sinners find another pistol round.
They do, and look, they win both pistols, which is, you know what, it's arguably more impressive that Kono are in the lead right now, right? I mean, they won the pistol in the first half, and Kono are still able to recover it. It means that their gun rounds simply have been going one way and one way only, but that is a promising start. That does at least open my eyes a little bit and think that we are going to see Sinners bounce back, should I say. Well, Kono have gone for the investment here, so if Sinners are able to pull this round off, they can push themselves into the lead. They can maybe build up their bank accounts as well. This could be looking good for the Czech side, but there is also another side to that coin. They lose this round, Kono, the game will be handed right back. The ball will be in their court.
Yeah, second round reset is deadly on both sides. These pistols can be deadly on a map like Inferno, where it's very close quarters. These 5.7s, these deagles can find threatening locations. Sinner's currently operating blind. Very little info towards Banana. They're just going to be creeping in up towards short, but there's a crossfire lying away. Captain Kirtka first to activate. Headshot onto Morisco. Beach stick creeping up over the top. Jumps in with a Mac 10. Good for one, good for two. Now they can focus their full attention towards the site. Clear that out. Just like that, the A site is now theirs.
Yeah, a little bit worrisome there for a moment, right? I mean, we're looking at that round and we're thinking, okay, this could get a little bit scary, especially with Kirka picking up that opening kill. Ono can only amount to one more, which is very good for Sinners because they'll get that bomb down. There'll be a bit of a safety now for them. Problem is, Amster, oh, he's so invested in going for this kill here. Shock, he's just going to go down. That's going to be a great rifle taken away, and yeah, Amster's happy enough to pick up that AK and get out of there. Why wouldn't you be? Because Sinners on the other side, they're not going to be saving one. I believe that was the only AK in the round, and Kono have gotten away with it. So even though it's a success for Sinners, there's an asterisk beside it.
Big steal there for Kono. Well, yes, this was a force buy, meaning they'll be ecoing in the next. Having an AK, it's a huge difference maker. That AK, if it just gets one kill and survives, that could be another rifle dropped. It can completely snowball the round.
I mean, look, surely there's a decision to be made here as well for Kono. If they wanted to play a risky game, I mean, Amster could drop one over. Saltovsky could buy another rifle as well. You know, the round has already started, but still there was maybe a discussion to be had that they could force into that round and probably have a similar, if not better, buy to what Sinners are going to be bringing to the table in this round. But they don't want to leave too many things up to chance. They know that if they get the rifles out, they have been better. So no need to take a risk like that. Not yet. However, risk has that you've left area solo towards this B bomb site. Sinners pop on through, they take exactly what's theirs, and you're left safe.
Kono can at least play for some exits here, see if they can pick off another rifle or two. Doing so, they'll limit the Sinners economy, prevent it from having as much growth, but also the potential for stealing more of the weapons.
It would be cruel if they snatch away another AK, wouldn't it? Would be something that would sting, but I think the only weapons that are going to be on offer maybe are going to be the Mac 10. I mean, the main takeaway from that is, okay, Campbell Stack, you get it wrong, but that's fine. Beria saves his armor, Amster saves that AK, and, you know, you've got such a good and strong buy on the CT side now. And still, for Sinners, it's still a little bit of a bonus round, isn't it? I mean, you've got two AKs, you've got two Galils, but you still have that Mac 10 in the mix. You know, you are lacking the superior weaponry. It's something that might cost you should we get down and dirty in this round. It's not going to happen early on from the side of Kono. They are respecting Sinners on Banana front.
Yeah, Kono, everyone's playing blind right now, but a well-placed smoke will keep Peepo at bay. Taking mid, that's not why Sinners are setting their sights, it's towards apps, but that's where Saltovsky is posted up. Good for the first, drops a smoke, even finds a second. Captain Kirtka can divert his attention, and Sinners are just getting mopped up here as they try and force their way out of apps.
Steps, he's in towards Boiler, he's actually found that kill. And he looks for a little bit more. If he finds a second, maybe there's a chance, but that chance has been and gone. This is going to be Kono just leveling up this round. Unless Morisco can just pull off some massive heroics. It's a good Molotov, but Saltovsky gets out of harm's way very quickly. As soon as the swing comes in, surely he's just going to be taken care of. Yeah, we'll put him down. But let's talk about Tarkovsky, man. He's an incredible series so far. And then again, you know, it hasn't been, you know, many multi-kills, you know, it hasn't been 3Ks and 4Ks time and time again, but it's been these kind of little double kills to steal, just making sure he stops the first player from getting out of the, you know, finding that initial one on the pick as well. It's just a massive difference to your A-hole. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. Just driving force behind this corner side. Sinners bring out the APKs once again. Try banana maybe. See if they're gonna better look over towards that part of the map. One thing that has not really gone in Sinner's favour is the fact Shock is slowed down massively. You know, those kills that we've seen time and time again from him. He was the man that was delivering throughout the period. We've seen 5 from 16 rounds.
A cheeky little jump spot position there from Amster. Drop a well-timed smoke. Block information. Just keep Sinners at bay. Risco fires a couple shots off, try and make himself bigger than he is. Try and keep Kono honest, but in the meantime, his teammates and Sinners shifting their way up in towards mid. But again, Kono, they're just sat back passively in a nice crossfire, nice setup. Sinners need to use their util effectively here if they want to break apart this crossfire.
Second, swing into the bomb site, and CJ is already stopping for a road, heading towards the pit, and this is where it's going to get a lot hairy for CJ, but that is just a perfect hold from him. He got Tarkovsky now to back him up, and CJ is not going to 4 for him, making it look easy. What was Kono's system once again, set up to perfection. Sinners simply, they can just not carve a hole in the defense, and that's going to grant the Ukrainians a lead. But once again, oh man. Perfect.
It's so unfortunate for Sinners. They break apart the crossfire. They manage to find Captain Kirka before CJ can even activate. And from that point, Sinners just need to trade on to him, but they can't. He's dancing around that pillar. The first player is so far ahead of the other two. Kono managed to break the bank for Sinners. Puts them onto just pistols, but ooh, B-stick. Beautiful shot. What's that? Well, chauffeur this AK, then floor away from the prying hands of Sinners.
I mean, this little jump spot either. You gather the information, unless B-stick hits a ridiculous shot, you're not going to go down. Just apply that smoke. Not going to be much util on the other side, on the side of the center, so completely fine. They definitely don't have an op, so okay. And center, they're forced into this A bomb site. The only thing they have going for them right now is the op is towards this A bomb site, and if the op misses one shot and gets run down by a pistol, all eyes on Kirk and hold on, and well, there it is. How about that for a B-stick? Tears the head off Tarkovsky's shoulders. AWP fired, but Kirka trying to just make sure that this A-bomb will fall, and he will deliver. It's the captain to stand up. Once again, this ship is not going down. And Marisco, he has that AWP to play with, but not a lot of time whatsoever. And Kirka playing perfection. Pistols, problem for a moment.
Literally just waiting for the player to walk out of apps whilst he was spraying.
He got the timing completely wrong. Like, he's spraying there, he's invested so much in the fight, he probably should have came through there on the first, but Zyko...
It's easier said than done. It's very easy to get caught in the doorway of that smoke.
I wonder, is that exactly what happened?
We just sat in the hole and I'll be like, I'm stuck, I can't get through.
Yeah. The classic It definitely happens. It happens.
It does, especially in apps. It's happened to me a couple times before. Just one smoke will shut down an app spot if somebody gets stuck in the doorway. Sinners will be fighting for another opening. This time B-Stick with the AK. Finds Biria. Breaking apart that smoke. Sitting back patiently, waiting for Kono to come to them. Doesn't find anything. Instead, Sinners are accelerating very quickly over towards A. Again, the crossfire is in place. Captain Kirk and CJ, good for one. Amster comes in to find some support, and Captain Kirk is still kicking in the pit, still alive, still fighting, still buying time for Soltovsky. Now down into the 1 versus 1, but a beautiful shot from Pipo. The newest addition, the academy player, wins the 1 versus 1 against an Orpho who's had his number throughout this entire series.
And I don't know if you picked that up, Saltovsky. After that, he was on his desk. I mean, he was fuming. And he got shot. That was one that he thought he could have won. But I mean, people, he's looked quite solid. He's looked quite good in certain situations, and that is just a big clutch, which is going to give a lot into the young man. And let's be real. I mean, yeah. That really just makes sure that Sinners stay in this game. I do not like what I see over there right now, though. Kono are looking to go a little bit aggressive, and you could be caught out by a lot of util here. Look at the amount of damage that's already done. And Saltovsky posted up, good for the first. He's seen one, knows the second is there now as well. But here comes the pop. This pace is rapid, and Saltovsky can't handle it. Kono, they need to get set up. They need to get ready right now because Sinners are coming in. I don't know if they've got anything to stop them right now. Hamster playing around this smoke, spots out B-Stick. He's happy enough with the 1. Escapes with his life, and that's good enough.
She's deployed deep. Amster trying to spam, stop the defuse, or stop the plant, should I say. The crosshair just an edge too high. Still, Kono have a man disadvantage. They can attempt this retake. All they need to do is trade out and even have extremity control in the form of ruins. They can attack from multiple angles. The time is ticking. And Shock in a great spot for the first. They completely shut down the approach from ruins. Captain Kirk and CJ now need to try and fall back and save. Captain Kirk is tucked behind the pillar here. Shock will allow him out. Oh, Captain Kirk just sticks around way too long there. Just needs to get out, dodge. At least take Shock down with him. Kono need the funds. It's 10 to 10. You've not got many rounds left in Kono. I don't know if they're going to be buying into this one.
I don't think so. I don't think you can. You take 30 seconds to talk about it, though. Or the thing that we need to talk about is that Sinner arguably have been, I want to say, second best for a lot of this game. You know, it looked like Kono's system was just working out in a lot of places. They were looking quite dominant on the CT side. All of a sudden, Kono's money gets reset in Sinners. This is their path to victory here. This round is huge. If Kono go for the investment, which they won't, that could really just be the game given away. And now I kind of understand Saltovsky's frustration, a couple of rounds ago, because it put now in a situation where Sinners are back in this game, and more likely than not, they'll get on top of Kono in this round. It's just been like nothing just yet. I don't want to curse it, but I do maybe smell an overtime in this decider, and I would not hate it at all.
Oh, Captain Kirk are tickled by the flames. Kono need to do something special here with these upgraded weapons. With CJ's M4, with Amster's Famous. Didn't hate the attempt of going for that boost. I think you can find a frag over the top of the wall. Free kill for Shock. Captain Kirk. The White Wing comes in with the M4s, the rifles. Towards the top of Banana, a 1-for-1 trade. The man advantage maintained for Sinners, and oh, never mind. CJ takes it back.
Oh, this is gonna get a little bit awkward here. As he tries to cross, he finds one, but if it goes down, that's the bomb. Saltovsky blindsides Echo. There's the ding. Oh, that gets a little bit messy. But he still finds that kill. Oh no. How have they found themselves in this situation? And how has Shock found himself in a 1 versus 2 again? But if it was ever a player that you wanted in this spot right now, it's Shock. Even though he's had just a pretty poor performance on Inferno by his standards set already in this series, you'd still back him. At least give this one a good chance opportunity. He wants to search for a kill here. Surely he feels like he has to search for a kill here. So smoke down on B. Can't in it. And whilst very spam is going to be wayward completely. He spotted Iberia. This is just dancing around, playing time, trying to find a kill, and people will get it done. Sinners with next to nothing in a behind them. They shut down Kono. AW saved all over, and Kono's money, it's been completely shattered at the final hurdle. And now another tactical timeout, another despair for Kono. How going to approach this one? Time is now. Another mistake is going to be costly because you will go out. And Sinners somehow pulled off a miracle.
I wouldn't be surprised if Soltovsky had another desk plan after that one. I mean, the only player to get a kill on that initial A site hit, and even gets a second one, a wallbang headshot on towards Mini Pit as a HE was about to blow him up. He did so much work, and his teammates can't close out the 2 versus 1 he put them in. And now the punishment. Kono have only one single rifle. 2 SMGs, 2 pistols is what the rest are working with.
You don't even have a molly. The util is so few and far between. It's so tough to see Kono. Usually on a round like this you'd want to get aggressive, but you don't have the util to do it. Good news is it looks like Sinners are going to come to you.
Yeah, this is some aggression here. B-Stick taking point. That is Zedko, the Mac 10. Kind of decide to play for time. Decide to sit back. Let Sinners burn their own utility. Kind of playing very far back and passive here on the CT side. Not wanting to give away the openings. And a man disadvantage early on this map for the CTs can often mean curtains. In this case, it certainly would mean so much.
We see that open pick. That swing was always going to come in though. Still. This is where it gets interesting. This is where the site needs to hold, and simply it won't. It will fold like a deck chair. Sinners, man, they were so quick in springing into action there after waiting around for so long. It was such a slow approach up mid, and now it's just down to these pistols. They don't have a kit. They need to go. They need to swing, take fights, and hit heads. Amster, Beria, what have you got? Can you save Kono? In this situation, was low on the side, stick hooked in towards the pit. People waiting now as Amster inches a little bit closer, running him down. There's the shot that surely will seal it. People, the young upper stepping moments for Sinners. He's not the one to seal it just yet, but time has gone along, and he will eventually put a final nail very good. And I think people, honestly, and from what we've seen in a few moments, you can see how very raw he was in terms of an offer, but I think there is some potential behind him as well. I think he can definitely be somebody, you know, obviously Oscar, massive boots to fill, and I don't think anybody's expecting him to be Oscar-like, but, you know, I think he did his job well today in the moments that he needed to.
Yeah, 100%. He came up clutch, won the 1v2s, the 1v1s when necessary, had some nice flick shots as well. It's just a case of, can he bring in the consistency and the impact when it matters, when the team is down and out, when you need him to get those openings with the AWP, for example. Can he do that? And we'll have to find out later on in this tournament, no doubt.
Yeah, we definitely will. They are the first team that plays in the semi-final, and we're going to see who's going to be the second be coming up. We do have 9 hand taking on one that is going to be up next. I believe it should be taking place in around 20 minutes time. Myself and Tim, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break though, because we've been talking for a little while. We're going to get a little bit of a time to refresh with the best of 3, and we'll be right back in about 10 minutes time. And you definitely don't want to miss
back. The Frost and Fire EU Season 1 playoffs. We're back with our second game now of the day, our second quarter-final. It's going to be 9 Pandas versus Gen 1. Jack, you said earlier you were really looking forward to watching Gen 1. Well, why is that?
I just haven't watched them in a very long time, to be honest. I'm excited to kind of see what they can bring to the table. Look, I think they're going to have their work cut out for them today. I think, you know, when they're up against a side like Panda, this is
It's the first map of this best of 3. Gen 1 going to be starting on that CT side. 9 Pandas are going to be getting aggressive here in towards middle. A fast push, pushes Drac all the way back, but they're actually dropping down in towards the water. Set themselves up for a bit of a B split, and they pull the full rotation. Gen 1 have the numbers here in play, but the spam comes through. Drac the opening, the Vudavec a second. 9 Pandas struggling to force their way out of connector until Dilates manages to find 2. 2 on 2. Result lurk activates finally, coming late in towards middle. Finds Kersey, leaving Jax in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Nine Pandas just going to group up in a 2 versus 1. Paralleling together over towards the A site. A good read. We've identified that it's open. Likely that Jax, having rotated over towards B, bomb will be planted. 9 Pandas secure a deep post plant. Jax rotating in, being loud about it. Result is here, ready to take this fight with the Julies. It's a great spot to just let them rip. The crowd is even in a position to try and help out with the fight. Result doesn't need any help. 1-0 start. So, bomb plant as well as the round victory. 9 Pandas flush for cash. They had a full investment here. Gen 1 going to be going for the eco on the second round. Full USPs. See what they have in mind here, whether they try and consolidate their forces for some sort of a win condition. Looks like they're going to be stacking in towards mid. If 9 Pandas did go their way, they'd have every single player in position to try and stop them. It's not going to be the case. 9 Pandas setting their sights towards A. Gen 1 accelerate, they pop, burst out towards the top of mid. Looking to go for a flank, but I'm pretty sure the steps have been heard. And if not, they've at least been spotted by now. And there you go, the first kill goes their way. They swarm, they overwhelm Shalfie. Crad got to try and defend his life in towards the carpet. Eventually finds an escape route by removing the Vudavec. Some decent damage done here by Gen 1. Kersey even able to pick up a Galil. Be worth saving. Result hunting does deny that save, so no Galil in the hands of Gen 1. 9 Pandas survive with 3 players, 3 rifles at that. Round number 3, Gen 1. I'll come to this one with a full investment. I'll have the M4s. Famous in the hands of Brooksy. First gun round, 9 Pandas taking water control, relative pace. HE had a lot of potential behind it. Doesn't do too much damage to Alvi and Diladez. Look at that pivot from Resort, just turns around after the flash. Jax flashed out in towards the water. Stoned by Resort. Brooksy caught out of position. The flames tickle his toes and force him out. Alvi actually finishes him off with that one. It's all on Kersey here to defend the side, tucked in towards the pillar. Forced out, but no, 9 Pandas going to be clearing out B-bomb site, leaving Drac in a 1 versus 4. Tuck himself in towards CT and just go for the save. There's no chance for him winning a 1 versus 4. Clean crunch there from 9 Pandas. Gen 1 barely putting up a fight. Gen 1 likely going to be going for an eco in the next round unless attempted to force. If Drac could drop another M4. It should be a half investment. Should just try and see if Drac can win this round with the hero rifle. See how Gen 1 decide to set him up. Currently has that M4 in towards middle. Posted very forward in front of the doors. Nine Panthers set themselves up for a bit of an AD fall. Holding mid, holding B main, they take water control. Result applies a bit of pressure towards A main. Quickly reshuffle, setting their sights towards mid now. This Molly. Flush Drac out of position. He does have a smoke. She can drop to try and keep himself alive. In fact, I think he's found a safe haven in front of the flames. And Dilladez doesn't clear him. For a free kill, the M4 activates to find 2, and Jax capitalises on that space with the Deagle. 3 kills in quick succession by Gen 1. Nine Panthers very messy, unclinical. Grad can hold on the shadow angle. Mo's down 2. Bit of a proactive play anticipated. Gen 1 had a 5 versus 2 there. And they decide to push. Despite having picked up 2 AKs, the 2 pistol players take the initiative. And Riesel, spot, isolates Jax, finds the headshot. Fortunately for Gen 1, Drac finds an equalising frag or kill in response. Drac will collect a quad kill with that hero M4. 1 saved rifle set up effectively. There's enough to punish the mistakes of Nine Pandas. First gun round on the board, but Nine Pandas enough cash to still invest. Dilladez is down to a Tech 9. Utility. Deep Molly. Try and flush out the CTs, but Brooksy fights from behind. Awkward spot for Gen 1 to be in. Flushed away from connector, but B main still exposed, and Davudovek's back turned as soon as Crad accelerates in towards the site. It's Shalfie to find a second. B-bomb site belongs to the Nine Pandas in a 4 versus 2. And Gen 1 should look to save again. Gen 1 clutching onto these rifles. They don't have much money, but I think they will be able to buy if they save these 2 weapons. Percy and Brooksy can buy themselves. Drac can drop over to Davudovek. He'll be able to get a full investment. Power of saving. Even taking a tactical timeout. I've realised that Nine Pandas, when Nine Pandas are enacting their game plan, when they're crunching onto these sites, especially that B site, Gen 1 are barely putting up a fight, so they need to make an adaptation. Because they can't stop Nine Pandas taking the B-bomb site. Nine Pandas can just rinse repeat. Question is, what adaptation do they make? Now, Kersey has the AWP in hand. I believe this is the first sniper he's had. posted up. Bit of utility applied over towards the B site and applying a lot of pressure. Slow rotate over towards B means that Gen 1 have to be diligent with their util usage on this site. They do burn through a lot of their grenades to try and keep 9 Pandas at bay. Again, this is Anubis, this is a T-sided map, this is a map where the T's can sit back and wait and not make a move, not commit to any map control. Still a minute on the clock. Do now start to shift over towards B, setting themselves up to try and split this site. Brooksy finds the opening, Diladez head removed, but Shalfie punishes, finds Davudovec out in the open, and look at this proactive play from Jax. The reaction to come on the flank, but it's a little bit too late. His teammates have fallen on the site. It's all on Drac to try and defend, but only good for one. A 2 versus 2, 25 seconds on the clock. 9 Pandas are searching for Jax, but he's gone for a full reposition. Over towards B main. Bomb will be planted. Kersey starts to search, but misses the timing. Could have caught Alvi repositioning there. The 2 new additions for 9 Pandas left in the clutch. Trad pivoting, dancing around the pillar, finds the timing to catch Kersey. Now into the 1 versus 1, the pressure on for Alvi. Oh, and this is perfect. An AWP, the last weapon you want to try and stop this defuse, but the HE was the perfect counter to blow open that smoke and find that kill. But after hearing the HE bounce, Jax gets off the bomb. And a perfect headshot, still the AWP in an unfavourable angle to take that fight. The 1v2 clutch from Jax. The most experienced player on the server by far versus probably the least. The flick. It's almost on, but it's the headshot from Jax that finds the killing blow. Aggressive play now out towards B main. Brooksy finds a double kill. He was trapped here in towards B main. Couldn't escape, but instead takes the fights and takes the kills. Gen 1 getting scrappy again into a 2-on-2. Shalfie on the wide swing. It's a messy spray, but finishes off Davudovec, giving Kersey in the clutch. Swings out, kills Resalt, and knows that Shalfie is close and knows that Shalfie is low. That's the bomb dropped as well. Full reposition from Kersey. Does Shalfie expect this? I don't think he does. No, he doesn't. And the USP's enough to win it out. Body shots of all things. Kersey comes up clutch again. Gen 1 keeping a competitive scoreline. But the thing is, with these rounds being clutches, it's not fruitful for their economy. You can see Davudovec onto an MP9. Utility missing on a couple players. Say that. Look at the 9 Panthers economy. It's even worse. They've chosen to go for a bit of a force buy here. Couple Tech 9s. Deagle and Mac 10. One primary weapon in the form of a scout. Panthers with the Tech 9s taking water control. Gen 1, no, they're up against the pistols, playing a little bit slower here. Scout shot, what a flick from Alvi. Straight to the head of Drac. An opening, the 9 Pandas now accelerate up and towards the side. Jack's got completely out of position, overwhelmed, but it's Kersey with the AWP to find 2. Brooksy, good for 1. And eventually Gen 1 do put down the rabble of 9 Pandas with the Tech 9s. But what a dangerous round if it's not for Kersey with that AWP. Look at this flick from Alvi. Beautiful shot. Jack's so out in the open. So unnecessary of a reposition. Kersey gets 2 kills and a dink with the USP. But again, that's good economic damage done to Gen 1, but this time 9 Pandas are the ones paying the price because that was a force buy from them. Now having to go for this eco. I say that. Crowd and Shalfie have heavily invested. They need a bomb plant to be able to buy in the next round. Going for a bit of a B-side pot, Brooksy. Managed to dodge a couple of the flashes and in fact lines them up. Gets a triple kill, naked a quad. Fends that site beautifully. So Gen 1. They'll take the lead, and that was a clean round, meaning it gives them an opportunity to build a bank. They don't have to make as many reinvestments. As mentioned, 9 Pandas. They invested quite heavily in the last round, considering it was an eco, so Cloud is down to a max 10. Ooh, but Alvi, clean headshot on towards Kersey. Finds that opening kill. Still shot down Dilladez. Look at this scrappy fight. 9 Pandas forcing their way through every single smoke on this B-bomb site. And Brooksy's able to punish them. Finds 2. Jack's quick on the flank, and oh my goodness, the HE, the slam dunk on towards Shelfie. He's result in a 1 versus 2, but little does he know, both these CT players are coming in through B main. In fact, they're not stopping there. They're clearing out the site completely. Back turned resort. Oh my gosh! Jack doesn't clear the angles. He's punished. Result from behind into the 1 versus 1. No way Result predicts Drax's position. Gen 1 closed it out, but again another clutch scenario, another round for Gen 1 where it's just 1 player surviving on the CT side. It's so damaging to their economy, but at the end of the day, it's the round count that matters. So a 6-4, a 2-round lead. And bearing in mind, this is the most T-sided map in the pool. You're expecting 8-4 halves for the Ts. Yeah, Gen 1 have already got 6. Two-round lead here. 2 rounds left of the half. 9 Pandas come into this one with another investment. They shut down Jax's opening attempt. Flash going out towards A main, but 9 Pandas playing out in front of it. Heavy util damage done to the 9 Pandas side, but it's a man disadvantage for Gen 1. I'm no longer alone. I'm joined by Overseard. Welcome.
Hello. It's nice to be back, Timo. It's nice to be here. Unlucky that Zerfer has some connection issues, but we are apparently in Gen 1 versus 9 Pandas. I was watching, now I'm casting, which is a nice little transition, in fact. Yeah, I love it. I mean, I've been a big fan of Gen 1 the whole tournament so far. I think they've been really on point, and I hope they can continue on that kind of trajectory. And Timo Timo. I'll let you break down for me what exactly we've been seeing the last few rounds here. Seems like Nine Pandas are putting up a fight.
Yeah, they're putting up a fight. They've been really successful at crunching down on the rounds. It's the late rounds, the clutches that have been coming up Gen 1's way. And it looks like they're setting themselves up for another one, another 2 versus 2 scenario. This time, Des shuts down Davudovac and Kersey. Well, he's got an AWP in his hands. Doesn't want to risk giving that one up in a 1 versus 2 scenario, so going to try and save that, knowing the economy not in the greatest spot for Gen 1 with how close these rounds have been.
Yeah, and I mean, with Kersey keeping the AWP as well, it's going to give a chance for Gen 1 to perhaps put up a few pistols to try and contest the next one, right? Try and keep that damage up. But Nine Pandas, they are no easy target. And I was actually talking with Nexus about this yesterday during our own games. I was saying how, Gen 1 has had quite a difficult path getting to where they are currently, right? But they are showcasing some proper strengths in terms of their gameplay. They have good communication, they have good coordination, and even, I feel bad just mentioning it again, but Jack's no longer being officially part of the team, but still playing for them. It just showcases what good of a team they made.
Yeah, it's always an awful spot, right, when you've got a player who's not committed to the lineup, but at the end of the day, while it does affect their mentality, it shouldn't affect the quality of Counter-Strike they play, considering the tenure they have together.
Indeed.
Nine Pandas going to be searching in towards A main, currently smoked off, and Jack's util in hand. It's Kersey who's punished for it. Dilladez finds 2 openings in quick succession, a 1-for-1 trade following. So 2-man advantage for Nine Pandas. Shelfie catches another rotation. It's all falling apart for Gen 1. This clutch might be a little bit too much to ask for Davudovac here on the last round of the half.
I have to agree. It's just hoping to get a few KD points up. But that's about it. Prad, I think, got off the head of the snake. There we go. Clean. 6-6. That's a decent half still for the Frenchman. But Nine Pandas, the fact that they do make it. How many rounds was this? 4 rounds in a row?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that. Right? Maybe 3 rounds, perhaps. But point in hand. Nine Pandas right now. Solid to go on the CT side. And I'm eager to see what Shelfie can also show up with. Crad, I see, has been pumping up those numbers likewise.
Yeah, it's been quite an interesting back and forth, an interesting fight between these two. I mean, the fact that it's a 6-6 scoreline, that's a great bed of rounds for the CT side of Anubis. But the fact is, a lot of these rounds have come down to the clutches, come down to the 2 versus 2s, where Gen 1 have just about managed to have the edge. That being said, they are swapping over, obviously, onto the more favourable side, at the favourable side of their own map pick. And they're going to start off this pistol round with the Storm, accelerating through towards middle, and it's the jumping shots. 2 openings in quick succession, make it 3, looking for that 4th. They will, in fact, hunt down Alvi. Blink and you miss it. 1 minute 30 on the clock, and it's Resort left in a 1 versus 5.
This is going to have to be one of the bigger ace clutches we've seen lately. Yesterday we had one such opportunity. But today Result, perhaps a 3rd kill. Yeah, he's going to pick up the numbers. He's got the defuse. He's got the Kevlar. Goes in close. I think he's going to be able to isolate Davudovac. But instead, it is a hat trick from the other side. Gen 1, persevere. Keep the 7th. Keep the pistol. This is going to put a little bit of fire underneath the feet of Nine Pandas, and having that fur all around them, well, they could quickly burn up. The economy is going to be tough to contain, or at least to manage.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot. Especially choosing to go for a bit of a force buy here. I'd say that Dilladez able to afford an M4, so a rifle would give them an extra helping hand. If they can set up this M4 to find the opening pick, try and snowball the round, then you could be looking into some success. But otherwise, it's upgraded pistols and Kevlar. It's Gen 1, after receiving some utility thrown towards their way, should be able to identify that this is not an eco and in fact a force buy. As per usual, here on the T side of Anubis, it's a slow start to every round. Just waiting for the CT aggression, waiting for the CTs to burn utility.
It seems like Pandas are still going to contain a pretty good position, actually. With mid in the hands of Diletas, there is a lot of info they can gather here. We see rotation ready for Shalfi to go back towards A. The 9 Pandas, they might have enough of a trap set to catch a player or two unawares. Brooksy, though, he's a deadly asset of the Frenchman. The nade bounces the wrong way. That's a little bit unfortunate. Result quickly to peek. Finds one, though. There's not enough damage. Diletas falls. The M4 is going to be picked up. Again, 3 versus 3. Make it a 3 versus 1. And the scout connect. Okay. 9 Pandas prove that the force buy was worth it.
Yeah, a really good read there. It's very common that you see teams on Anubis and their anti-eco just go, especially in the second round, go for an A-site execution. And 9 Pandas, they had the information over towards mid, over towards B, so they just gamble stack towards A. The players in position, the extra little bit of utility to try and make it a bit awkward for Gen 1, but the weapons coming out in force, especially Alvi with that scout, landing enough tags, doing enough damage. That's a double reset on Gen 1, puts them down to just 1,500 per play, and you can see they're going to force up Kevlar and pistols themselves. One hero rifle, the Galil, in the hands of Drak.
And honestly, I wouldn't want it in any other's hands. In this current position, Drak, even yesterday, he had a phenomenal performance.
Yeah.
So, Gen 1 do have some weight to their punch, but the question is, are they able to get through that first obstacle? I think Diletas is going to be playing close with the FAMAS at M4 in Temple on Krad, who's been likewise a heavy hitter. Good nade. Krad finds one, and that's a stoppage of the attack, although Jax with the Deagle shut down. Back to Devo Duvek, and it's still Shalfi to find 2. I think this should be enough in the end. Alf comes out swinging from Temple. It's plenty enough indeed. 9 Pandas contain this, though a decent amount of players dead.
Yeah, that's a lot of economic damage done by Gen 1. A nice little pop on towards that B site, but the 9 Pandas players just about weather that storm. Despite being so overwhelmed, the target selection as well from Krad to find the first coming out of Cave, then pivot, despite losing that fight against Jax. 9 Pandas taking the lead, and not only that, they've fully broken the bank for Gen 1, who'll be going for a full eco this time.
No choice. I mean, they have to play the Glocks, obviously. I would love to see maybe another smoke alongside that flash to at least give them a chance to entry somewhere, but it seems like counter push is on the right track. 9 Pandas won't be taking this lightly.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive, and they know they've got such an advantage in the weaponry, especially against players with no Kevlar. Can mow them down, that's exactly what they do.
And to think...
Shalfi overextends a little bit.
Yeah, to think that it's also the map pick of Gen 1, right? And now they find themselves on their, I wouldn't say favored side, but certainly a side they do tend to perform pretty well on. Kersey, I think, needs to come online with the AWP. A few shutdowns are in order. Meanwhile, 9 Pandas, yeah, Shalfi's been putting up the numbers likewise.
Yeah, certainly been finding the impact frags at the very least. Round number 17, got the full buy coming out on both sides. Gen 1 with full AKs, but they're not defaulting this round. They've already got their sights set towards the A-bomb site, but that HE does a lot of damage to soften them up. Beautifully timed by Result. Even a counter flash comes through, but it's way too deep of a flash. Result domed, and Gen 1 are going to continue the firing squad, storming in towards this A-bomb site. 9 Pandas had the position, had the utility. It's just not enough.
Yeah, the cascading effect, man.
Just one missed flash, way too deep. If that flash is shallower, perhaps Resort can be set up at least for 1 kill.
Exactly.
And on top of that, get further info.
And even more, buy enough time for the actual rotation to set up, right? Shalfi never got a chance to take the fight.
Yeah.
And in the end, 9 Pandas will give away round to Gen 1. Okay. This is going to be tight, I see. I like this. We've had a few games in the Swiss stage. We've had a few games in the playoffs already that were a lot closer than others. I will admit that yesterday I was a tiny bit disappointed since both first 2 playoff matches went 2-0, because I was really hoping for more CS in a way. But nonetheless, today seems to be delivering on all points. 9 Pandas. Let's see if they can keep it up though.
Yeah, they're not out of it just yet. They just lost 1 round here in this half.
Absolutely.
Well, I say 1, 2 to be total. But 1 round since they got the guns out. They're still able to invest into this one, get rifles in hand, AWP still on Alf. Gen 1 spread out in a 1-2-2 split. Currently they're creeping towards the B site. There's only 2 players to defend. All it takes is 1 single kill to crack open that site, to compromise the setup 9 Pandas are working with. They've missed the timing as an extra player's rotated in, bolstering this B-bomb site. But again, this is the advantage that you have being on the T side of Anubis, is you can play so slow. You don't need to commit anywhere for such an extended portion of the round. You can sit back, push and pull the rotations, burn out utility. Your own rotations are so quick, you can always last second change your mind.
Exactly.
Give it back to the other side.
And right here we see an example of that. Gen 1 setting up that B split. Connector's been cleared out. There's 2 players on site itself. Rotation's already left. That's Krad. And here comes the attack. 34 seconds and counting. Krad needs to come in time here, otherwise it's going to be a defeat as Brooksy finds both on site itself. Kersey with the shutdown. And it's a near perfect round for Gen 1. Let's see if they can keep it that way, as the last man standing, unfortunately, has no business getting even close to the bomb site itself. Surprisingly, I am a little bit in shock to see 4 players outside of the site that casually, let's say.
I was about to say, as soon as the bomb was planted, all 4 of the other
Just
Ts
left.
just started sprinting away. Immediately left to try and hunt.
And the irony is, Brooksy has 7 HP, so, you know, imagine if Alf was somewhere nearby with a pistol. Click and goodbye. But okay, you know, we're imagining things. There's no kit, so at least not one I saw immediately, so... Round is gone regardless. Gen 1. Recovery on point. We talked about how this is their map pick. We are going to see their strong side on the T side, of course, and 9 Pandas have to prove us otherwise, or have to prove to us and to everybody else that they can hold on the tide here. Unfortunately, Eco.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. A beautiful round there from Gen 1. As we were saying, they set up themselves for a B split. Decided to cancel, applied a little bit of pressure towards A, and it was enough to weaken that B defense, force the B defense a little bit further back, and then Brooks just walks in, domes 2 players. Simple as you like. And now 9 Pandas, as I mentioned, an eco, but a saved AWP on Alv. Going to be scoped up in towards jail, hoping to take first contact. If any of the Gen 1 players decide to walk in, and they've got a plethora of 9 Pandas players ready to pounce off of the reaction. Gen 1 set themselves up for another B-site split.
They seem to
Stacked.
be really eyeing it, yeah. And I really like the fact that they're playing around the op, not leaving it alone somewhere on the map. I've seen so many teams do that before, but it seems like it doesn't matter. Even when they do everything correct on paper, the actual execution itself is just too good from Gen 1. They have the teamwork and work, like, the way they enter corners, right? I think that's an important thing to note. You never have one player basically widening the gap too much before a secondary buddy in that way.
Yeah,
is
the
able
space
to
between.
exactly, the spacing between the two is perfect as well. Yeah. So Gen 1 right now playing off of tune, and it's quite a merry one.
Yeah, it was beautifully simple. You had a 4-man stack over towards B, even with that AWP. Your Gen 1 just slowly constricted it, slowly made it uncomfortable, and eventually 9 Pandas broke. They pushed in towards B main. As soon as the 1 player fell, that was Gen 1's trigger to accelerate into that split. And yeah, you're quite right, the pathing as well as the spacing looked really good from Gen 1, especially on that B site.
I hope I
what
didn't
gets them
cast
into
your curse
Waterloo.
now, because that's what usually happens. Now we're gonna see some shenanigans. Everybody dying alone somewhere.
We'll see that the funds aren't great for Nine Pandas. Yes, they've got the M4s out,
Yeah.
but they're weak on utility. They don't have any incendiaries, and already you can see
Yeah.
as the clock ticks away, utility being burnt very early, but that's because they're going aggressive, pushing
Nice.
deep in towards water control, and yeah, there's a perfect spot. And Resort, oh my goodness.
Wow, what a
They just
cleanup.
get all mowed down.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's see the shenanigans, the caster's curse come through, and indeed it does. It's in fact 9 Pandas that devastate Gen 1. I cannot imagine how they didn't notice or at least recognize that the smoke under stairs was
Yeah.
the CT sided. Well, like, they knew it was CT sided smoke. They expected somebody to push, surely. So the fact
That's
that
what
they
I'm thinking, right? Is
Yeah.
You've seen that smoke. That smoke means it's very likely there's a push.
Exactly, and what gets me the most is everybody focused on that heaven spot, right? Everybody went on that tiny little position on the map. Nobody even thought to maybe span out a little bit, just as we talked about spacing and how to work off of one another. There, you can't help anybody because you're in a consistent, disadvantage against your opponent. Your head will always be above, will be always spotted before you can see him. So it's strange how CS works sometimes, but that's it. Those are the facts. And well, Gen 1,
Oh, missed Molly.
that's going to be unfortunate.
Oh, Nine Pandas were setting themselves up for a nice little push outside of A main there with that Molly. If that Molly landed, it lands behind the box.
Yep.
It would have flushed Drac out, would have been exposed to flashes, but instead Gen 1 have all the space and room to execute on towards this site. The issue is, there's 3 players to defend, and they're establishing a little bit of a firing squad here. Fortunately, Kersey is able to trade with this orb, so it's the 3-on-3. Alvi pushes through and finds a double kill. He's had enough of the trading. Looks to go for the multi, leaving Davudovec in a 1 versus 3. And they know that he's the player who's often thrown the utility and the flashes for his teammates. You just deploy the util, lock him out. That being said, he does have the bomb on his back. There's plenty of opportunity and time to try and isolate fights in this 1v3 clutch.
He's going to try towards Con. It's a smart choice. I mean, basically, if there's anybody on B, it's probably going to be in Dark or either towards CT Temple. But right now, 9 Pandas are kind of counting on the fact that this is going to be still an A finisher, maybe thinking it could already be a save or something, but they will do it. Made his way onto B, checking Temple, checking CT. I'm going to check Dark. Oh, the timing on the molly is perfect. Oh, through it. Okay, Diletis, that is a little bit ballsy. Diletis, what are you doing, buddy? That's how you lose rounds. That is not what you want to do in that case. You're in a 3v1 scenario. Play the odds, play the numbers, and I think he's going to expect vote from Temple. He has to, surely, because otherwise, why would he be pushed by Diletis?
Oh, so close. Wow, I was about to say, yeah, the push coming out from Temple there at least bought a couple more seconds for his teammates.
That is true, but on the other side, it takes
Yeah,
one...
you've given a 1v1 fight, right?
Exactly, and I think in this instance, 9 Pandas cannot afford mistakes. Gen 1 have shown how to call this, they don't have any sense of, like, oh my god, I'm trying to find the word, but fair enough. Point in hand is Gen 1 are relentless in punishing you for your mistakes.
I don't have any leniency, any room for forgiveness, you know?
Thank you. There you go. Yeah.
Would be a slower round. 9 Pandas, though, in that lead. They do have that 11th. They are closer, just 2 rounds away from stealing this map away from Gen 1. But again, Gen 1 start this round slow. Passive default, waiting for any aggression to come through. 9 Pandas currently in a 2-3 setup. As soon as I say that, they start to split. They start to fall back after a bit of presence, a bit of pressure thrown in towards mid. They say, okay, let's start to rotate in, see if we can retake mid.
Worried if somebody's already at double doors, maybe even lurking towards camera, so keeping an eye on that is a good thing, but no, not with the smoke, not like this, please. Gen 1, oh my god, they're going through the smoke. That's a ballsy move with a single flash, and it doesn't work as well as they thought it would. Though A, B control is established at least, counter smoke's thrown, so they'll have some coverage. It's a maddeningly crazy pull to go through a smoke like that. But hey, they got onto site, they plant the bomb. Now the retake is on. Result goes in close. Kersey, what is he doing? Throwing utilities with the AWP. Instead of being posted, Drac from Con. I think perhaps it could suffice. The angles are good. Drac finds another. Drac will finish the job. And Dracula has arrived.
That was such a nice timed hit from Gen 1. I was just looking at the rotations that they pulled from 9 Pandas. As I was saying, 9 Pandas were in that 3-2 setup. They were gambled towards the sites because Gen 1, they've been really neglecting middle. It's always been either a B split or an A site execution. That's pretty much the majority of their rounds. So 9 Pandas, what do? They go for that 3-2 split. All Gen 1 do is throw some utility to make it look like they're taking mid, and it pulls a player away from B, a player away from A as they start to look towards mid, but they're not quick on it. They're slow on that rotation. And that means that Gen 1 had the perfect timing to just contact through the smoke towards B. They just walk through and trade out. There's only 2 players to defend. And because they have to be watching connector, somebody has to be staring at that position, then they know that they've essentially got a 4 versus 1 fight, which they take on Crad. Jax gets the trades, and yeah, the entire site capitulates. Beautifully timed site hit from Gen 1. They're working these rotations so well on this T side.
It really is. It really is. And that flash hitting perfectly as well. Cherry on top. 11-11 tied up, and perhaps we might even see overtime if this continues in the manner we've opened it. Though a force buy, 9 Pandas. I'm not... I can't say I'm super confident in this buy, especially when Decisive is jumping like that crazy in front of B main. And he is alone on B. Just as you talked, as we mentioned, their rotations being perhaps at times slow, and they do react to immediate, to any sort of utility immediately. I like the idea here. They push out A main. They have a lot of info to gather, and right now they're confirming nobody's towards B at least. In towards canals, rather. He himself is ready. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
We see you, Drac.
That's enough. That will do it.
Wow. There was such a nice contact play as well from 9 Pandas. I'm not sure if Drac had the information or if he heard any steps, but he seemed so clued in into the fact that there was a player pushing behind, pushing carpets as well. The fact that he takes 1 kill and immediately pivots around.
Hearing the steps in the water, right? That's perhaps the one thing that got them noticed in the first place. That's why Drac is so ready for it. And Gen 1, 12-11, Shalfie, Diletis have no option but to save. This is gonna be an interesting round, to say the least, because they'll have to come up with something special. I definitely believe they'll have to pressure Gen 1 into a bit of a surprise rather than taking straight fights.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. There are many reasons why this map is T-sided, and 9 Pandas on its final round of regulation, they'll be on another force buy. They won't have utility, which means they can't play a slow game. But the thing is, the T's will. The T's will just sit back and do exactly what they did just there. Just sit and wait for the aggression to come. 9 Pandas have to get creative, have to try and take these fights on their terms. The only round where aggression has really paid off for 9 Pandas was one where Gen 1 completely neglected a stair smoke and just gambled and continued to walk in towards carpet. Other than that round, 9 Pandas haven't really tried much aggression whatsoever. And, I mean, if they wanted to, they could try and just go for a gamble play and play passive on the sites and not go aggressive. But if they do that, then Gen 1 will have all the freedom to work map control and set themselves up for an execution to close out the round and go for another B split, which, again, 9 Pandas have struggled to defend even when they have had utility and weaponry.
You encapsulated it beautifully here. I mean, 9 Pandas are forced to do something, right? They must play out of the ordinary here, because certainly defaults haven't worked so far, and who is to believe they're going to work from now on?
The issue I have, though, is that no aggressive plays are really working out for 9 Pandas. Gen 1 can, as mentioned, this is T-side and Uber, Gen 1 can literally just sit for the first 30-40 seconds of the round, doing nothing, waiting for the aggression, so 9 Pandas can't do it then, which means they have to then choose the timing perfectly to go for the aggression, which is way easier said than done.
Oh, of course. That's what makes this game that much better, right? And love a little bit of a boost on B, though it seems that Kersey does not care. I mean, what? He just prepares for that. Doesn't seem to matter much what Nine Pandas do at all.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was about to say that the only other option if they don't go for aggressive is to just go for a gamble stack somewhere, which that gamble stacks work out because if they go to the other site, then you can save and you can preserve your economy for the next round, but there is no next round.
Exactly.
They have to win this one. You don't have that, oh, if they go to the site, that's fine. We'll take as much as we can out of a loss. You can't take anything from a loss here. And there you go, another aggressive player. Flash in towards middle. Doesn't pan out. The flash misses. The Vudavec punishes. Now you have that 2-man advantage. Gen 1 can again just start to squeeze, start to constrict. Even if they hit a stack the B bomb site now, as long as they trade out, they'll win. They've got a 2-man advantage. Gonna need some massive heroics and multi-kills from Nine Pandas.
Possibilities, but Diletas somehow delivers a small miracle to begin. Duvek instead does not care, and I think this is pretty much the end of the road. There's another. Map 1 goes to Gen 1, as they do successfully convert their own pick to a win.
Yeah, they do. That is Anubis, as mentioned, their own map pick, but it is close. And bearing in mind, Nine Pandas, again, 2 brand new additions of Crad and Alv. These are it's not going to be easy for them because they won't have much practice, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why their rotations are a little bit slower, right? They're not going to have those protocols drilled in. But we're moving on to a map which is their pick, moving on to Dust 2, no matter which way you look at it, I always think it's just a coin flip. If Gen 1 can show up, if players for Gen 1, all it takes is just one player, or like Kersey, for example, to have a carry game, a carry performance, which can happen on Dust 2, it's very difficult to mitigate that, then that's it, game over, series over.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it yourself, it's Dust 2, it's going to be a difficult map, they're going to need that individual performance regardless. In any case, we take a 15-minute break, and we are back for our next It is going to be the second map here of the second quarterfinals. 9Pandas, the invited team, now facing off against a team that made it through the Swiss stage, and not an easy one, mind you. As we see, just to begin, it's going to be the pistol with 9Pandas going towards B. Or just a default, seemingly.
I love it. The amount of pistol rounds nowadays where you see just a standard
Just
default.
a standard
and
default,
it's just,
yeah.
it looks so exciting to start off everything like, oh, they're just defaulting.
Yeah,
Pistol rounds
literally
used to be
defaulted.
exciting back in the day, man, although
Yep.
you can still have some exciting shots firing off. Brooksy, a quick little one-tap over on towards Crad, and the fight now ensues in towards middle. A big spam. Davudovic finds another. Suddenly, 9Pandas only have 2 players left.
It's too easy almost here for the CTs. The USBs seem to really fit into their hands as Alv will try. Alv will deliver on a few, yes, and as you said, a few shots is what we get. But I am genuinely a little bit disappointed that 9Pandas don't give us some sort of a proper exec, right? Not even needing utility, just run together somewhere. Use those numbers for the advantage that they are, instead of giving the USBs individual duels.
Especially that solo fight towards long, like he can kind of get the thought process behind it, perhaps trying to take a solo fight, pull a rotation, really compromise them in middle. But losing the fight straight away basically makes it even harder for themselves. But this round here, 9Pandas will be on another eco. Pistols again, this time Alv on towards the Deagle. I like how he's been trusted with that upgraded pistol. He already started to warm up with a couple kills on the pistol round. Like I said, it's exciting. I want to see him firing on all cylinders, but ooh, not today. Davudovic just going to decapitate him.
Yeah, and he's also a little bit of a silent killer as well, Davudovic. He usually doesn't have the big numbers compared to Drak, Brooksy, Jax, right? For a second there I was sure he saw him and just kind of gave him the false idea of, oh, I was stealthy enough. No, but obviously check that, kill that, but what I'm trying to say is Davudovic is the silent workhorse of the team. Even if his numbers don't always shine through everybody else's, he's usually on point. His play style is good enough to deliver the vital kills and the performance when you need him, and that's exactly what they are looking for here.
I think it says a lot about what he can potentially provide when his rating is incredibly low, but you can tell that he's a vocal player. He's always talking, always in the position, throwing the supportive utility. He's a pivotal part of this team, even if his fragging has much to be desired. Can still find the impact outside of that. A bit of a bonus round here. Gen 1 still working with their MP9s, 4 MP9s to be precise, as 9Pandas come to this one with the full investment of AKs, a full assortment. And with relative pace, they've managed to take a lot of map control here, 9Pandas. They've worked their way through tunnels and middle, up on towards short. Currently just locked out behind the smoke, but ooh, aggressive play. Flash comes through. MP9 tries to activate, but Brooksy can't quite finish off Dilladez. Instead, he's punished, and Alv not slowing down anytime soon. A quick headshot on towards Kersey. Cracks open that A-bomb site. But 9Pandas still need to try and get this bomb into position.
Problem is, it's caught top mid, and if Jax turns around, he does not in time. Resalt is able to persevere, and so does his teammate Crad in underpass or in lower B. Oh, nice shots. Yeah. And one thing I just want to kind of highlight as well for Gen 1 specifically, we saw excellent team play from their side yesterday, where basic things like, when dealing with a smoke, for example, on a map like Inferno, what they would do is blow it open, flash through it just as it opens up, and then run through to peek through. And dangerous, but if you do it correctly, very effective, because the flashbang allows that player running through the smoke to have a free kill. And they did that consistently, and I'm expecting that 9Pandas... Now, I haven't caught many of those instances on Anubis, but I expect 9Pandas to perhaps be somewhat prepared against small actions like that make the bigger picture come true later down the line. Well, so while I'm monologuing here, 9Pandas do get the round, though. And a relatively good one, with keeping majority of the players alive.
Yeah, it's profitable for them. They can build up some bank, some reserve cash. Gen 1 side of things, they can finally get rifles out after dropping the MP9s. I say that track's still working with one. Kersey, AWP in hand. That's the big difference maker we want to see. So far, again, 9Pandas defaulting into mid control. converge towards catwalk. Manage to take control. They can then start to push and pull rotations between catwalk and middle.
Bit indecisive, but the decision now finally made. Gonna go jump into CT perhaps through this smoke. They do still have a few players on double doors. They do smoke viewpoint from B. There's a good chance they jump down and go back up to A. It's a nice little split you can work. Yeah. Anti-Gandalf, aka Saruman. And Brooksy with the first, but they check Brooksy!
Oh, no way he gets checked. It's such a nice position because I've seen so many highlights from that spot.
Yeah.
You get some of the best highlights from there. When they throw the lurk smoke, you can tuck yourself into there. You won't get spotted. You're never cleared. But he gets cleared and doesn't even get one. Instead, 9 Pandas, they have the A-bomb site. Gen 1 still sticking around to see if they can fight. Maybe if they can find another kill. In fact, suddenly 3 kills come in quick succession.
That's the round.
That's it. Yeah, crowd's not in position.
What? Oh my, 9 Pandas. What have you done? And yes, we talked about the positions here that don't work out for Brooksy in the end, right? Checked some, 6 Spidey Sense Tingling. Love the fact that they check it, right? I'm always a big supporter of, play the basic rules to their core and then expand from that. So checking corners is vital. And 9 Pandas, I was sure the round is theirs. Somehow, though, they just throw it away when Gen 1 come knocking. And it's not even like they had AKs and M4s. They had MP9s for almost the majority of the kills. So, oh my.
Yeah, 9 Pandas caught with their guard down. They thought round was over. They secured the site, but no, they still didn't have long control. Still had CTs ready to fight coming up through CT. HE's even finishing off one of the kills. 9 Pandas going to be kicking themselves after that one. And again, a reminder, this is their map pick. This is the one which you'd expect them to be a little bit more dominant on. And being a brand new team, 2 brand new additions, you'd expect that the map that they pick is likely the map which they've practiced the most. I say that. I wouldn't expect many teams to practice Dust 2 very rigidly. Again, it's being the easiest map to probably mix the pug to improvise on. Now 9 Pandas set themselves up for a potential B split early on. Resource holding the extremity of the tunnels. Cat's strack shoulder. Kersey does trade. Catches Resource overextending.
But they will abuse that fact of knowing 2 players are probably towards B. Push fast through short, and it's going to be down to Brooksy to hold this. He is caught on ramp. Support from long available, but perhaps a little bit late. Brooksy finds the first. The duel is won to begin, and counter utility now flowing in. Rotations have arrived. I believe damage enough has been dealt on 9 Pandas to solidify this round, potentially, but Brooksy goes wide? That is a massive... Okay, another blunder there by Duvek watching long. What is hope? What is happening? My brain can't really process the fact that both players decide to actually peek into the peek into those obvious positions. And Alv and Krad will take them away. Okay, Gen 1, they had it all. Instead, they decide to challenge and, well, see what happens.
I think part of it was off the back of, yes, they had that man advantage, but they weren't sure that that was just an impromptu reaction from 9 Pandas to accelerate towards short. So the Vudavec was paranoid about the potential of a long flank, a long lurk.
Yeah.
So he sat there trying to clear it, and because he's drawn in so far towards the A site, it takes him even longer to clear long itself. That means Brooksy's alone on the site. And 9 Pandas, they get shut down so much so that they end up sitting still. And when they sit still, Gen 1 are like, oh, have they fully committed? What's going on? What are they waiting for? So Brooksy searches for that info and tries to take an unorthodox peek, but it's, yeah, when you've got an AWP, the likes of Alv, clean shot right there. Absolutely shuts him down.
I will say this, I believe Gen 1 also had another player in CT, right? Not
yeah,
even
they
2. Did. So they had some info about the players on short because there were steps being made. So it's a bit surprising, I would say, rather than anything else. But yeah.
I think the overextension costs them, but there's an overextension going their way. Resort pushing straight through the long smoke to try and see if you can catch a CT off guard with either util in hand or catch them in transition, rotating. But instead, we'll catch a bullet to the dome. for a man advantage for Gen 1. 9 Pandas, they've taken long control. They are continuing to pressure. Gen 1 have all the information, as well as the player count.
The fact they're contending for short as well. They'll be able to check middle, possibly catch Krad on that rotation. He's been playing the flank consistently. That lurk position really suits him in a way, though if he doesn't hit the timing with the squad, it's a wasted maneuver, really, and perhaps better utilized to be with his team. And right here, he gets caught top middle. It's an unfortunate timing, but that confirms it to Gen 1. It's gonna be A. It's got to be A. Counter utility flies, and all of a sudden, we've got the full push coming behind this. Lettuce tagged down to 32, 74 for Shalfie, both within bullet to the dome to die. As Shalfie somehow doesn't die, what? The Terminator activates, but the counter Molly, it's perfect on site. It prevents the bomb plant. The C4, falls into CT as well. And everything goes wrong for 9 Pandas within a split second.
Yeah, they lose the opening pick, and then they, okay, reset, get Krad out on the lurk, but Krad is the one player who can't fall there.
Exactly.
By him staying alive, he's sort of their closer, right? Ready to come in the flank. Yeah, safety net, that's a great way of putting it. But with him going down, it means that Gen 1 can say, oh, okay, well, that's clearly the lurker. The others must all be towards long.
Yeah.
Let's just focus our attention there with a 2-man advantage, and it all crumbles down for 9 Pandas. And not only that, their economy shambles.
Yeah.
Pistols again. Tech 9, PT50, that's pretty much it.
It does look like they're being stretched in a little bit. Like too little butter on too much toast. And Gen 1, so far, they seem very confident in the way they play as well. That's what I really like. They don't seem to shy away from an opportunity, which even at times does obviously kind of makes them lose the round because of those said mistakes or opportunities they take. But behind it, there's still just confidence, and they play on that strength. They play on that team play, working their magic. As 9 Pandas, what can we say? A full eco that you commit towards the B finally together, which what we should have seen on the pistol, perhaps. But B rush will not work when you've got Drac waiting for you at the entryway. Though 2 kills, not bad. And maybe a third.
And
hold up.
hello.
Yeah. Pratt, he's ever the sneaky man. Like, somehow he just lurks through middle and gets away with it.
Oh, little does he know, if he could
If you
get
could smell it.
Brooksy on his lonesome, he'd have a free kill, but he's missed the timing.
Yeah.
He could have gone, like, there was a full 20-second window where he could have crept through window, caught Brooksy back turn, but instead, he falls. 9 Pandas lose the round, Gen 1 convert. Despite that lurk coming through, despite Dilladez getting a double kill, Gen 1 survive with 3 players alive. Although that being said, one of them is the SMG. They weren't able to salvage an extra rifle. So the Vudavec still having to work with that. Number 8. And, oh, Kersey, beautiful opening. Shuts down Alv, knows that 9 Pandas are going to get desperate to try and give themselves a man advantage, but I say that. Secondary AWP, Dilladez. Not even secondary, picked up a Valve's body. I thought Dilladez was somewhere else on the map there. I was like, no.
Good, yeah.
No, he's picked that one up and shuts down Jax. So 4 versus 4 means that Gen 1 are going to have to spread their defense a little bit thinner.
Yes, they will. Are going to have to focus on 1 point and 1 point only to try and contain 9 Pandas. We see in lower B, it's going to be Percy taking that fight. On short, it's Brooksy alongside Devaduek. And unfortunately, they've taken the bait a little bit too much for Prime and Sigler. In fact, as that is going to be the round done. 9 Pandas, after a bit of an excruciating of a loss, the recovery is on point here. If they can keep the 3 alive, they'll grab a bit of extra bank. And Drac is just...
Oh my goodness.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Shalfie. Oh my god, that is disgusting. Yeah, Drac is like, take that, noob. Because that was horrible to watch.
And he's even picked up the AWP.
Oh my god, that is no. Oh, come on. Oh. Shalfie, it's time to hit the DMs. And I don't mean direct messages, rather deathmatch, as, yeah, that sucks. But the round is still won. That's what matters at the end of the day, so...
Yeah. Nine Pandas lose the opening pick, but they fight back, they get another pick in response with the AWP, and then they completely shut down Gen 1's counter-aggression. Their reactive play in the 4 versus 4 gets demolished, but somehow Drak gets away with not just a kill, but also saving that AWP. It's quite a big silver lining, which otherwise they would have had nothing to come out of that round. Just look at this.
And then, like, the fact that he has time to throw that nade is even makes it worse somehow. In any case, round 9. And let's get back to reality. At least we don't have flying character models anymore. But Percy, whilst it was fun for a while, he decides not to be over-aggressive. I think he hears them on short middle as well, so he kind of realizes, what's up? But Jax just runs through middle, doesn't even care. Okay.
I was about to say, look how quick Nine Pandas were out towards the mid doors. 1 minute 30, and they've just sprinted through lower tunnels, out towards the doors, gets an opening pick. Al just posted up. In fact, he's going to slink his way through the edge of the smoke, continues to search, and the pressure applied towards this B site now. It's just Brooksy to try and defend, dancing behind the box, headshot by Diladez. That's it, round over. Gen 1 have to now save.
Indeed.
Their rotations are completely compromised.
They have no choice but to play it safe, and with the AWP, perhaps even... Although, no, this is max... loss. Wait, I'm trying to calculate. This would be the second round for 9 Pandas, so it's 1.9 loss bonus, right? We're looking at for Gen 1. Which means they can't even go for a mass. So, unless they want to risk it with MP9s, but I think you just call a full eco here. I don't think you have a choice, really.
Yeah. I think there's no reason to risk going for a force when, at the end of the day, if you do force, it'll be the M4 and the AWP that would win it. So you might as well just save and still let the M4s and the AWP do their job.
I will say this, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Mini Kevlar on Brooksy and Jax just because you can pick up that weapon when your teammates die, or if they died, but...
I would agree if they had the money. I don't think they have enough.
That is true.
I think they just need to save it completely.
Don't risk the later buys, exactly, yeah. You need the utility, absolutely, though, I agree.
And set up Kersey with this AWP is what I want them to do. See if he can find another opening, as he did against Alv in the previous round. See some of the highlights from this map already.
Giving us a good idea of how far, how close some of these rounds were, as well as how one-sided they were. Like, 9 Pandas, when they put their foot down, they seemed almost unstoppable. But then somehow Gen 1, time and time again, they counter. In any case...
Here we go.
Yeah, eco.
This is what I wanted to see. See, use one of the USPs to set up Kersey with the AWP, going for that boost up on towards Catwalk. Even a smoke over towards B to try and shut down an opening attempt from Al. Draken searching in towards the mid. Oh my goodness, a counter boost comes through. Drak can then activate with this M4.
Oh no!
Good for 2 even. Can upgrade
That's
to the AK, looks for a third and just demolishes them in tunnels. This is exactly what I wanted. Not just using Kersey's AWP to go for the opening kill, but they used the space and information he had to get Drak into another position to work off of Kersey's opening attempt.
Oh man, it's crazy the fact that we talk about how, maybe getting a Kevlar would be worth it. You had the money, you let the M-Force do the work for you. We see the boost on short even. And then it's just such a clean round, such an easy round. And Drak delivers from the comfortable position of lower B. Shalfie, what do you do here? I mean, cry yourself to sleep maybe, but this round is gone. And unfortunately, it's going to be 6-4, which... These doesn't necessarily mean another eco, at least. They do have some money banked up, and they won't be going empty-handed into the last, the penultimate round.
But look at the funds that that's done for Gen 1, right? You're on an eco and you win that.
Yep.
Obviously, yes, there's the caveat. That's the power of saving, right? You're on what is essentially a full eco. You've not invested anything. Everything you have is left over from the previous round because they didn't go for the retake. And it puts them into this spot here. A double AWP, 2 AKs, plenty of cash in the bank for the last round of the half.
Really are well equipped to take this fight head on, and we are going to have to double up. Kersey from long will deliver. I believe they know about a secondary towards blue. Now he's going to leave his teammate to die. Devaduvek is left to his own fate. But the thing is, his position is strong enough to deliver this, because he could get another kill freely, especially if he plays it right, if he times it right. Krad on mid, the lurk, ever the lurk. But will he ever be the hero, right? Right now, he's not been delivering the numbers they need. Shalfie finally on back-to-back kills as Krad finds another. And indeed, it seems like it will finally collapse for the Frenchman. Although, speaking too soon perhaps, Brooksy, expecting, takes that fight. Krad, not dead.
But still just playing his time. He knows that by playing his life, it makes it so difficult to get
Saw the head. Oh! What? Oh, that's mad!
Unlucky, Krad. You worked so hard to stay alive, so hard to make sure that you were still a present threat to Gen 1. But no, Kersey lands a flick, missing the taps. And I think Shalfie might have found the space and the timing in towards CT to group up. He knows that his teammate Alv has the A site under watch. They know that Kersey up towards Catwalk. Oh, this could be a dangerous
no
peak
way.
if Shalfie chooses to go for it.
Oh, missed shot though. Lucky that Kersey is not accurate there, that he's moving a little bit still. And Alv has a Molotov, though counter utility... it's a little bit late, right? If he throws it 2 seconds earlier, he might even be able to stop the bomb plant. Instead, Alv on long. And now down to Kersey it goes. Double peek in CT? Makes sense. Oh, no. Don't pull the knife out. Yeah, right. What a crazy round. I have to mention the fact that Shalfie walks through CT with the bomb, that he goes all the way back to top mid, picks up the C4 in front of long, and then tries to help Krad. You know, I think they both wanted to go short, obviously, but Krad finding himself in trouble. Obviously, then Shalfie tries to help, but realizes, you know what? Screw short. I'll just walk CT. There's no way they expect it. It is quite unconventional to go through CT to A, because usually you would have players watching that whole 9 yards, right? That whole area is usually under some sort of eye. And 9 Pandas, round 5. We are trading these like they come free of charge. And yeah, another trade towards tunnels. Oh, Brooks is dead.
Oh my goodness, Brooksy.
How?
How Brooksy not got another kill?
Yeah, exactly.
This round is just crumbling. It all falls apart so quick.
Oh my god, I was certain that he's gonna check Brooksy. Like, he was looking at the door in a way, in a manner that you side swing it and then peek that corner, but somehow still has to double check, and Brooksy still loses, and it's still 6-6. Another halftime going as equal as it can be. I mean, we are in certain equilibrium here between the two teams, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, it does seem, though, that Gen 1, they had a 5 versus 3, and not last round, but the round before, 5 versus 3, and Drax pushes mid, and from that point onwards, the rest of the half just crumbled away from them entirely. Wow. Yeah, a decent half put up from both sides, in all honesty, but you can't help but feel that Gen 1 should have gotten a better scoreline, considering the form that they were in. Let's see how they decide to fight here on the T side. They kick off this pistol, taking long control with relative pace. They slow things down into a shift, waiting for a 9 Pandas reaction. In the meantime, 9 Pandas have cleared out everything else. They've cleared out all the tunnels, cleared out middle. They can now set themselves up over towards this A site. If they rotate in time, they'll be in position for a quick and concisive retake.
In they go. A-site is now under threat of attack, and not just attack, but occupation as Jackson Brooksy deliver. Gandalf cleared short, being under attack itself, or under fire rather, suppressed. Result tries to go wide. He finds 2 good shots. 2 versus 3 is still doable, though. They just need to find a way back in, especially with the time gonna be a bit of an issue for them. Result checking all the way back towards mid, making sure there's no flanks. He cannot be caught off guard. He finds another, and Result continues. Is this going to be an ace clutch himself? I mean, Shalfie's not even gone a single kill, and it's gonna be result for the 5. Okay. Shalfie was just a background noise there as Result decides to put 9 Pandas back.
Look at him on the camera.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Oh, I love it.
Flexing on them. Man, that's a 2 versus 5 that Gen
Yeah.
1 had there. Just look at the amount of fights that they take. Swinging out from default, 2 players. Jackson Davudovic, no need to go that far. Brooksy doesn't need to push in towards CT. Kersey doesn't need to be swinging on towards short. It leaves Drak in a 1 versus 2. And Result, quite rightly, flexes on them with not 1 but 2 muscles.
Crazy. It's crazy what's happening here and how this can actually go in the way of 9 Pandas, but well played. Well played. That was some magic from Result. And Gen 1, well, let's see if they can recover. Alf will be blinded middle. There is no smoke that I can see though, so they're not gonna they're not gonna further push this. Wondering if
Gen 1.
yeah, I'm wondering if there's a plan here to go short and just short.
I don't know, either way, they're looking to try and push and pull the rotations. It's kind of the bread and butter of how
Yeah.
your Dust 2 T-side default works, taking lower tunnels, taking mid, taking short, and then you can push and pull and pivot between the mid doors and short catwalk itself to try and pull the rotations.
They're definitely succeeding in
pressure
that.
they've made.
Yeah. Alf is also contacting him now, and he is in trouble. Gets himself killed. Mistakes made. This allows Gen 1 to potentially envelop B here. I mean, they've got 1 man to deal with, Deletis, and he's not been on a hottest streak lately. Brooksy, meanwhile, here's the short push. Catches Krad on the rotate. Now they're pushing out of tunnels, but Deletis instead.
Ooh.
And it's a low HP Brooksy and Jax that he needs to deal with as Result once more on point, and it is a 1-man army on Jax as he cannot finish the job. Result, the one to save it once more.
Again, another clutch going his way. But Gen 1, that was massively done, as I was mentioning, pushing and pulling those rotations. All they wanted to do was try and bait out the fight, and that's exactly what happens. A 2-man push comes in from 9 Pandas in towards mid. Gen 1 are sat ready and waiting for it, but it's still a Dez with this double kill. Resort cleaning up after him. Here over towards B, 9 Pandas get their way up towards 8, a strong lead, and not only that, they've broken the bank for Gen 1, who are now working with another force buy. This time only 1 Galil, only 1 rifle. The rest pistols and Brooksy's Mac 10.
Honestly, I'm not opposed to a straight up B-rush. But just send it, right? No delays, no nothing. Here we go. And D-Led is in trouble, perhaps. At car, he's gonna be caught in the corner. Davudovic is too fast for him. Tech 9s are blazing as Alf with the scout is trying to counter, but he gets himself killed. It's a problem. Shalfie through the smoke, through the doors. He gets in, but he does not get out as Krad is there to support. It's enough. Result arrives just in time as well. 9 Pandas persevere. That was too close for comfort, though. I cannot believe that both Deletis and Alv get trapped like that, and then Shalfie's the one that has to pull them back from the brink. Without his double, it's over. That's B-side lost. You got Krad and what? Result trying to retake from outside of B. Yeah, that's a near impossibility against 4.
Yeah, they crack open that site completely. But it's Shalfie pushing through, finds the timing and the space. Support of those flashes, of course, but completely prevents Gen 1 from locking out those choke points and putting themselves in a strong post plan because the amount of chaos and pressure he applies. Now here on round 16, Gen 1, they can go for a full investment again with another bomb plant. They're going to be creeping up in towards short and really full contact on the Galils, and they catch them both. Jax finds the double kill opening. Catches Krad and Al boosting up, and Gen 1 look to pounce. They charge, accelerate up towards Catwalk, but a couple kills in response from a 2-man advantage down to only a 1-man. The rotation has come through for 9 Pandas. Look at this from Drak. He's already rotated deep in towards CT. Has that locked out. He's flushed in behind them and locked them out. So now they can safely get this bomb over towards B. Drak can just hold.
Indeed. Easy kills. And around. Okay, we see some life from Gen 1 at least. This is the first round of the halftime they'll be able to get. Surely it's not going to be the last. And the good thing about the previous ones is that 9 Pandas did continuously lose players in them. If I calculate correctly, they've lost pretty much the majority of the players in the last 4 rounds, and for the most part, it was only Result surviving. So this is no loss bonus for 9 Pandas, no bank in the money, or money in the bank, excuse me, bank in the money. Yeah, that's definitely going to be working. But yeah, and not even a saved weapon. A perfect position for Gen 1 to get back on track here.
Yeah, that was such a nice little round. They've decided to force up, go for all the rifles, all the Galils, weak utility. So they say, okay, we've not got utility to work map control or flash for one another, so we just have to use our numbers, just trade out, and they just go as a pack, and they don't stop. They don't shy away when they see that smoke. They go straight through, get 2 openings. And that's the thing with Dusty on the CT side. It can very easily just all fall apart. You lose a couple opening picks. The rotation's severely compromised. Here around 17, 9 Panda's going to be going for that force, but as mentioned, their funds weren't great.
Yeah. So, is this really the right choice when you still have a 2-round advantage, right? Though they weren't really in a position that they could have chosen, because at 1.4 you are forced to play a double eco effectively.
Oh, Dillidair spotted. Crossing over towards the tunnels. That's information Gen 1 now know that 9 Pandas have pushed tunnels.
And they're going to focus on long, and it's a smart choice. You've got the rifles, you have the advantage at long range. Just play that advantage, right? Use the smokes to block off the easy viewpoints for the deagles, and then get onto sight.
They need to keep it methodical. As long as they manage to keep these fights at range, they should have the advantage keeping his MP9s at bay. I even like this. Drak going over the top of the smoke to take those long range angles on his terms. The mollies come through, can flush out Gandalf, push back the players on short. There you go. Just like that, the sight is theirs. They even still have Jax in position on this lurk towards the top of mid to make sure that flank is watched.
And indeed, it won't matter, as they're saving the Kevlar, they're saving the SMGs. It's a bit of a bonus. No, I like it. It's a good thing.
Rather than throwing away their Kevlar, their forced up weapons, say, look, we're going to be eco next round. Let's just go again with the same weapons that we have.
Exactly. And it's extra money if they can get a few kills on top of that. As an AK will find it. Yeah, exactly. It's perfect. It's just that extra little bit of kick to that eco. And one, surely you don't deliver another weapon for free. Yeah, at first he doesn't want to risk it. Although, I will admit to you, I'm a bit surprised that neither of the 2 MP9s tried to challenge that. If I'm the CTs, I'm thinking, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna try and get that kill. It's worth it in my eyes. But
yeah, I think so, especially considering a little bit of damage is already done.
Exactly.
You know, that close range fight, the MP9s on those stairs, would have had a little bit of fun. But regardless, 9 Pandas will save 2 MP9s, 1 AK, and a Deagle that can be dropped over to resort. So by all means, you can make the argument that this buy is better than the last because it has that AK in play.
It does, yeah, and it is. And honestly, I won't discount the 5.7 until it's dead. I've seen too many rounds, too many games where the 5.7 had won crucial moments for our team. It's become like back in the day. Back in the day, I say as if we are 50 years old, but again, like a few years ago, 5-6 years ago, usually consistently see pistols be brushed away relatively easily with the exception of a few CZs or Deagles. But now, these days, pistols have become a proper tool that is consistently part of the wins. And Gen 1, they should know this. They themselves have won a few ecos in the last few days that have casted them.
See, 5-7, be called upon to do the damage, good for one, and it sets up the MP9 for another. So, a 2-for-1 trade, buys time for the rotation. Dillidair's now in position to try and apply some support. Even catches Kersey going wide to try and clear out the players towards car. In fact, it's been successful. 9 pandas on
That's
that
the
eco.
round.
The AK's not even found any of the kills. The AK's not even got involved. It was an MP9
Oh.
at 5-7.
You know how I was alluding to the fact that Gen 1, yeah, they know it's pistols, they know it's going to be a force buy that they saved up, etc. I was like alluding to that, and it's like, okay, probably repeat, maybe long push, something like that. Again, play on the range. Nope, they just go out B, and they don't even go together. That's the really weird part for me, is they don't help each other too well there. 4 players, yes, but the 5th one, why the lurk? Why lurk in this case? I don't think it's ever going to be worth it, especially not against a force buy, and... Round 10 for 9 pandas. Easy. That was too easy.
If you're Gen 1, you know you're up against MP9s, a saved AK, couple pistols. You know what buy you're up against. Yet you still choose to go towards B. The one position where the 5-7, the MP9s, can be absolutely deadly, where they can lock you out at the door. And oh, what's happened? Did Des just suddenly take it? Oh, did he get tagged on the cross?
I believe so. Yeah, when jumping through and oh, that spray, close call. Alv will be happy to keep his toes intact. Got tickled there a little bit, but he's alive.
Oh, hello. Nice little tap on towards track there. A smoke towards the top of mid. It's a lot of map control and a man advantage for 9 pandas. Gen 1 know that they're kind of locked in towards along here. They got plenty of time to reposition, to reset. I think they might be happy to do so, considering Kersey has currently got pit control with his AWP.
He will be given a chance, I think. There's usually always a wide gap that Alf takes, or most AWPers in this case, and he's already beyond that smoke on the right side. Looking at the corner of pit. Meanwhile, mid-engagement, there's a player in under B, and lower B, excuse me, and he's not being checked. That's going to be Shalfie. How have they not checked lower B? This is a gross mistake from Gen 1 that could cost them the round, especially if Brooksy dies, and I believe he's just been spotted. Shalfie, did he see the top of his head?
He's still fighting, he's still alive, he's still kicking. Eventually Brooksy's been hunted down, but Kersey has Alf pinned over on that A site. So 3 versus 4, and the health on these 9 pandas players is so low. The player with the most is dead, actually. The player with the most. Leaving just next to no points of health, and Gen 1 are just pivoting on a dime. Picking off these players one by one.
Another big flank coming from Result, though. Should be checked. Although, yeah, just as Kersey turned. The timing is right, but Result realizes maybe I don't really have an option here, right? And indeed, he does not. Pulls away. Together, they have 20 HP. So, there's that.
Yeah, a sneeze would be enough to remove Dildes.
Pretty much.
A light flu, and he'll go down.
A good old dad sneeze, you know, that shakes the house up.
Can you imagine that if his dad downstairs, if he lives with his parents, his dad downstairs just sneezes and suddenly Dildes dies.
Just dies in game. Yeah. Regardless, Gen 1, it's an important round they pick up. Even though they are beaten and bruised and tagged and almost bagged here. 9 pandas are not yet out of the woodworks, right? They still have a very hard job ahead of them. Especially...
Such a nice reposition too. Like they take long control, they lose the man advantage, but then they just fall. All of the riflers fall all the way back, take mid control, and then just leave Brooksy there. And they do so much damage and don't find any kills. Yet Brooksy still somehow survives that entire time. And I don't know how he was able to live on short for that long. It's unbelievable.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is, as you mentioned, exactly, Brooksy staying alive is what matters, right? As long as he is a presence on that long position, the CTs are hard focused on dealing with it. And in the end, it works perfectly here for Gen 1. And we are back. We are going to be seeing round number 20. That is one of the last buys here for the CTs. No more mistakes are going to be tolerated. You lose this round, it's likely 11-10, unless an eco win happens. But I won't hold my breath for it. Is what I'll point out. Oh, okay, Alv. Lovely.
I say the Vudavek won't have any more breath to hold.
Nope.
As Al removes it from his lungs. So man advantage for 9 Pandas. And Gen 1, they were setting themselves up for a bit of a B pop with that potential lurk of the Vudavek, but with the Vudavek removed, they disengage, they reset. They start to search elsewhere on the map. Look at that beautiful HE. Jax hunted down in the long doors. So now a 2-man advantage for 9 Pandas. Gen 1, their herd being thinned. Need to start winning some fights, but look how quick that was from Alv.
Dude.
Such speed.
It's an insane show here as Shalfie delivers, and it is the round they need to win for 9 Pandas to bring them back from the brink here. Economically as well, the fact that they'll have 4 alive effectively is perfect to set them up for the final few rounds of the second map here. Ladies and gents, you're watching Dust. This is the second quarterfinals, and if Gen 1 are able to close it out, it's going to be a 2-0. 9 Pandas, the invited team that is amongst the scarier ones of the invited, is on the verge of potentially going out 2-0. Well, not on the verge, I guess, but depends on how the next few rounds go. We should be clarifying that.
Yeah. It's still a nail-biting game for 9 Pandas, considering they're currently ranked 30th on the VRS.
Which is pretty damn good.
Quite high.
Yeah, it's impressive. Like it's what you would expect out of a team that's been grinding for as long as some of these players have. Like Brad, I've been watching probably for the last 5 years, 6 years, since like Dream Eaters. So you know how long
That's
it's
a
been.
throwback.
Yeah, that's the first time I saw him play, and back then he was a numbers guy, right? He was a good player, but he had others around him that were perhaps more recognizable. But today, Crad, well, he proves that hard work does pay off.
Was that back from when the CIS region had its own minor?
Yes. Yes, it was back in 2018, 17. So 17,
Back
18.
in the day.
Yep.
That's quite a long time ago.
And funnily enough, a lot of the players in the top tier today were part of unknown teams back in the day, like 2 years ago. In any case, before we get head over heels over what is or what could be, it's Brooksy and Jax. Hold up. Crad, though, talking about the man himself. This peaceful, slumbering giant that delivers a 3K. Gen 1 lights out for perhaps the 21st. Unless we see magic. Alf, this lineup is so good, yeah.
Leaves Jax in a 1 versus 2. Still needs to try and recover this bomb. Crad realizes where he's coming from, so decides to vacate that bomb. Doesn't want to give him that 1 versus 1 fight. Knows that even if Jax secures that bomb, he has to try and get over towards the site. There's very little time left for him to get there and get it planted. And oh, what a quick pivot on a dime. Finds the headshot on towards Crad into the 1 versus 1 against Al. Jax should know where he's coming from, but Al just underneath his crosshair creeps under, and the pistol is enough to finish it off as 9 Pandas get their way onto map point here on their map pick, but it is close. That's some upgraded pistols, a bit of a force buy for Gen 1, and it goes down to a 1 versus 1.
Such a close call. Such an important round as well. And with the clutch of Alv coming through, it pretty much breaks the camel's back here. Gen 1, as you said yourself, so close with pistols. Imagine what could be with rifles. And we saw quite a few rounds with rifles, in fact. But unfortunately, it's still not enough. Only 3 rounds on this T side so far from Gen 1. And that is not going to suffice for Dust, ladies and gents. The immaculate score of 9 Pandas on Dust perhaps remains still immaculate. As we have another B attempt, maybe? It's solo Diletas, though. I mean,
One player here to defend. They catch him with util out in hand, but Al just pivots on a dime and finds not one but two before Dilladez even gets involved in the action. Alv is firing on all cylinders here. 13-9 victory on Dust 2 for 9 Pandas, putting this series 1-1. We'll be going to that decider of Nuke soon.
Yeah, we will. As Gen they've had their fair share of playing Nuke, so just hoping it's going to be a good one like we had here on Dust. It is a close affair, same as Anubis, just neck to neck every round.
Yeah, it's been so back and forth already on these two maps, and now we're going playoffs here with 9 Pandas versus Gen 1, the deciding map now of this best of 3. As both teams, in very close fashion, have managed to take their own map picks, leading us down here to Nuke overseered.
Yes, leading us to a third and final confrontation here on the ever glorious old map of Nuke, now called Cedar Creek Nuclear Facility. Before it was a German facility, which I'm kind of missing the
law there.
Yeah, I'm kind of missing the old German. What were they called? Not Gigan; those were the French ones. The I will not remember now, but there was a specific.
Yet the map which we thought would be more one-sided of Gen 1's map of Anubis, that was even closer. That was a 13-11, as close as it could get. So without a doubt that this map, a shared map between these two, a map which would otherwise have been their first picks from either team, without a doubt it's going to be a close one. And it's going to start off with Dilladez immediately surfing up over towards main to get the opening, but Kersey drops down in towards the A site for a quick triple kill. Dilladez eventually shuts him down, so just like that, Kersey's managed to get it into a 2 versus 2, and shoulder spotted.
Sees the foot of Jax as he will be able to steal his head. C4 still dropped on site. Devoduek not known to be down on site itself, as Result is able to win it again. And just like Anubis, the ace pistol, now he will deliver here on the side of Nuke. Though no ace, don't get me wrong. He just clutches, which, to be fair, he's been doing a lot lately. On Dust as well. A beautiful clutch that we saw out of him. A 2 versus 5 clutch with, in fact, was it? I think it was Shalfie, right? That did absolutely nothing. Just stood around until he died, and then obviously Result aced. But 9 Pandas, T-side, pistol is theirs, and Gen 1 immediately to a force buy.
Yeah, they've been able to afford an M4 nice and early on to track the outside player. Searching good for 1, but the trade comes through. 9 Pandas just brawling at the 4-1 CS. 4 players fighting towards the outside. Searching for another kill, but dinked down. Alvi will eventually get the kill. That does take a bit of damage in response, and the smoke start to fade. Shalfie a reposition over towards Africa. Captures Jax, getting curious, getting aggressive. So this Gen 1 force bite being unravelled. Some very clean rifle shots. All 9 Pandas had to do was just fight 4 players towards outside, and all the fights now have just come their way.
See, needs to be, well, a hero really to win this round. Also needs indestructible armor or something, because I don't think that AK is going to spare him once he sees his head. Molly is perfect, sound Q is there, and round is done. Confirmed. Roxy, if you can steal away a kill. What?
Just chuck the bomb.
Yeah, I'm my face. You know that meme, the surprised Pikachu face? That is my face right now. It's like, what the hell? Like, doesn't work like that, brother. You gotta activate it first. Imagine chucking the bomb forward and it explodes. You know, if you throw it like a normal nade.
Chuck it as hard as you can. Just like, will it blow up?
Oh,
just suicide it. You don't need to do that. You've only got 1 player alive on your opposing team.
Exactly.
Plant it safely. You can escape. Keep your funds good.
Exactly. And even an M4 to add on top of the treasure pile right now that they're building. Yeah, Gen 1, I mean, CT side is not easy to play regardless of how you look at it. Nuke has become more and more balanced in the last few years. It used to be a heavy CT-sided map. Now I find it to be pretty much, you know, 50-50 almost, I dare say. It's been nerfed and it's been changed to oblivion to make it as close as it can be here. And it really comes down to the teams.
That being said, it's still the most CT-sided map in the pool.
That's the crazy part, right? Because you would think that'd be Inferno, but Inferno actually changed stats almost that now the T side is almost as good as the CT side. It's crazy. Well, thankfully, we have trade. And the true dominance of the CTs is yet to be returned.
I'm so excited to
Dude, I cannot
see
wait.
some live train.
I have not liked the change, the glow up. It makes train wholly different, especially with closing A main. But that's I'm going off a ledge. I don't want to jump right now because it's going to be an endless discussion of my complaints over the new changes of train.
I still love it. It's train.
It's train, yeah, exactly.
Even if it's not the same, even if it has its flaws, it's still train.
Exactly, it's still train.
My most beloved map in the pool.
Indeed.
But for now, here on Nuke, it will be that eco for Gen 1. Just a couple upgraded pistols to surround that saved MP9. Not going to be finding really much of anything. They might start to search for some exits, perhaps.
And this is a very similar scenario to what we had on Dust, if you recall, where Gen 1 started off this well on the T side, and it was 9 Pandas on a force bite that didn't do anything, and then we're able to save 4 of those weapons, or 3 at least. And they're gonna go for exit frags as well here, which is perfect. Jax gets 2? Wow. The fact that they give him 2 kills, that is a lot of damage, and that's an AK that he can steal as well. So right now, this is perfect opportunity for the Frenchman and for Gen 1 in general to start bringing this back home.
Yeah, decent bit of damage that caps the profits for 9 Pandas. So they have to make some reinvestments. No longer quite as profitable around as it perhaps should have been. Also gives Gen 1 an opportunity here with Jax having the AK in hand. You can get full utility. Curse even with the AWP in play. Opening attempt here, Shalfie up on the silo, catches Drac, trying to go for an opening himself. Out in the open. So man advantage now for 9 Pandas. Not only that, but they've secured a lot of map control in the form of Philides down towards Secret.
As they have. It is very dangerous for the CDs to be trying to control outside without the op. Kersey is in heaven, though the early aggression from Drac, I'm not a fan. Unless there is a battle plan behind it, you tend to lose that first player very quickly. And 9 Pandas, they're gonna continue down towards B. I mean, Result this time the lurk in A. And he is about to be taken out, I think. His position is just not good enough to catch this timing on Devaduek, I have a feeling. So many times before.
Anyone going for a heavy gamble towards the top side. They're like not even contemplating the possibility of rotating here with this man disadvantage. So normally the 2 options you have in a 5 versus 4 is be proactive as the CT, search for some information, go for an overload play, something a classic of the old Danish heroic. They kind of really popularised the mid-round fluid rotations. Or you go for the old classic, just the gamble stack. 4 players tuck on towards one site. If they go towards your site, you've got every single player there ready to defend. If not, you save. There's your economy in. Ooh, Salt got something to say about that. Oh, only good for 1. Can't quite land the second. So Gen 1 should be able to escape and get out of there with 3 players. 9 Pandas don't have the funds to hunt.
They shouldn't be hunting, yeah. And also, at this point, you need to consider the fact that Gen 1 will have money regardless, right? Loss bonus is closing to maximum, so every single saved dollar is usually to be more than enough to rebuy. And hunting them, of course, costs money, costs lives, and 9 Pandas. No reason to throw away that money just yet. It's not the end of the house. But nonetheless, a great start for the T side of Nuke. It really begins on a high note. 9 Pandas off to the races with quite the head start. Kersey is a bit quiet. Drac has been completely quiet. Same for Brooksy and Jax. None have really shown up in that individual sense yet. Beyond the pistol, we haven't seen much. Gen 1, let's see if they've got that grit in them. There's time to perform. Or 9 Pandas are running away with this first half close to a 7-8 scoreline.
You're already 4 rounds on the T side is pretty decent for 9 Pandas, and they're in a great spot to continue to contest for more. And we're going for a bit of an outside default again. And Dilladez just creeps through the edge of the smoke. Hello. Finds an opening kill. Kersey eventually shuts him down. In fact, Kersey's going to find a second. It is traded. The smokes have faded. And Kersey still kicking, still doing damage, but it's down to the 2-on-2. Somehow, despite Kersey firing off so many shots, finding so many kills, 9 Pandas have found just as many between them.
The timing here for Result. Near perfect. Spotted. Takes the fight. Devoduvic cannot finish the job. And it's down to Jax again. A one-man army. He's going to have to outperform both Result and Shalfie. Both are tagged, so 1 bullet would suffice regardless since he has an AK. Molly, does he throw it? Does he reveal his hand as Shalfie has made his way to CT vent? This is a perfect setup now for 9 Pandas. The only thing they have to do is not peek alone, not get caught out alone. As Shalfie is burning. Oh, okay. He will burn down, in fact. Now Result, he plays the time, right? He has to play the time, surely. As Jax is not giving him an inch, not giving him any info, and Result goes out wide to challenge. Jax has a kit, and he's got the time. Gen 1 on top of a clutch, a 1v2 masterful showcase from the man himself, Jax.
Wow. What a clutch. Just a single Molotov is enough to completely unpick the crossfire from 9 Pandas. Shalfie just can't escape. Shalfie's already on 60 points of health. He just sits around a little bit too long. Resort even tries to go for the swing, but Jax cleverly just isolates those fights, and little did Resort know, but all he had to do was play for that time. Jax was just waiting for that fight to be given towards him. So Gen 1 get their first round on the board. It's costly for their funds. The Vudavec down to an MP9, but the rest are still fighting with rifles. And finally, 9 Pandas choose to go for a lobby default. Finally, they give up the aggression, the unrelenting aggression towards outside. That's not to be known for Gen 1, as 9 Pandas are still throwing the outside smoke, still blocking the information, still blinding the Gen 1 players. Send themselves up for a nice little pop here towards the ramp. They find Kersey. Kersey with the AWP. Overstace is welcome, unable to drop, so an opening kill. Map control in the hands of the 9 Pandas. And Dilladez, his lurk activates, catches Drac.
9 Pandas are back. Like Dilladez, he's got such an advanced position right now that 9 Pandas, there's almost a 0% chance they lose this, unless they're going to give them these 1v1s for free. It should be easy to take. Devoduvic checked. Oh! And Result, I'm not sure, I don't think he saw him, but he just suspected maybe he's there, took a few pot shots, forces him out.
I think he saw the barrel.
But the MP9 is a very short weapon, though.
That's true. It is very short.
If it was an M4, I would have thought exactly the same thing, and I would have absolutely agreed. But I think because it's the MP9, I don't think he saw the barrel, could have spotted the head or the body, but in general, he was just rattled by the shots and goes out wide, and well, obviously the shot connects. And yeah, Brooksy, last player alive. Instead of a second here for Gen 1, it's another for 9 Pandas. They'll make it 5, they'll continue down the racetrack they've set on, as money is a problem. As far as I can see, it's only Jax that really has bank. Brooksy surviving is crucial.
I think even then they might just go
And
for
even then,
this one M4.
exactly. Even then, it's there's a chance we could see a full-on save. Yeah. I mean, Brooksy can drop a rifle. Jax is enough for an AWP. Devoduvic can go for a FAMAS. Same for Kersey with an MP9. If you really want to try it, you can. But I don't think they want to throw away a chance at a good round of utility.
Jax may even want to try and save some extra to drop over an AWP to Kersey. But no, they are going to be going for a half investment. I don't hate it, right? You can get that second M4 in play on Jax. A couple MP9s. Kersey dropped over a Deagle so that he can still have 3k in the bank to afford an AWP. I'm pretty sure Gen 1 still have max round loss bonus here.
Yes, it reset back to max now.
Yeah. Look at this aggressive play from Brooksy over the top of Garage, but spotted by Diladez.
And that's one of the points I was making earlier, right? How dangerous it is to play outside control for the CTs if not properly equipped for it and prepared.
Yeah.
It really is. I cannot stress this enough. In many times, it's the deciding factor of either winning a round or losing it if you cannot contain outside properly. If you trade out too many players, you might as well, already surrender the round. If you don't get outside control, you can still fall back as long as the numbers are in your favor.
Yeah, it's about how many players and how much are you willing to invest on trying to maintain outside control. Because if you invest too much and it doesn't pan out, that's it, round over. And for now, it's a heavy fight from 9 Pandas collapsing in on towards this A site, and it just leaves Jax 1 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Like, if you're Jax, you wait the 40 seconds, that's it.
Yeah, another save.
Yeah. And it sucks to be in this position for Gen 1, because you want to do something. Every bone in your body is aching, and you want to try to clutch, and you want to do something, but...
You want to stem the flow of these rounds.
Exactly. Yet, it seems like the dam is too strong, and just cannot get the vibe going. Jax will eventually be spotted now. Lucky that he's still alive. Climbing up that ladder, usually you find your end quite quickly, but here... at least makes it towards ramp and will survive, in fact. This is so good for 9 Pandas. I cannot stress enough. This is such an important few rounds early that they really set the stage for a quick finisher of this best of 3. After what was one of the closer matches I've observed in the playoffs so far in map 1 and 2, Nuke is currently a runaway train.
And you're quite right, as you mentioned earlier about outside, is that Gen 1 don't really have much way to fight for it. And they fight when Diladez is solo lurking. He looks so comfortable, so masterful, winning all of these 1v1 fights.
Look at that. Diladez again lurks into main. Nobody's stopping him. Nobody's checking him. Luckily this time Brooksy wins the duel. But it's Crad. Oh, what? What was that? Result. I would like to see that in slow motion because my eyes are old and my reaction time must have gotten twice as long. What was that?
That was such a quick tap in quick succession as well. 2 other frags come through, 2 quick headshots. This was a 3 versus 5 and it's now a 2 versus 1 in desperation. Jax jumps out of heaven to his demise. Wow, what a round from 9 Pandas. You've got Diladez coming in towards main completely unbeknownst, but they still get 2 opening kills for Gen 1, and then suddenly 9 Pandas say no, and then just tap 3 players.
That's sick. So sick. And it started well here. Devil Duak at the first, and Brooksy shuts down the lurk of Diladez, or rather the flank, but then in comes Result and Krad and Shalfie. They all 3 together. Split second, bam! Deleted 3 CTs. In Gen 1, it seems like they might have run out of fumes here. They haven't said their last yet, but they certainly feel like they've come to their wits' end. Because this is the biggest difference we've seen so far that they've played with in this tournament. Like, I don't think they've ever been down this far, so far, in this tournament.
And all they have to fight for it is MP9s and 1 single AWP. That being said, that AWP does find the opening kill. Cuts down Result. Been a heavy hitter on this map. Currently 11 and 5. I was saying 11 and 1, but that's 1 assist.
To be fair, I do hate the fact that they switched that out in the actual game. That you have kills, death, assists instead of KAD.
It's always annoying that it's not uniform.
Yeah.
Whichever way it is, it's like...
It's just not
I don't care which way it is, as long as it's uniform.
Exactly.
But in the meantime, 9 Pandas, they've managed to creep their way outside in towards heaven. And Gen 1, as we mentioned, liking to normally go for the gambles instead. They're playing heavy towards the lower site. Only 2 players to defend the top side. The rotation does come through the edge of the smoke. Crad still manages to get the kill and goes completely unpunished. And he's got the bomb.
How does Krad have the... Why does Krad have the bomb? Why is Krad alone in main with the bomb? What is this madness? I know not, but it's a 1v1 and Kersey will win it. Such a close call. Ooh.
You get the opening... Well, I say that Gen 1 got the opening kill, but 9 Pandas get the entry on towards the site. They're splitting in from heaven. They seem to have the entire of the advantage, and just suddenly blink, and Alvi is pivoting on the site in a 1 versus 2. Like, where's these kills suddenly come through? Jax and Kersey get a couple kills out of nowhere. Quick rotation, the MP9s fast coming up the vent, coming up on the flank as well. Gets Gen 1 their 2nd round on the board.
Yes, it does, and perhaps this was what they needed, though. No! Oh, Drak. Oh, that is unfortunate.
He's not having a good game.
No, he's not. He's on 1 kill, man. He's usually the highlight of the team, or at least when they need him, he's there. But unfortunately, no performance right now. Getting caught in the back, trying to get out.
Yeah, Dilladez just has his number. And when you can't fight for outside like that, as we mentioned, it makes it so hard.
Yeah.
The rotation's almost always compromised from Gen 1, having to be on the back foot and play reactively. There we go, a proactive play comes out from Kersey, but it's a solo play. There's no player. If Jax was next to Kersey to support, Jax could have found the trade, or at least could have defended him after the missed shot.
Yeah.
But instead, Kersey goes down to 3. The advantage slips further into 9 Panda's favour. Say again, another solo play, another desperation play from Brooksy. Fading the door smoke. And at that point, the A-side defense capitulates. Even Jax in the 1 versus 5. Another scenario where he'd probably look to save, but ooh, it's cleared him.
Jax. You know what's the worst part here for the CTs? They win around, they get their spirits up, they clutch it even. They start feeling good about it, and then it's all just ripped away with this feeling of emptiness when you realize, wait a minute, we got 1 kill in the next round? Like, really? 1?
And it resets their economy.
Exactly. Luckily...
That's what's so disastrous. Look at this.
Yeah, luckily they have enough for the op, but beyond that, they're broken. This is heartbreaking, and I mean, I warned earlier that we could be seeing a very easy 7-8 rounds for 9 Pandas. We're seeing 8 already. This could be easily 10-2. So 9 Pandas...
Incredibly one-sided half.
It really is. I cannot stress enough. And like I said, the comparison between map 1 and 2 and then map 1, 2, and 3 is just out of this world. Like, there's no comparison, in fact, because there is nothing from Gen 1 that gives us hope.
And the 2 rounds they've won, a 1 versus 2 and a 1 versus 1.
Yep. And they could have gone wildly different if it was perhaps just a bit of a different setup from the T side.
Oh, when Riesel gets away with that kill onto the Vodafec, Kersey doesn't land the shot to punish, to find the trade. That's literally Kersey's job in that setup. Wants to get that pick.
And they're gonna catch...
Still a Des.
Oh.
Turn around. Oh, there we go. Catch the
Yeah.
Jax. To getting that kill, that's 9 Panda's trigger to accelerate, to pounce on towards this lower site where Drak holds solo and is traded 1-for-1. See if Kersey with the walk can find the impact that he's been having. Good for a second, but 1 bullet left. Into the 2-on-2.
One of the hardest clutches that is going to be here for Gen 1. No defuse kit, a time on their side for now. And what is Resalt doing? Goes out wide. The bomb planted out in the open almost, I believe. And still it's going to be a 1v2. And Dilladez delivers as Kersey misses. 9-2. Gen 1 are broken. This is the heartbreak you cannot bear anymore if you're Gen 1. You cannot come back from this. Drak is having such a tough time. Brooksy, Devodubek on 4. Jax on 8 and Kersey on now what? This would be 13 total, so...
what leaves such a sour taste as well is that the 2 kills that Kersey misses, the 2 shots he misses,
are the 2
will
players.
probably the difference maker.
Yeah, exactly.
Such a sour taste. But final round of the half, Gen 1 able to invest. This time Kersey, no orb, he's going to have to do it with a rifle.
They just run out A. They literally, oh my god, they run out A.
Storm out.
They just don't care.
Everything is working. Gen 1 are struggling to put up a fight.
I just want to mention, look at where Kersey is. He's still in garage. He's yet to rotate towards A. Bombs planted, and he's still scared about the outside. That's how much they've been conditioned to worry about it.
He does know Dilladez is dead, right?
Oh
The
no!
outside lurk is...
GG.
Now Kersey's just going to creep through the smoke. It does go down. These jacks coming in through the heaven, and there you go. A 10-2 double digits on the T side of Nuke for 9 Pandas. Bearing in mind, this map is a good map for both teams.
It is.
Yes, it used to be 9 Pandas' first pick on their previous roster, but it's currently Gen 1's first pick in their current roster.
I mean, it feels like it could go to a very quick ending here indeed, with a 13-2 scoreline being the next reality that Gen 1 might have to accept. And the fact is, when your opponent starts running out of Squeaky and Hut, like there's nothing to care about, that's when you know you're in trouble. Pistol, I don't even need to say it. Gen 1, they need to get, I'll say it outright, 8 rounds in a row. They need to close the gap as much as they can. 8 just to, you know, kind of put up a number they need to achieve, but the closer you get, the better. 9 Pandas eventually are gonna be able to steal at least 1 or 2 away. Nothing is perfect. Nothing lasts. Oh. They're just running into USBs. They're running into USBs. I mean, what do you expect? Outside, yeah.
At range.
And there's a smoke.
Pretty much dry.
What gets me is that smoke is perfect to basically hug the wall of main and then run through the smoke into main. That's what I was envisioning here from Gen 1. Instead, they go through red, no cover, no flash, with Glocks against USBs, and I cannot expect anything but the worst, and it is. It is a clean round for 9 Pandas, 11-2. It's the end of the road. I think we have come to the natural end of Gen 1 for this tourney, unfortunately.
I think you might be right. This is looking beyond lifeless for Gen 1. After battling so hard throughout most of this tournament, throughout the Swiss stage. A great victory as well in the opening round of the playoffs against Ecstatic. And battling back and forth, tooth and nail, here against 9 Pandas in the first 2 maps, but we get to the third, which is also a map which is a very strong map for Gen 1, and Alvi, only good for 1, does get traded by the Tech 9s. That's a weapon that can be picked up, an M4 now in the hands of Drac. Now he's only got 2 kills. Have to do a little bit more than that.
Ooh.
There you go.
He's...
Finds his third, a headshot on towards Riesel.
Perhaps he just needed enough of an incentive to start winning here. Needed enough of a difference between him and the other side to know, okay, maybe I need to actually start playing here. Drac, welcome to the server. With a bit of a more spice, and this should be easier to get now. 9 Pandas, a man down, out of position, and if, well, obviously if they walk up heaven, they'd know. Kersey, beautiful spot, stealing Crad here. And a third round for Gen 1 should be available now. Love that flash. Oh no, Brooksy! Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, it can't get worse than that. Just showcases how unlucky you're feeling. Gets blinded, jumps down, hopes to hit the what do you call it?
The fact is he strafed perfectly and saved the miss whilst being blinded, strafing onto the other side of the rafters, and then drops and misses it.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. But Gen 1 put up a fight with Tech 9s. They managed to swarm in towards ramp, go 1 for 1, pick up an M4, and then they just sit and freeze, pick apart the rotations.
They do a damn good job. That's what they do. And
not only that, that's a second round break. That's a reset on 9-panders. They're going to be forcing up with Kevlar pistols themselves.
no surprise, Crad with the CZ.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not a personal fan, but I've seen this do some good work, even in its inferior form.
5.7
I think it's basically to one's delight. So if you prefer one or the other, you know, it depends on what your preference is. I still like the 5.7 far better, just because it has more bullets, it has better stopping power in my mind. But the CZ can be good under certain circumstances. Fortunately, not at range like that, as Jax deletes Crad. Shalfie is able to find one in return, but we are far from securing this just yet. 9-pandas. Oh, the spot. Did they not realize that the door's open? What? They were completely oblivious to short opening.
I think Alvi was hoping that Dilladez had it covered, but little did he know Dilladez was actually not exposed, so couldn't take that fight before him. Gen 1 withstand the force bite. Pistol's only finding one kill, and that's only a Mac 10 to be retrieved. And 9-pandas might want to try and clutch onto it, try and save that. Shalfie saves this Mac 10, he can use it next round, he can drop over his 5.7. And then have more than just USPs coming into the next round.
Well, I think they should just push something like crazy or pull a stack. Right, so no more shenanigans with defaults and some sort of trying to be the hero of the time. Just go 5-man somewhere, hope that you get lucky, and that's it. I think they need to revert to basics in order to secure this, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see if Gen 1 can secure the round without losing too many first. This is going to be such a long comeback for Gen 1 as well. It'll be a tough one. Especially when Result is having a good day and Deletis as well. I'm worried for Brooksy and Drak though. They're still on 5, and same for Devo Duvek. They need to step up eventually. And there will come a round where their individual skill will decide the fate of potentially the game. Brooksy?
It's about to be tested.
About to be tested, exactly. Good for one. Kersey's there with the AK though. Line up. Good night. Okay. At least they get it. They don't drop too much there.
Yeah, just one player falling again. Means that Gen 1 can build bank. The issue is 9-pandas are up on 11. So even if Gen 1 build bank, 9-pandas only need to win 2 to close it out. Does mean that if they lose 1, then they won't be, you know, compromised. Then it won't snowball into 2. At the very least.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, get a little bit of a compromise, get a little bit of bang going, right? Absolutely. And I love the speed of attack here. I really do enjoy this from Gen 1. I think it's the right choice, and it's going to catch 9-pandas off guard. Alv is out, and there's more to be going down the same way. Devil Duvek! That's just one. It's traded. Drak is there. And it's a perfect choice, as speed is the answer, apparently. Yeah.
Very fast. I mean, yeah, Kersey going straight in towards Secret, not holding a punch whatsoever, not holding for a second to catch that opening, and it completely compromises 9-pandas rotations. Now, this is one of the things which, as a newer team, having 2 new additions, will test them here on Nuke, on their CT side, is those protocols. Will they have those rotations fully discussed, fully fleshed out? It's a difficult map to understand the rotations on CT side, while it is the most CT-sided map in the pool, with the exception of the question mark train, should I say. It's still a difficult one to sort of mix.
It is.
To play without lots of practice on.
The problem is, without practice, you're not sure what the routine is for the individuals that you haven't had the chance to play a lot with, at least with official games, because everybody plays a little bit differently on officials. I think that people forget that whenever you go for an official match, and I can at least speak from experience for this, is that you're going to be a bit more anxious. You're going to do things not necessarily different, but just there's going to be slight differences to your gameplay. So if you're not used to playing with somebody, if you haven't played a lot with him, those things can catch you off guard and can cause miscommunication or desynchronization, which, you know, is a bad thing in CS. So,
Shalfie! Bad thing though. Look at that.
Why do you need comms when you have Shalfie on a Deagle, right?
Find much more with that. Beautiful shot. These AKs still firing on all cylinders. The Vudavek can get a couple. There you go, Shalfie, another one. This time on Kersey, but Gen 1 with a man advantage, and it's Gen 1 with an open B bomb site. Yeah, he's still trying to defend this top site. Still kicking, still firing. Shalfie does eventually reveal his location. Fires a couple of shots with the AK. They don't want him to save a single rifle. They want to make sure that the opponent's 9 Pandas is as weak as possible.
I respect that. I think it's a smart choice because you want to...
I mean, they've got plenty of bank to do so.
It's not just about the bank, right? It's about the mental kind of gameplay that you're doing here with your opponent as well. You know that you want to make sure that their bank is, you know, low and that they don't have that AK for the next, but also you want to make sure you show them we're not afraid to take this fight. We want to make sure you don't feel comfortable, you don't feel safe, you don't feel in control, because that's what gets you the win at the end. And 9 Pandas, this is a round where they can achieve control, depending on how it starts though. So far, entries have always gone the way for Gen 1. Those odds are insane, by the way. How is that? What? 11 odds on Gen 1? That's kind of crazy.
They're only 4 rounds away.
That's fair, but again, it's...
Look at this.
Yeah. Lettuce. Not ready. Alv, though, on the other side. Checking out from control room. He's easy for secondaries. Yeah, Devoduvik finds Krat in the meanwhile. Oh, Alv! I guess channeling the inner Kersey in him as he goes through the molly fully. My man's crazy. He's fireproof. The fire extinguisher, though, won't help him much.
I thought he was about to get that one there. Yeah, that was a nice little reposition there. Not exposing himself, knowing that with the double doors blown open, he can't exactly reposition safely without going into the flames. Full confidence, but Shalfie coming in on rotation. Finds Vudavek, leaves Drak in the 1 versus 2. We've been calling his name, calling him out for the weak performance, especially in the first half. Now he has to come up clutch. Still doesn't have the bomb in his control. He's still searching. 40 seconds left. Looking for information. Spotted. Ooh, there you go, the trade comes through. Enough damage done by Shalfie and Resort. It's just a quick reswing. 9 Pandas do eventually stem the flow of rounds from Gen 1. Get themselves up onto map and match point here.
Serious point indeed. And it's the final hurdle they have to pass, the final obstacle to get into the semis. Round 20 would be the very last for Gen 1. Let's find out. Straight to A. Maybe ramp? Yeah, towards ramp. Okay, fair. I like that. I think being a bit more decisive in your moves as well as having a bit more power behind them is the right call when you're dealing with a team that is dominating you currently. Because you want to overnumber them. You don't want to give them the individual duels. As we can see here, the counter molly towards ramp. Gen 1 do establish ramp control itself, but they don't get anything out of it just yet. They haven't found any kills. They haven't done much beyond just take ramp. So they're kind of stuck here. Have to wait a little bit before moving forward, especially if you've got ALV watching that cross. Shalfie removed himself from ramp entirely and now in heaven. Although ALV, I think, missing a shot if I heard correctly. They do have a player on B that's going to be Diletas. But only time will tell now what happens next as Gen 1 is getting ready to execute A, I think. Excuse me, B. What am I saying? Not A. B. Down ramp they go. It's obvious, and yes, it is going to be a B take. Let's see if Diletas holds this. It's a one-man army with an MP9 supported from short, I believe by Result, and the op on Alv in the back. First kill is his. Second, denied.
Yeah, quick trade comes through. Gen 1 can now safely get...
Oh, no!
Safely get this bomb planted.
Oh,
no
no!
rotation comes in from the ramp, shuts them down, and Alvi can now hold. The time is ticking. Gen 1, it's now just Jax left in the 1 versus 2. Still ticking, but there's not enough time. Has to reload it, and there you go. 9 Pandas. They get...
and performing out of their mind, and then of course moving forward into the second, a little bit harder, a bit of a comeback from Gen 1 here and there, but in the end the number is just too great for 9 Pandas, eliminating the French team that has been recently rising through the ranks. And I gotta say, I am pleasantly surprised, and I'm happy to see 9 Pandas in good style. A little bit, a little bit sad that Gen 1 don't get a chance to move forward. I think they were really a good contender for it. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, no, that was a really good fight put up from them. Eventually, they showed up, but the issue was for them that CT side. They're on nuke. There was just not a fight put up. Drac was non-existent. 2 kills in the first half. Diladez was able to just walk all over them. On top of that, you add in the firepower, the hero plays coming out from Result. It was just too much for Gen 1 to handle, especially when eventually 9 Pandas got their footing on that CT side. So a brilliant showing from them, and that puts them through in towards the semi-finals.
Yes, it does. I gotta say, I am a little bit surprised, but also pleasantly surprised on the other hand, as we do get ourselves another semi-finalist, and we haven't finished the day yet today as well. We still got 2 quarterfinals to be played. Timo, I believe you're saying your goodbyes. I'm staying for one more, of course, for NAVI Junior versus Eyeballers, and then later on I'll be leaving as well, with Wildcard taking on...
These games already have been incredibly exciting, seeing not just these debuts, but also some older, more familiar faces having some incredible moments. I mean, some of the highlights we've already seen just in these first 2 games. We've got 2 more best of 3s to go. Yes, unfortunately I won't be covering them, but I'll certainly be checking in, keeping tuned, just like everyone else should be, for those next 2 games. There's exciting fights. NAVI Junior, definitely a highlight team from the last season, looking to see how they kick off this one. We've also got Wildcard, also one of the sort of highlight teams coming out of the major, with a couple of upset wins, making some deeper runs than people perhaps expected. So, I mean, those are just 2 of the invited teams. We already saw 2 of the invited teams coming out victory here in the form of Sinners and
continues. You can see a little bit of a disparity in some of these Angels. Eyeballer's not even able to get a shot off because the Glocks are just that much quicker. Eventually, he can return the favour, but overwhelmed and outnumbered, crushed under the pressure. NAVI Junior will make it the first. And yeah, I mean, just taking no prisoners there in that pistol round. You can see a smile on McCarthy's face. He knows that he called the right play there, and oh, he breezed right through. There's a lot to be said, you know. Krabeni's the man calling the shots on this team, the IGL. And when you're the IGL, you're the longest standing member on this team, him and Demon. And you're considered the one with the experience at 19 years old, right? He's the oldest player on this roster. Everyone else, 16, 17, 18. It's crazy to me how much success these guys have been having. They've got bright futures ahead of them. It is just going to be a Felico here from the Eyeballers. So yeah, it should be a fairly clean round here for NAVI Junior. At least that's what they're hoping.
And that's what they're going to be getting, most likely. And I think your point was exact on the nose, on the head there. Effectively, young players still with a very bright future ahead of them, and if they are able to keep it as consistent as they've showcased it in the recent months, basically winning quite a few minor tourneys throughout the last 4 or 5 months since September onward, they certainly are a dominant force, slowly but surely being established. And we can see here, clean up that stack like it's nothing. Very easy, very simple, and a 2-0 start that will give NAVI Junior at least a little bit of a head rush here of adrenaline, confirming their suspicions. They're doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, these guys are playing in Challenger League, right? And it's only been a more recent thing for academy teams to even make it to that kind of level, but we have seen it in the last few seasons. Now, this upcoming season, we've got 2 of them. We've got NAVI Junior and we've got Spirit Academy playing in CL. It just shows, it's just a real testament to how talented some of these development projects can be with some of these younger players. And well, not only are they playing at that level, but doing so convincingly and sort of week in, week out in some of these smaller cups, as you say, butting heads with some of these Challenger League teams. I mean, Namiga, who actually won it last season, promoted to Pro League. NAVI Junior had to best them in the grand finals of the Hell Cup back at the end of November. Definitely have what it takes for Bennett. It's the grenade. It's a bit of a bonus round here. A couple of Mac-10s, a couple of Galils. Not else to work with, and a messy spray from Demon. Be wishing he had another shot of that one.
It's going to be still mid-control exerted out of NAVI Juniors. Very advanced position for Symmetry. Or CM Try. I would say Symmetry, right? That would sound the best there. Not even sure how to properly pronounce that.
Well, I've always called him.
No, it sounds cool, Symmetry. In any case, JW, sick of losing, decides to win. Decides to take one for himself and possibly a secondary soon. This is a B split. Or is it going to go back towards 8 through the donut? That's very possible, in fact. Symmetry in red room, he gets 1. And Dell is isolated. If he gets caught out in the cold, it's a problem. Luckily for him, though, the accuracy is not. And that... okay, never mind. I pressed him too soon. Unfortunately for Krabeni, though, yeah, VC'd. As we can see.
Okay, well, it could have been worse. It is a boneless round, so they will still have enough money to reinvest into this next. Everyone except Demon, I guess. But, yeah, that is a bad time for a disconnect. I mean, it's never really a good time for one, but some scenarios better than others. He's
yeah, we
back in the
just
server.
Received word, that he did crash, in fact. And as you said, already back, so nothing serious. It was funny yesterday when the ragdoll effect was still happening, when it wasn't patched yet. Every time a player would be disconnected from the server, he'd be launched to outer space.
Oh, really?
I feel like that should have been kept, man. That was like a slew of bodies somewhere in the cold oblivion.
There were some really good ones yesterday. I'm sure you had a couple as well, but...
Oh, bro. For like 2 days ago when it first came out that the bug was present, and I was playing like some matchmaking games just before the series I was supposed to cast. I was already wondering what the hell is going on, and then we get to the games themselves, and there was one specific point. Player runs out of Palace Smoke, on Mirage and then gets shot while jumping onto first box and gets absolutely catapulted back into Palace, like as first kind of thing. So it was hilarious. And of course, hilariousness ensues as we go to round 4, though luckily no ragdolling. Full gun round is what it is, and eyeballers not really gonna fight for it. A few nades, sure, a few pot shots, but they don't want to challenge, they're afraid. I respect that. Don't want to give away too many players.
Ooh, that's a big kill from Dell. They're going to play through this donut smoke. Trade is there, but still numbers getting an eyeballer's favour. Dell is just beating them while they're down. Double sprayed out. Leaves it all on to Demon. This feels doable, especially as the timing's good to get behind the box. But JW catches him as he re-emerges. Ties things up at 2 apiece. And yeah, again, a better defense out of eyeballers. You like to see it. Catching their head through the flames there and then following up with another double. Here it is from Del. Absolutely.
Some great moves, and I have to mention NAVI Junior with the slow outside mid take. Kind of, you know, finding the initial presence to be a bit overwhelming. Stopped in their tracks, kind of halted. But the late push gave enough time for Del to actually rotate back to A whilst Poi was fighting them in Donut. And that was it. That's all it took. Is Del in the right spot at the right time. And once again, this time an eco. NAVI Junior throwing a bone, perhaps towards middle here, potentially. No, never mind. No bones, just theirs.
Yeah, no chance. That sort of stat pad as well, as Del just keeps picking up the frags. 7 and 3. It's a nice way to start things off. And a good resurgence, to be honest, with how convincing that pistol round looked. And then, you know, the second round being as they usually are. Felt like the confidence and momentum were quite heavily favouring NAVI Junior, but another one of these scrappy buys. It should really be a full investment, but 3 AKs out, 2 Galils, no opportunity for that AWP, and I think we might actually see a pause again here. Yeah, there's another crash. This is rough. It's really difficult to get your head in the game and really focus when you're dealing with this.
Well. Yeah, it's I think I have been noticing, rather I should say, a lot of this from the game recently in the last month or so. Just crashing after crashing after crashing, right? The player reconnects and he just straight up crashes again. So I hope that Valve is hard at work at fixing those things, but...
So this one, to shift the blame a little bit, this one apparently actually wasn't a game crash, it was monitor issues. So
okay,
we can blame the hardware company.
Okay, then we can blame the hardware, yeah. Funnily enough, actually, when you talk about monitor issues, I had some issues of my own yesterday on my monitor when I was playing. It randomly just cut out, like as if the cable would be dying. The monitor was still active, but it would just go to black. Like the screen would turn black every so often randomly. And I double-checked the cables and everything's new, and it still did it at times. So maybe that's it's here. I don't know, but new bugs from Counter-Strike maybe.
I need a new monitor. I'll hold this thought. I'll hold this thought, but Kazi. Oh wow! Shouldn't be able to get away with 2 there. Nor should Jugas. And that is what they need. Just a little break, fix whatever issues they're having, right back in with brute force, and there you go. Do not stand a chance. Individual mechanics just a level above there in that round. And NAVI Junior will put it back to 3 apiece. Look at these replays again. Makazi, beautiful transfer. It's a lot harder than it looks. Jugas with a double of his own as well. Just really, really tidy. But yeah, I was going to say, right, a couple of weeks ago, I went out to North America and I played a Fragadelphia, right? It's like a bit of bucket list thing for me for years. Nice. And I was like, right, I got to go do it. So I went and did it. And the PCs they had, they were like mega. And then they had 500 hertz monitors. And I didn't even know this existed yet, right? Oh my God, it's changed my life. I need one.
Wait, 500 hertz monitors? But that's pointless to play. You barely get 100 FPS in the game.
Yeah, well, I guess so,
yeah.
But...
in any case, it's going to be Heat that finds Makaze. With a fast B rush, though, NAVI Junior established the bomb plant, and with that, established the round almost. I mean, what do you do as eyeballers here? Heap is sagged, you've got no real position to work from. All 4 go in from CT. I've got my doubts about this working, but nobody takes short. Are you kidding me? NAVI Junior, what are you doing? Oh, no, JW with a wallbang. What are we watching right now? This is madness. No, this is not Sparta.
Holy shit, that was insane.
Yeah, things really go from bad to worse for NAVI Junior there. Especially with JW's wallbang connection, but they just looked a little bit disjointed, a little bit lost once they got that bomb down. Not sure if there was a breakdown in communication or what it really was, but it fell apart. And piece by piece, they were dismantled. It was a nice shot from Krabeni, but couldn't follow up. Dell just on a little bit of a weird off angle. Had to do a lot to readjust there. And it's another one of these NAVI Junior buys that has contingencies. They're lacking util. They don't have a premium rifle on Demon. We'll see if they can get it done.
A lot comes down to the individual. A lot comes down to that first pick. And they're going to rush through a nade. Holy hell. They really are desperate here. Thirsty for that win. And I can't really say I agree with this action. You full buy and you just rush B and lose 2 for the trade of 1. And more to come as Heap and Dell are still surrounding the site. And there's the deep swing from Long. There's no chance you win these fights. Krabeni, 0 chance to come back. I am utterly appalled at the fact that they would just rush B no stop like that on a full investment.
I think it's a bit of a testament of these two teams, if I'm being completely honest, right? You've got Eyeballers, a team with a lot of tactical aptitude, a very meticulous side, versus NAVI Junior, who without a doubt have got the mechanical advantage. And I think they're just trying to show that and try and make use of that. But yeah, Eyeballers have been really clinical in these retakes. They're very happy in those scenarios to get their util down. They lose that first man, but they take a step back. They don't want to take those individual fights. They'll play for the retake, and they have it down to the T. It's very, very tidy. A half buy here out of NAVI Junior.
And this half buy as well, if it is a weakened one, it's still a dangerous round to consider. There's something I want to mention, and it's not necessarily connected directly to the game, but it's more to us gamers and everybody else. If you are in a room that is dark and there's no light, and you just have your monitor light on, or your monitor is the only one that's providing light, it's good for your eyes to turn on some ambient light. So it's not just the monitor that produces the light for your eyes. Just to point that out. I don't know, that came to my mind, I had to say it. Intrusive Thoughts 101 with Over.
It's true. It's bad for your eyes.
Because I'm noticing a lot of players in the camera, on the cameras, being in completely dark rooms with just the monitor shining in their eyes, and that's very bad for your eyes in general. Just point it out to all the youngsters out there. Trust me, I'm an old guy, I should know. In any case, what's old is the fact that there's another bomb plan. That's also old, because it's already a retake, 2v2. And Jay, I'll be honest with you, this looks like it could be doable for NAVI Juniors.
Oh no. I don't know. Hold that thought. 1v1 now, and Dell knows exactly where the last man resides. He's got a kit, and he could just hold this. No, he's going to tap it twice, and Demon calls his bluff. Time being wasted, but Dell converts the spray, and he's back on the bomb in the nick of time. Eyeballers get it done again. That one comes a little close for comfort, but still over the line in their favour.
There it is. Over the line, number 6 on the board. That is a comfortable first half for Eyeballers, and I actually didn't even notice that JW's shadow gave it away to Makazi there. I just now remember that, yes, there's a shadow angle there that you have to be careful of. But it's not like it matters. NAVI Junior still don't win the round, as all of a sudden, the final clutch is won by Eyeballers. And it's going to be round 10. Full buy, full AKs. What are we thinking?
Stakeholders leaning quite heavily in the favour of NAVI Junior here, despite how things have started, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. And this is another point of discussion I guess we can bring up that you've already properly mentioned. Eyeballers, they're a testament of the old faith in a way, right? They're the guys that have been playing for a long time, like JW, like Heap even, that have the tactical depth and experience to take on anybody effectively. It only depends on the day how they're feeling. Are they going to hit their shots or not, right? And when you have Dell, Dex, and Boy hitting their shots, you see what they're capable of. NAVI Junior, meanwhile, hot-headed aimers going for the head, right? With obviously tactical depth, but perhaps not as deep as Eyeballers is.
JW's seen it all. Knows how to counter just about any opponent. Push back into cave. Execution about to commence here on the B site, and they're taking a slower approach to this. At first, it doesn't pan out, but Demon with a double trade at least brings the numbers back to evens. He's pretty low, as is Krabeni. They need to get this bomb down. If it's denied, there's a problem, and the spam does connect, but not for too much damage. Retake on its way. AWP joining the party, but not the right tool for the job.
It's not going to work just yet. 3 versus 3 retake again. Could be in for a bit of a surprise if NAVI Junior don't have that molly on position, as Krabeni fails to kill the diffuser. Finally finds Dex, and it's going to be Demon that goes out through the smoke. A little bit risky, but still successfully plays that. Okay, NAVI Junior ain't giving it away that easily.
It was kind of hard to watch there. It was praising Eyeballers for their retake ability, and well, that one was certainly the messiest we've seen so far. They kill that ramp player, then it is a very, very different story, but could not do so. Such an awkward fight, and yeah, even holding that cave smoke, Demon just quicker to the trigger. Found himself a 4K in that round. Really kept NAVI Junior above water. Eyeballers, despite the success that they've found here early doors in this half, money fragile and now broken. So many of these rounds coming down to 1v1s, 2v2s. Just on the pistols here. Managed to buy into the next, but
Choice by Dell to actually peek that. I guess he wanted to draw attention to himself to give a chance to the guys pushing B ramp. But it matters not, as round is done. 6-5. We're looking probably at the most balanced halftime, right? 6-6. That's what I'm feeling here. Those are the vibes I'm getting.
yeah, I'm on the same page. I mean, Eyeballers are going to have a bye next round, and I think they have looked like the better team this half so far. Chance that they can make it 7 in their favour. Either way, this has been a good half from them. This is their opponent's map pick.
Yeah.
They're the huge underdogs in this series. Not to use it as an excuse, but we came into this game even unsure if JW would play because he's feeling unwell. So, you know, the fact that he's actually putting up numbers here is impressive in itself. Very fast think.
Yeah, and I wonder who would have replaced JW if he wouldn't be actually able to play. I really do wonder. But wonder we need not, as Eyeballers are still here in force. As you said, last half. Oh, excuse me, last half. Last round of the half. There we go. That's better. Full buy without the op, with a little bit of lack of those diffuse kits here and there. Ooh, Symmetry. Wow. He certainly saw him through the wall there. What? God damn. JW is going to be trying to hunt few and long on A.
A little further ticker damage from the molly. Went back for the extra piece of util. Now the execute out onto the A site. They've got the numbers in their favour again. And all bases covered with the smokes. All they need to do is eliminate Heap. And with him gone, it should be a done deal. Boy and Dex 2v4, and probably any other time we'll pull the plug on this. But final round of the half, there's nothing to lose. About everything to gain. Flashbang in. It's absolutely perfect from Demon. Jugas has a freebie, and he'll finish it off with a headshot onto Poi as well. So 6-6, as you anticipated. We break even at the halfway point. And yeah, as I say, I'm still impressed with what Eyeballers have brought to the table, but they've got to keep it up when they move on to their T side.
Absolutely. I am right there with you, brother. And the pistols usually for Eyeballers went pretty well. I think they have a decent enough of a approach to them. I've seen Poi, Dell, Dex, Heap all be absolutely monstrous with pistols in hand. So maybe perhaps they have a special kind of round setup for this. As NAVI Junior, I mean, we talked about how they could underestimate Eyeballers, which is possible, how strong they are, how good they are. And that is the one thing that I think can bring them down the fastest. Underestimating what Eyeballers are capable of.
They would not be the first to have done so. But second half is here. Pistol is live, and we've already got a bit of contact. Oh, yeah. Benny. Zero chance. JW goes for secondaries. That's Makaze. That's the two heaviest hitters on the Navi side. Dukes brings it back.
Oh, wow.
Dimitri. Still a 2v2.
Feels like NAVI Junior gave up way too much space here. Eyeballers accepted it with open arms. Man advantage, bombed out. With a fuse on this round, it makes it a whole lot harder for NAVI Junior. Demon's got the kit. And that smoke to buy him a little bit of space, but Heap hiding behind the one on short. Might have the element of surprise here. Jugas has the right idea, but running out of bullets, has to reload. And every second that ticks just applies more pressure on this retake that eventually will collapse. Heap and Boy in unison, swing out, find the heads, and Eyeballers get ahead of the pack in the second half as well. 7-6.
Get a taste of that freedom, man. They are feeling very positive at the start, and that is a good sign for Eyeballers if they can potentially win Ancient, the map pick of NAVI Junior. I'm not holding out too much hope for Mirage, just because it is Mirage, and you and I both know that that is where NAVI Juniors will dominate most likely. But again, this is it's lovely to see, is what I mean. I really do have like this whole bit of how do you call it when you remember of something old and you were very fond of back in the day?
Nostalgia?
Like, yeah, I've got nostalgia with JW, right? And the way what he's doing with the squad here, I really love it. Like, his experience is invaluable, I think, in this, and the fact that he still plays and performs is lovely as well.
Oh.
And thank you, the word was nostalgia.
Mate, I'm a one-man dictionary, thesaurus, or what else you want to know?
All is good, all is good. It's just, today's my day off, and I didn't really mentally prepare to be here, but I am here. I'm getting ready for tomorrow's HLTV Awards, man. Leaving tomorrow early morning.
I didn't get an
Belgrade.
invite, so...
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I know. I still feel sorry about it, but... ho-hum. Maybe next year.
There's always next year. I think we need to make this an annual thing for all of us casters to actually be able to meet face-to-face for a difference. Be lovely, wouldn't it?
Let's make our own awards. We're not going to win HLT awards. Make our own
We're not going to win the awards,
shitty
but, you know.
awards.
Oh, come on.
I'll host it at my house. Come on, you coming?
Yeah, I'm down for it, man.
Right,
I'm
cool.
down for it. Let's host like a LAN party, like a small tourney, Counter-Strike tourney kind of thing, you know? 2-day event.
Uh-huh. With the awards ceremony. Like, you watch The Office, you know, the Dundies? It'd be like that.
Yeah,
Be us
exactly.
giving
See?
ourselves awards.
Exactly.
All that hard work.
But that's the whole point, you know?
Yeah.
Have some fun. Well, fun is not my definition of this B-take, so, Eyeballers, it seems like the fun's been sucked out of them.
Oh, Dex. 3. Oh, a lot of damage. I thought maybe you'd take 1 or 2 down there with him. That would have been fairly valuable economically as well. $600 a pop with those kills on the Mac 10. But a bonus round not going to plan, really, for the Eyeballers. Just hyper-aggression out of NAVI Junior. And we're only a couple of rounds deep into this CT side. I think the general theme has been quite passive defenses for the majority of this map. And I think it just really caught them off guard with that amen aggression. Enough money in the bank to go for a buy here, but they're going to call a quick pause, talk things over before doing so.
I think they're mulling over how to approach this, probably with a half buy at best. Like, they could go for AKs across the board mostly. Heap can sell that Tech 9 and have an AK and even like a smoke or a nade. But risking a buy here would most likely throw you back on that eco next. So I love this. Tech 9s, Kevlars, Mech 10s, a little bit of util, and just run somewhere, right? Try to speed it up. We saw what happened when NAVI Junior changed the pace of the attack earlier, and it worked wonderfully. So perhaps Eyeballers can try and attain some of that speed of attack. Comparatively to A or B, but perhaps B It's usually harder to break. A usually is left alone, but in comes the side of eyeballers towards B site, and sheep to the slaughter.
Yeah. I mean, I actually don't hate the call here to just go for the half buy. It's a little bit strange because they all had like 4.5k in the bank, so...
Yeah, I would argument, like personally the way I would see this and argument this is they know they can buy, but if they buy, they won't be able to buy the next round, if that makes sense, right? They're going to be limited in having to play Kevlar and pistols in the next, so rather take the L here, and then once they have those AKs back out, they can continue having the advantage go their way, instead of having to chase it afterwards, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they'll have a better loss bonus if they lose this round, and right now they've got all the bells and whistles with the util. Now, JW doesn't have that AWP available, which is a little bit of a shame. I think he could have pulled it out, but wouldn't have had any util behind it. Either way, try and make something work here, because we are now tied up again, 8-8. A little bit slower, but aggression again out of Krebeni. Relentless. JW predicts it, but can't win the fight. And Krebeni's going to get the hell out of dodge after that early advantage. No need to poke the bear any further.
Super smart move, yeah. Get a free kill, move out. Don't risk your life. Why would you? You have the advantage. You don't need to get more kills. Unless they get at you and force you to take those fights, you can stay alive and just play that time. Eventually you're going to win because of it. Eyeballers, they're determined to go B. Time and time again, they seem to be determined to go B here. I'm not sure why. They haven't even tried A once. And I'm not trying to say that it's going to be any easier, but usually you'd have at least better control going that way, as Krebeni is still hungry for more, and Dex will find Demon. Don't know if he knows about Krebeni, but he's certainly aware. Keep, meanwhile, on Symmetry. And that's how quickly you falter and fail. NAVI Junior, close, but no cigar, and Eyeballers. They're on the verge of taking this round for free, basically.
Even after taking that early advantage. Pretty much no further equity in the round for Jugas. I mean, this is a palatable 1v3. Heap and Dex are super low, but I'm not sure he's got that information relayed to him. Seems like the better option to just hold on to this AK. A daunting prospect to play for a retake. It is going to be a 9th for the Eyeballers. Enough money here for NAVI Junior, actually, with Jugas holding on to this AK. It means he can drop Symmetry, everyone else can buy, so a reasonable investment ahead.
Yeah, what's gonna be concerning if NAVI Junior cannot retain the next round? Then we can start talking about how Eyeballers might actually be on the final run, the final sprint to the finish line of Ancient. Because this is the round that's going to decide that fate of theirs. With the survival of Jugas, as you said, they can buy an AWP easily. They have enough money for that. He's going to be lacking a smoke and another nade, but hey, I think it's worth it if you really are looking for the AWP. And everybody else has a rifle, potentially. So I'm not sure what the discussion here is, and Jugas should buy an AWP. He's selling utilities now, buying them again. Maybe they've decided no AWP. Unconventional, sure, but then again, not surprised. It's sometimes potentially a nuisance rather than of help. Symmetry still with his baby whites. We can see how young these players are.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the one to say it, but yeah, it is a little bit.
They're super young. I mean, look, they're super young and they're playing this good of a game. This good CS. It's. I love to see it, and I think within 2 to 3 years' time is when we're going to see these players either develop to the top tier or retain, in a way, their spots. In any case, Poi out mid. Oh, Poi first. Oh, wow. Poi, no secondaries, but his Delta support. Good reactions.
Done very well not to get lost in the smokes there. Absolutely honed in on their target. Dealt with. Brilliant trade. Great support from Dell, and it feels a little bit desperate from the Cave player to just aggress, thinking, well, we've lost the man advantage. I need to be a hero, try and catch someone with their pants down. Instead, he's the one that is dealt the damage. Symmetry does manage to land a headshot before Dex finishes him, but still whittled down to just one. It's Demon. And exactly what you were saying about it's bad for his eyes. He's in the dark. We can't even see him.
My bro's got more red light than Amsterdam's red light district right now, so hopefully he's gonna turn on some light soon. Demon, unfortunately, a red light ahead of him as he is stopped, and Eyeballers win the 10th. Yeah, it's the reason why I said that is also because it's a fact that your eyes get more tired if you stare at the screen without any sort of ambient light around you. And the more tired your eyes are, the slower your reaction will be, because it affects everything afterwards. So, you know, the more tired you feel, the worse it's gonna get. So, NAVI Juniors, turn on some lights and maybe get some rounds.
I don't know what the red light's about, though.
Yapping now. No, because in the background of Demon's room was lighting up red. I don't know. For me, it was lighting up red. Maybe
Yeah,
lights up differently for
yeah,
others.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know what that's about. I live in Amsterdam,
Yeah.
though. You want to come over? We'll go booby hunting.
Oh, wait, you really do?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Why don't I know that?
I know, man.
I usually come every year in September for IBC with a friend. So, yeah, dude. Absolutely.
Oh, my.
Holy shit,
Alright.
I didn't know that. I thought you were in the UK.
Nope. I mean, I
Okay,
used to
fair, fair. Yeah, I know you used to be, yeah.
Alright, come on then, JW. Time for a bit of a field day? No. Alright, well. Wishful thinking. Close to the Mac 10, but good information gained. And, ooh, I thought we'd see a little bit more there for Del.
Yeah.
It was lined up for him. Couldn't capitalise. It is only the Mac 10 loss, though, and not for long. Should be easy pickings from here.
Demon. Oh, no, wait. How does he still get a kill? I know not, but that's all there is going to be to it. This eco is gone. 11-8, and as I said before, a few rounds ago, where NAVI Junior, I think, were a few rounds behind Eyeballers, as in 1 or 2, that they needed to start winning, and unfortunately here, everything starts to collapse. Now, this eco doesn't really matter as much. It's the gun round that's going to cost them the map or maybe the series. And it's scary to think that a team that I guarantee you, like, this is maybe just my personal thoughts, and I'm sure I'm wrong, probably, but what I'm thinking here is NAVI Junior going into the series, they were like, yeah, it's easy, right? We got this. We are doing really well. We've been winning a lot. We should be having this game without too much of a problem. We ban Inferno for them, and we've got their ace map, banned. It's good for us. We have a very wide map pool. We're comfortable everywhere. We'll force them into duels they don't want to take, and our individuals are going to take care of them. And yet, Eyeballers are coming out on top. Even if the kills are not reflecting that, it's Eyeballers that do have a 3-round difference, and NAVI Junior, perhaps getting a little bit nervous, experience does, after all, at the end bring wisdom, and as well as a sort of calmness to you as a player, because you take every loss as a new experience.
I mean, it's absolutely how these underdog victories come into fruition. And I mean, generally speaking, NAVI Junior, there's been some questionable decisions, right? I think we both touched upon the fact that in the first half on their T side, it felt very hasty. There was a lot of rounds where they were just super aggressive, and it didn't really make a lot of sense.
Rushing
met
me
with a
on
lot
a
of
full buy.
resistance.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
at the end of the day, Eyeballers have just played a very good game of CS.
They have. Yes,
it's
absolutely.
tough to break.
No, absolutely. You're right on the money there. Eyeballers are playing good CS, and that's the beauty of it as well. And it's not even so much about the kills, it's so much more about the team play. Beautiful little run boost, but JW still gets out, still gets the kill on Duogas. And the info is there. And look, we talked about how they don't abuse A. Now, in the most vital of rounds, in the round that's going to matter most, they rush A, it's free for the taking, because NAVI Junior were conditioned to not think about it.
Little tiny gap there as well. They're all getting toasty toes, but taps in the digits. Krebenik forced forward, and there's Molotov, but he is a beast and putting those mechanics to the test. Stel was one back, but still a 2v3, and he's been smoked off. No longer a sightline on that bomb, which is now being held. The donut player can't do anything about it. Molly extinguished, and Symmetry's just going to hold it for the full 10 seconds. Eyeballers have to give this up. The round will go the other way. It's a good retake from NAVI Junior, and it really comes off of the back of that double kill from Krebenik.
Beautiful. That was a must-have for Krabeni. He needed those both kills towards Temple. He clears out a big portion of the map for his teammates and allows them to actually go for a comfortable retake instead of having to worry about a flank consistently. Eyeballers, they're not done yet, and neither are NAVI Juniors. Full buy, both sides have what it takes, what they need in order to win this. Let's see if they do. It's going to be a bit of a competition, rather, for that mid position. And oh my, Boy finds the first, Makaze out, and I believe they know about Zukes. And Demon will be caught by JW. You talked about how JW hadn't had the op so far, and it's a bit of a shame. Well, he comes out with it in turn on the round that matters most. There goes Krabeni through the wall. What? Oh my god, the wall bangs. But it matters not. It's Zukes. 1v3. Last hope.
This is to deny Eyeballers 12 as well, and he's just been spotted. Molly's coming his way, and Dex to finish it off with a headshot. Eyeballers map points on their opponent's pick as the underdogs in the series here in the quarterfinals, and they've got 3 chances to close this out before they have to face OT. Beautiful stuff from JW as well. Look at that reaction shot, catching Demon on the aggression. He goes down there. This could have been a very, very different round. But what a beast he's been. 18 and 15, leading the charge on the fragging throughout the server. And really utilising these timeouts as well. There's another one. I think it's the third, maybe fourth from the Eyeballers.
I think that they only get 3 per halftime. Excuse me, per map, not per halftime.
It's got to be the third then.
I think it is. I'll double check real fast because I think we do have a counter that keeps it going. We had... Oh man, let me just scroll down deep. Yes, it is a third tactical pause. You are correct. It is the third and final tactical pause of Eyeballers. They get 1 more in overtime if we get there. But NAVI Juniors in comparison only used 1. So again, Coolio, their coach, another player that is quite prolific on the scene. He's been around for a long time. Of course, coming out from Hungary. Back in the day, used to be a part of quite a few Hungarian mixes and teams.
It's not a vintage Budapest 5, right?
Oh yeah,
gamer.
Old ones. Yeah. But yeah, last chance. NAVI Junior forced by M&J. I think we might be seeing the pause screen quite soon here because the entry's already in the hands of Dex. Smart choice as well. Oh boy, things are about to get nasty.
Oh, they're ready for
Hold
this
your
as well.
weapons. Yep, they're watching. They're watching. Oh, what? Oh, how are they watching? They still lose, too. Oh, this is madness.
JW still keeping it together. I mean, he does go down, but finding 2 is incredibly important. The problem is NAVI Junior taking liberties. They've pushed up. They've found these rifles. They've now got an AK and an AWP instead of these pistols. They do still have a man disadvantage. They should be aware.
I really like the slow approach, though.
Oh, the elbow fight. It's so awkward. Arm spotted. Scrappy spray point. Those he just needs to run past. Get onto A. He's got time. He's got space. Get that bomb down.
Still have util. Oh, smart choice there. Very smart by Dell, excuse me. Even deploying the Molotov as Dukes goes out wide, but the Molly breaks the 2 apart. They cannot help each other. And now it's down to the one man, Symmetry. Does he see symmetry or is it a cemetery? Let's find out.
Absolute wordsmith. A lyrical genius. But surely unsalvageable. AWP is just not the right tool for the job, and he had no chance to swap it out. To 9, Eyeballers.
They were. And, well, the same way I would be humbled if I'd apply for some sort of a beatbox or a rapping career. So thankfully I'm not there. But it is Ancient that falls through, man. And Eyeballers, they deliver. And I said that I really like the fact that they have this tough of an opponent to deal with, because I think it, again, just like Gen 1 previously, it showcases their capabilities and as well as their determination as a squad.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, we've had a full day of 3 mappers. We've had some very, very near upsets. And it seems like that theme's going to continue. Eyeball is snatching away map 1 against all odds. And I'm excited for what's in store up next. Obviously, we were
Well, because it's Mirage. It's a pug map. It's the puggiest map. It's the map which you play on Face It if you play solo Face It. And it shouldn't be a problem for NAVI Juniors to handle eyeballers no matter what eyeballers throw at them. That's the idea, right? That's the sentiment. But as we've seen on Ancient, eyeballers are more, let's say, sneakier. They are better. They are more, let's say, more tactful in their approach. And if NAVI Juniors don't get their proverbial shit together, this could be a quick runaway train result again, but this time even better for eyeballers.
Yeah, it certainly could be. It certainly could be. Now, Mirage is a map that, yeah, definitely tailors towards their playstyle for sure, but it is also a map that I feel follows quite a similar blueprint to Ancient, in fact, and yeah, they didn't look like their best. They definitely didn't look like their best on Ancient. It's also a map that JW can really activate that AWP, and honestly, wasn't met with a lot of resistance in that last game. He was really, actually pretty fantastic on the rifle. He didn't even have to pull out that AWP in so many scenarios, but when he did, he was fierce with it. And we didn't see much of a response from Symmetry, right? We actually didn't see him on that AWP all too often, and when we did, it was somewhat underwhelming. So,
a subpar.
Yeah, we need to see more from him going into Mirage. I think that's a really important factor.
Oh, absolutely agree with you there, and I just hope we do, right? NAVI Junior, they were invited. Playoffs are live here, the third series of the day of the quarterfinals. There's one more after, by the way, so don't go away once this ends. But right now, let's focus on our second map. The choice of eyeballers as the Swedes take on NAVI Junior.
Blows my mind as well. Those stake odds right at the top, still leaning in NAVI Junior's favour. They're still confident that they have got what it takes. Of course, they were the hot favourites coming into this. Everyone still believes this is their map for the taking, but an unforgiving format here. One loss and you're out, and Poi wants to make sure that that is the case as Dell follows up with a pistol round. Going in favour of eyeballers as they are just relentless, and these Glocks showing no mercy. What a shot from him! Oh, that is cruel!
Oh, that is cruel. That is fantastic, and wow. What a statement, huh?
Yeah, it really is. This P250 shot is criminal. Bang, see you later.
I love it.
That's why he buys the P250. Doesn't need a second bullet.
Best pistol in the game, hands down. Until they nerfed it so you can't get the close proximity headshot anymore, which sucks a little bit, but hey, for $300, still the best pistol in the game.
Okay, alright. I thought you were saying old P250 was the best pistol in the game, and if we get to go back to old updates, I'm going to throw the R8
The old P250 was the best, absolutely, but no, the R8 was just straight up broken. That's a mistake of God.
Doesn't count.
In any case, it's a force buy from NAVI Juniors, and they're able to take JW already. I'm not sure how that happened, but it seems like he was caught trying to get through short.
Oh no. There's a bit of a pincer coming in here as well. NAVI Junior seem to have identified that eyeballers have stacked up towards the B apartments. They've got two players aggressive in mid, but they do dial it back a tad. They'll leave Krabeni up there. He's got that Mac 10. If he doesn't go cleared, then it's a problem, but far too early on the peak. He will be punished. Sit back into a 4-on-4, and NAVI Junior, where they could have taken a bit of space on A, haven't done so, and eyeballers are still in a reasonable position here.
Splitting short. One thing that surprises me is how they didn't use Krabeni as a bait and switch. You would think that somebody in window short would take action on himself to draw attention, and then Krabeni abuses that with Makaze. Able to win against Heap. Reply from Dell, still two on site. They need to clear them before they can go for the bomb plant. They know about one. Do they know about the second? The answer is yes, they do. Poi clears both. Massive spray down through short. It's going to be Demon coming in. This guy cannot be headshotted here. If you do not have a good AK, you're not fighting him head on. Demon checks Edward. First kill's his. The double peek. The synchronous.
synchronous. Oh my god, what's the word? The synchronous peak.
Synchronicity, synchronization. I don't know.
Yeah, the peak in sync is what matters.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. Holy shit. I mean, I was really worried for a second because if he clears Edward first and gets the kill, there's a good chance that both players on site, one and the other low HP, you just spray transfer. Easy double, but luckily both peek and get the kill.
Yeah, it's perfectly played from Eyeballers. And you can just see they're so much better in these situations, right? We've actually seen a couple of moments, one especially an early B retake on Ancient, I believe it was round 5 or 6, something of the sort, when NAVI Junior post-plant got that bomb down and they just looked a little bit lost, and it left the door open for Eyeballers to make that retake work. And that is not happening the other way around. As soon as Eyeballers get that bomb down, they are very, very coordinated. They take complementing positions, they establish these crossfires, and as soon as they learn that the last man's on short, they're ready with it. For the first man to take contact, and as soon as he does, the second two to peek, and not allow him any opportunity to isolate those duels and make it a plausible clutch. So second on the board, it may becomes a little bit close for comfort, but they still get it over the line, 2 rounds down. Makazi's gone for a hero M4 here, which is an interesting call. Everyone else is on an eco around him.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it like this. Well, T side hero buys, I get it, right?
Yeah.
Because you can put 5 players on 1 point, pressure with that AK, and maybe break open the site. But on CT side, you really put yourself out there economically and otherwise, and that's point in hand right here. JW doesn't even need to do anything. Peek's gone, finds a free kill, and now NAVI Junior. Not only do they have to retrieve the rifle, but they've lost the one thing they've invested into, having a player with Kevlar being able to shoot that weapon.
Yeah, with the CT economy being as fragile as it is a bold, bold move to have gone for that hero rifle, and one that, at least for now, hasn't paid off. And as you say, it's only getting a whole lot harder with it being passed to someone without the Kevlar. Heap around this corner, Mac 10. Looking like they're going to try and take a bit of space here into Palace, but punished for doing so, and $600 reward comes Heap's way. Molly forced forward the second, Dell's the one to deliver. Just a clean round, exactly as you'd expect, but gotta make sure that continues. Demon has got a Desert Eagle, and he can be scary with it.
There's a reason his name is Demon, and he resides in an abode that is dark and red. But Eyeballers seemingly have the Paladins with them, as the light is shone onto the site, and with that, the round is in the hands of Eyeballers. And this is the exact start that you and I alluded to potentially for Eyeballers. If they get the ball rolling, if they're able to put NAVI Juniors on the back leg and kind of pressure them into making a few mistakes, the inexperience can come into show here, into the light. It's the anxiety, you're not doing as well as you thought, you lost your own map pick. You're gonna have some second thoughts, you're gonna have some doubts. You will be thinking about, okay, what did we do wrong? What do we have to fix? And yeah, luckily there, JW doesn't catch that final player. That was a close call, but NAVI Junior, it's time to wake up, or I don't think they ever will. Because we are on a slipping slide right now with Eyeballers.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it feels a little bit too early to say it, but you are correct. It does feel a little bit now or never. They lose another round, and they'd likely give up a fifth, and Eyeballers will then have that momentum, the wind in their sails. It's a good start. JW just bombing it out. All by himself, no support, no trade potential. That M4 saved in the last round put to good use, but they're out on A here.
They're going to be able to stop them for the most part. Dell traded out, there goes Toy, and it is the first round for NAVI Junior. They won't allow Eyeballers to dominate the field for too long, or at least dictate the pace of the game. And that's exactly what you need to do early. Just put an end to this consistent barrage of attacks and kind of put Eyeballers in their place a little bit, if you don't want them to win too quickly.
A bit of a tempo change there from Eyeballers. It was an interesting approach. It didn't work out. Bizarrely, they were actually still on a bit of a bonus. They had a couple of Mat 10s still in the mix.
I'm a bit surprised that JW just straight up runs middle instead of waiting at least a second or two longer, right? Hoping to play the lurk rather than the entry.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
What can you do?
So, a quick pause, and, we have been no stranger to them so far. They like to take these timeouts and actually seem to have quite a lot of success after them. Here we go, round number 5. All the bells and whistles for the Eyeballers. It's been a really good start for them. They've only had to reinvest here. As I say, they had a couple of Mac 10s still in play up until this point. We finally get into the meat of things. Rifles and all against the same on the other side. Perhaps a slower approach in this one. JW seems keen to take this early B fight.
Again into B. Underpass. Ooh, that was a shot that almost landed, yeah. This time Makaze will be double-checked. Dex is traded out, but still, it's a 4v4, and Kabeni. Oh, this is such an important duel for him. He finds one, he finds two! A lock-in. Eyeballers lose control, and this will be a second round almost guaranteed. Kabeni just escapes there. No need to throw yourself at the mercy of Koi and Del. Okay, that's maybe overextending a little bit.
Look how far up the AWP is. What are they doing?
What? Okay, that is... Yeah, that has to be... overconfidence now.
Honestly, right there, Symmetry's trolling. Up on the railing with the AWP?
He must be... that must be a troll for sure. That's just crazy. Because you can legitimately stand on the shelf from where you usually throw utility and still see over the ledge almost of the staircase.
I guess the idea of it perhaps is that it's an off angle, but yeah, just massive overextensions here.
What happens when you miss?
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens.
Exactly, right? Yeah, that's what happens. And look, they're pressuring B, and the off angle. I'm not liking it. What is this off angle? Oh my god, Demon! What is this off angle? Like, for real, for real. I'm using some Gen Z language here, because that's how crazy this is. And Jugas... Man, I hate this name. I can't tell you enough, but Jugas finds one. Instead, Poi! Holy hell. M&J, did Eyeballers just win?
Yeah, man. No kizzy. That off angle was so Ohio.
Dude, I would be mad right now if I'm NAVI Juniors. I would be very mad.
This was mistake after mistake. Let's be honest. I actually like the initiative on the initial aggression. Obviously,
I do as well. Yeah.
The underpass player going 1-for-1, fine. But then the second they get that double kill in top mid, pull the brake, tap the brakes, pull the reins a little bit. Right? There's no need to press that any further. For some reason, they get sort of stuck up in this fight, continuing to play for TV control. I just don't get it. And then you've got the ramp player with the AWP pressed all the way up on the railing in T-spawn. It's just bonkers to me, and it crumbles.
It feels like they are pressured into thinking we have to shut them down completely, right? We have to show them who's boss kind of mentality. In fact, when it turns the other way and you get the slap on the face and you don't even know how the hell to react, and that's what it is right now for NAVI Junior. They buy again, yes, but they're gonna lose players left, right, and center. Oh! Oh no! Oh no!
Here we go again. You know.
Anyway,
Con Peak JW says goodnight. I mean, only on the rifle, and then the double aggression into underpass. It's actually a bit of a response to what we saw last round, where it was only Makazi who peeked solo into underpass, and he was met with 2, and he went 1-for-1. So the adaptation here is, okay, well, if we bring a second player down there, then we might be able to find both of those kills and either go 2-for-0 or at least go 2-for-2. And 2-for-1 in our favor. You can't go 2-for-2, but. You get what I mean.
I get exactly what you mean, brother. I'm still trying to wrap my head around and my mind around what the hell did we just observe, especially in underpass. Because the fact that you are, what gets me, so let me explain my train of thought, is if you're committing 2 players to underpass, why in the world would you ever try to hide in that little corner in the first place, right? Just one left, one right, keep moving. That's it. You're keeping that spray split to the left or to the right instead of to the middle of both of you. And then they line up, and it's just not even a question of who wins.
It was like they weren't expecting the flashbang. I think the thing, they were both blinded by that flash, right? But neither of them were playing anti. And it's, you know, it's the most common pop flash on the planet. When you've got a team that are playing B-apps and underpass control, it's the easiest pop flash to throw, and it's one that if you're going for that underpass control, you've got to be expecting. And it just feels like they were so off guard. Eyeballers make it a fifth. We said a couple of rounds ago, it was kind of do or die. It was the moment in which we needed to see NAVI Junior show us something, some sign of life, and they gave us a little glimmer, but not a whole lot more. They're looking a little bit dead in the water here. Back-to-back flawless rounds from Eyeballers.
It does feel like the first map broke them a little bit. Like, mentally speaking, they don't seem to be themselves in a way. They're not as confident, perhaps, as what we saw on Ancient. And that one round where they buy the hero rifle on Makaze, and he dies to JW running out mid, just solo, just doing absolutely nothing with it beyond that. Oh, this is a problem. And NAVI Junior, I know we said it before, it's not yet over, right? It's a long way to get to the win, but rounds like these and moments like these is what breaks you as a squad, and hopefully they don't take this too seriously and too personally. You just gotta calm down, collect your thoughts, and play smart.
Well, I half by here. Around the 2 M4s that were saved in the last, they will have money for the next, but aggression out of Demon, and yeah, it could have been an opportunity to find that first, but he doesn't drop away, and he's expecting them to not know he's there, and it's actually kind of beautiful. I love the way he goes about that, gives them the man advantage. Dell's in hot pursuit, not clearing his corners. What is happening? Eventually they get rid of him, but he's allowed to stay alive way too long. Demon doing God's work.
We're getting some mistakes from Eyeballers as well. Definitely not checking the corner, a mistake. And yeah, beautiful play by Demon, having stayed on that little bit of a ledge of the actual window. Problem is, they've still got to retake this, and they're dealing with a proper after plant. As Krabany goes into Edward, clears out JW, pulls up the AWP. But look at the cross, and look at the kind of flank they've set themselves up for. As Del will be caught by Krabany, but he has to now get either a a defuse kit or some magical thing to defuse the bomb in time, because he's got none of it. Even if he gets the kill, he is dead, and with it, the round is gone.
Yeah, money not being an issue here for Eyeballers. They're happy for everyone to go down with the ship as long as they secure that round. And well, given how it started, I think there's going to be a little bit of sweat wiped off their foreheads there, because Demon gave them a real run for their money there on that B anchor position. But still, 6-1. My apprehensions have kind of been put to bed here. Eyeballers have, in fact, come out of the gate hot in map 2. They've proven that Mirage was a sensible pick. It's one that they clearly can put together a decent T side.
You know what worries me? We said about a few win conditions, or at least what would be one. For NAVI Junior, symmetry, hitting his shots, is definitely one of those. He's on 1 kill. And yes, it's only 7 rounds in. Still a ways to go, but nonetheless, only 1 kill for Symmetry. You gotta see more, brother.
Yeah,
got to see more.
It was that comparison, that sort of head-to-head that we made after map 1, just highlighting how much impact JW actually had versus Symmetry on the other side, who just wasn't an appropriate counter for him, right? And again, we're sort of seeing it here. I mean, JW hasn't got above and beyond in this second map just yet. It's really been the poise show, and Dell's been stepping up as well quite nicely. Right to point out, Symmetry has been relatively absent. A couple of opportunities he has had, he's made mistakes that have cost him and his team. AW Sniper looking to emerge out of Palace. Might catch one on the cross. No, okay, Symmetry gets away with it. Might have a chance here. There you go. There's his second on the board.
Re-engagement is what costs him his life. JW trying to be cheeky. Symmetry, though, this time caught by Dell from Pit. As Heap picks up the op, is able to evade further detection, I believe. Question is, do they recognize Makaze in ladder or not? Rabani as well in connector in a great position. Dex is spotting short from bench, and oh, this is going to be the duel of fates right here. Important kill on Makaze if he can achieve it. Neither yet spotted between the two. And the boost, no, it's not going to work. Dex will be caught as well. Like I said, important duel to be happening. As eyeballers are not careful enough, they don't consider that to be an option, and they pay the price for it. Down to Heap and Dell. And honestly, last time we saw something like this, they did still win, so I'm not beyond believing, but it shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be the case. NAVI Junior should be able to get their second without further delay.
Good volley. There's the first. Almost a second. They know that the last is in Palace as well. I was going to say, if somehow NAVI Junior let this round slip as well, then I think we might as well just chalk it up there. But yeah, better stuff out of them here in round number 8. We'll put a second on the board. He's looking to stay alive, and he will. No one pressing too hard for him. The money is not in a position where NAVI Junior can really justify throwing anybody at him here. So, there you go. AK carried across into the next. It's a weird one, though. I mean, he's now double eco. JW's got 1900. I
think they eco.
Force.
No, I'd say they eco. If they want to play the long con, they eco. If they want to finish it quickly, they force buy. Because you have enough money for the next round, right? Heap can make do with either Khalil or Mech 10. The rest would have had enough for AKs. But I respect the force buy regardless. Like I said, if you want to finish this quickly, you force up, right? You put more pressure on your opponent. And boy, delivers that. So Makaze from, again, ladder. Same position as before. Uncontested. Free to take charge as we go for an A split. And good molly on triple. In con, caught is JW. The 3 moving out of pit. Oh, wait. They don't spot Zugas? That's interesting.
A little bit of a one-way around that smoke, but they're just coming in from all angles. So difficult. Dell's now got a 1v3. He almost catches the first with an aid in hand.
He knows about both.
He knows 100%, and he's read the smoke push as well. Dell, oh! It would have been one hell of a 1v3. But Symmetry, who we have been criticising because he's had a slow start, is the saviour. Make sure that that one is closed out without further complication. Fast reaction, third round.
Yeah. Whew, it's starting to get closer and closer. Eyeballers. Full eco now. With a few pistols. We could be seeing another closer first half if NAVI Junior continue, but the way it started certainly gave us all the wrong feelings. As this mid push is cleaned up easily. Round 4 is there. Nice nades. Yeah. Good Kobe's.
Definitely does a little bit for the confidence when you've had a rough start to the game.
You know it does, yeah.
Now time to do it against the opponents with the rifles. Krabeni down to an MP9, but kind of out of choice here. There's more than enough money for him to have something else if he wants it. Ultimate round of the half. Eyeballers for 6-1 up, remember. They are now staring down the barrel of a potential tied up 6-6. They can't win this round right here.
Round 11. Rabani. Search. He somehow steals that kill, but JW perseveres. Stands firm, fine, 2. Meanwhile, still a 3v3. And X is expecting somebody to peek window. So far, NAVI Junior have consistently been aggressive, right? So eyeballers are expecting somebody to come take a look at mid eventually. The bomb's moving B house. Now, whether or not it's going to go lower into A or stay there, we're about to find out. Heap either has to move and start making noise and start playing this as a fake A, with connection kind of being the duet.
Oh, that is so... oh my god, that is so lucky for Dex, by the way. The fact that that nade does not open up the smoke fully.
Yeah. Still stays incognito.
Yeah.
Gonna be tough to clear out Makazi here, though. I mean, they have the right idea, but they're making sound about it.
Bit. They have to check bit. They don't. It's a free round. He burns, and he might die to the burn, but it's a free round regardless. He finds Makaze. The reply from both CTs now rotating over the spot, and this convinces them, okay, this is A, right? This convinces them Heap has the C4 somewhere where, well, near him. As the bomb is planted, they'll realize, wait a minute.
Yeah, they take a couple of seconds to do so, but they do clock that they can't hear it. Now Heap needs to go and help, but JW's got a very advanced position here. And if he can isolate this first, then it's brilliant. A stray bullet that wasn't intended for Demon. It was meant for his teammate. But pops him in the noggin. And Symmetry with low HP has to back off. What a turnaround for Eyeballers. And a very smart call out of JW.
200 IQ play right there. He committed both of his rooks towards the A site, trying to throw off the trail of what they're actually doing. NAVI Junior takes the bait, rotate the player off of B, rotate the player out of middle, lose the first contact on A, in fact, burning down the deep flank, or the deep hold of Makazi. Even if he gets the kill, it's Heap that is the one that convinces them that this is A. And it's because of Heap that JW has the time to set this up. Well played, well done. That was a brilliant round. Albeit a little bit lucky to a degree, but brilliant no less.
Brilliance has really been resonating out of the Eyeballers throughout this series as a whole. Final round of the half. There is still enough money for NAVI Junior to pull out a decent buy. In fact, a very good one. They need to make this work. Eyeballers. Losing all but 2 in that last round did put a strain on the finances. Dell down to the Galil. Slower stuff. No one wants to be the man to make the mistake. 7-5 is a whole lot more recoverable than an 8-4.
Oh yeah, nobody wants to be the first to die, especially on NAVI Junior, because you know you're going to be the catalyst for the downfall. As the Deagle connects, Symmetry somehow able to do that. Same for Krabini, as they isolate these duels. And this is one of the mistakes that Eyeballers have been dealing with for quite a while now. The one-by-one walk into death. The C4, I would just like to point your attention to the C4 being outside of B house in T-base. That is the what is the reason of walking onto A when you don't even have the C4 with you, is what I am kind of alluding to. But
well, a half that was full of some great plays and
yeah.
some not so good ones, right? A lot of mistakes made from both sides. Eyeballers still just edging ahead. This round here was certainly something to marvel at. I think another big highlight was that 2 versus 4 recovery a little bit earlier on in the half. Definitely had their moments. I mean, NAVI Junior have had all the opportunities in the world, haven't they? Scenarios where they've had those advantages. This could have easily been 7-5 in their favor, maybe even more.
Arguably even more, yeah. So it's time for NAVI Junior to showcase their T side, right? This is it. Glocks in hand, you got the plus W, the only thing that you need in your life, and your trusty sidearm. Run and gun. I think they have to destroy Eyeballers' confidence in order to win this now. Because even with the lack of kills in some of the players on Eyeballers, they are confident enough to believe... They are confident enough and they believe in themselves to win. So... let's see what exactly will the approach be. Hard focused onto the task at hand. I'll be honest, this looks like Krabini, but I don't know if that's actually him.
Yeah, I think it was. I think that was him.
In any case, we are ready to begin. It's the pistol. It's the second half. M&J, this could go 2-0. Eyeballers are certainly setting themselves up for it. Their pistols have been immaculate so far to a degree. And once more, they're trying to prove that.
Okay, well, they've given up the site, but we were talking about how potent their retakes were on Ancient. They've got an opportunity for it again. A 4-man prong in towards CT. One coming up from Raft, but should be a bit of a surprise. Taking out the first. Playing anti-flash. Heap now activated, and they're not looking for him. It's clinical, and Heap still hungry for more after they're all dead. That is a perfect pistol round from Eyeballers.
They're like keeping Heap away until the very last second to not get too many kills, right? It's like, stay away, stay away. Give us a second. Let us do this first. Let us get us some kills. Oh, and the beauty of this is Dex plays this clinically correctly. Like, he peeks in, sees the first, tries to take a shot, actually connects, pulls back. That's it. That's all you have to do as an anchor on A. And even if he doesn't have the massive impact of compared to Poi, Del, Heap, and such, he does his job the way he needs to, and it's what allows the retake to actually succeed. No CT control for NAVI Junior. And at the end of the day, they find themselves now 3 rounds behind with a force buy even. See, this is where I would argue against this force buy in no matter the scenario, whether you bomb plant in the pistol or not, or you plant the bomb or not. Because you're just throwing yourself out there to lose even further advantage, or to be even further behind, rather.
I'm inclined to agree, but we'll see if we're made to eat our words, of course.
Perhaps. It's always possible.
Yeah. Mechanically, these guys are very capable, even if they're just down to Desert Eagles. They haven't really shown us that today, though, and Point stripping the first head off the beast. An advantage and confirmation, info that mid has been lost, but happy to give it up, play a deeper angle. It's just brilliant from Poi again, and after that second, he's happy to dial it back now. They've got a huge advantage. Look how aggro they're getting. They've got one in apartments, they've got one pushing into ramp. They've got all the space here, all the control.
Now the problem is they do lose an important piece on the puzzle, on the deck. They're going to lose CT control and kitchen control. Somebody's going to have to keep an eye out on that. But with apps control being the way it is here, it's going to be near impossibility to break it. Poi finds Skrabini and is down to the last 2. One in apps and one on site. That apps player is hidden well until Makazi comes onto site itself. Del tagged. And now Makazi needs to deliver a kill ASAP. There's still Dex somewhere around here, or rather Poi, excuse me, and he's already gotten 3 beforehand, and it does not even matter. Del shuts it down. It is 9-5, and Navi Juniors, this is why I worried for the force buy. It's 10-5 before they have the next gun round, unless they force again.
And I don't think there's much justification for a force buy back either. So difficult for Symmetry there, just entering out with a scout. Even with Del being low, not the weapon you want in that situation. But again, it's just perfectly played from Eyeballers. Sung the praises to the A anchor on the pistol. I'm singing praises to Poi there. The way he plays short.
Oh, yeah.
Going for the aggressive Pete, taking out the first top mid player. New angle of approach, deeper position, wipes out the con push. Still stays relevant. Nice pick from Del, but it is just against the eco. And as you say, it is going to be double digits out of Eyeballers. Before there's any further argument, they seem very aware. I think they might have spotted Penny's barrel. There it is.
Start beautiful pop flash support. Just perfect. And I know you're gonna probably feel the same way, but I'm really happy to see Heap in a good mood in a team that he seemingly enjoys playing. It's such a nice thing, and I feel like we haven't seen the end of him just yet. That the future for this man is still so bright, even after obviously having an unfortunate time within the last 2 years, 3 years. I'm so happy to see him perform. And even though the numbers right now aren't the highest for him, he's just such a solid player.
It's been very good. It's interesting to me as well, pointed out in the pregame that Dell had a monster map 1 yesterday. Poi had a monster map 3. They're actually the 2 heavy hitters here on Mirage. And players that often are kind of discounted here, especially Poi. I think people have been a little bit sort of disappointed with some of his performances more recently. Coming in as the youngest player on this team, and there were high expectations under JW's wing, but look at that, a double from Dex, and at the worst time for it for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're walking into JW, who's expecting to hear through the smoke. Rabani, okay, Rabani doesn't care what he expects. Dex still alive at Tetris, and he's building the blocks of life here. Rabani. Oh no. Catches Poi. Right timing. Right place. 40 seconds. This can go either way right now.
Got the info on the remaining 2 and dealt crispy with it. Dex has played this round beautifully. I think he's done enough, but Symmetry in a clutch position again. Last time it was a 1v1. Now he's got 2 to try and tee up. With 20 seconds left, yeah, you're right. He has to go for this A site, and they know it. 26 HP, bomb on his back. It's almost going to be impossible to isolate these 2 jewels and offer the contact. Heap will swing, but his help not needed. Dell will get it done. And 11 on the board for Eyeballers.
I really like this, the way they play this final 2 versus 1. It showcases their understanding of the numbers advantage, right? As I like to say always. And that's exactly what this is. NAVI Junior, they would probably be able to win a few rounds more if Eyeballers had permitted it, if Eyeballers had made the same mistakes. Instead, they are trying to shy away from that as far as they can. And because of it, they're up 6 rounds, 11-5. NAVI Junior, this is it. This buy is either going to work and they're going to come back in style, or it's the end of the road. And oh boy, it's the standard move from JW. He calls a timeout here. Whether or not it's tactical or more of a, let's give them some time to stew in their own minds without money kind of scenario. This is looking perfect for the Swedes.
Certainly is. They've had so much success after calling these pauses. There's no doubt about the fact that they've looked like the better team in this series. I said at the start I was sort of expecting this to be a 2-0. Certainly not in this fashion.
You expected it to go to NAVI Junior, and I don't think you were the only one. I had my own doubts, but I knew Eyeballers are going to play a good game of CS, or at least I hope, and they are delivering on all accounts.
Well, 2 more hurdles to overcome, and that is a beautiful start to get them onto 12. Through the smokes, they don't care. JW and Poi slam down the hammer. Dex, okay, doesn't actually commit, but big kill. Oh no, hold up.
Okay. We're turning the tide a little bit. I mean, this is the round they need to win, so it's not as if this is too surprising. They need to do something, and they're expecting both in jungle, good angles, and yeah, the round actually collapses. Well, that was different than I expected. It definitely looked like Eyeballers have it, and instead they kind of throw themselves under the bus there a little bit.
Yeah, that was a real shame for Eyeballers, to be honest. I think Dex is going to be kicking himself that on that initial peak he didn't commit.
Absolutely.
Sort of jiggled for the information and saw 2 looking the other way, but didn't take the fight. Instead, relayed that information. His teammates didn't do a whole lot with it. So, 2k in the bank. Keeps on that hero M4. Still have enough money to buy into this next round. JW, that AWP opportunity will become available again, but yeah, they've got a huge margin for error. I think they're just going to be feeling a little sore that they couldn't get it done there.
Much. As we kick off round 18, another A play. This is a full commitment. Pistols to stand against them. Not much to be done. And I think Heap is looking to keep that M4, and somehow Dex actually finishes the job, in fact. Oh no! NAVI Juniors, don't tell me this is the way you go down. And another, oh my! Symmetry down to 8.
Bro, this is gonna be crazy. They're gonna line them up and bring them down, but luckily they do stabilize. What was that shot? Second shot was sick.
Yeah, that is criminal from Dex, and it's a real shame that his teammates don't have util to nade out the Firebox player to maybe make that retake plausible after he found these two. Yeah, that is filth.
It's kind of crazy.
A lot you can do about it. I mean, to be fair, standing on top of Firebox is bold, but it's well played. There you go. Finally, the odds reflect what we've been seeing, right?
Yeah.
And a bit of justice to what Eyeballers have brought to this series. NAVI Junior have just not been up to par on the jump spots. He's here by himself. He's actually going to preemptively throw that smoke. It's brilliant timing.
For NAVI Juniors,
Beautiful.
yet set in stone. Thing is, they gotta go B here. They don't have the space to go back up A. And they're crossing into B site. They're gonna be dealing with short control coming out from Dell. We've got tags up on Demon. Symmetry will hit. If they catch that mid player, NAVI Junior will be left with one man on the job. Oh no, oh no. Boy, he doesn't turn around. Still gets a kill though. Krabini on short revealed. The bomb yet planted. Man, this is like the fact that they're having such a tough time even getting onto site tells you how difficult this is gonna be. But the lineup, Krabini. Good shots. Even better finishers. 1v1 against the Opper. Simitri.
No info.
One mistake.
Oh!
That was quick.
You menace! Yeah, he was quick. And with no info as well. The AWP had that window of opportunity after that first contact was made to just peek. He wasn't looking the right way. But I don't think he knew. And of course, there's no real correct way to play that. You play the odds, you hope for the timing. Symmetry has definitely stepped it up in this game after a poor start, but can't keep delivering when it comes to these clutch situations. 12 rounds, 5 chances to close here for the Eyeballers. Been far from flawless, but look at that from Heeb's POV.
It's crazy, man. It's so good.
Okay,
But M&J, we have to accept reality now. NAVI Junior, 5 rounds in a row of a immaculate gameplay of CS. That's what saves them. Boy, holding from Edward, from short, from Forest. There's going to be the one and only Dell, and he delivers on all points. That's what you want to see when you're in that spot. Still keeping himself alive on car. Symmetry takes the fall, and it's Krabini and Demon left, and the X-Assist have arrived, as that is going to be Eyeballers to remove NAVI Juniors from the playoffs.
and the first real upset of the day that materializes. Poi plays this position beautifully. He hears them coming. He gets that incendiary out, and then just before deploying it, opts against it. Turns away anti-flash. The flash pops as soon as he looks at that wall. Round. A 9 Pandas aside that have shown kinks in their armor, right? So who's to say Eyeballers couldn't take it the distance? We take a quick look at the scoreboard. This one definitely a little more balanced. But Dell, your MVP, your state player of the match, don't blame them. He has had a monster performance.
Yes, he has. And all I can say is this is a nice little send-away gift for me, at least, into the night. Because Eyeballers, I thought they would be a little bit weaker than Gen 1 in comparison, especially having seen them play both in a few times in the last few weeks. But goddamn, do they persevere, man. Somehow they find the energy, and big ups to JW, man. This guy somehow knows how to keep that composure, that morale high.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And despite everything, right, he is putting up numbers, especially on the Ancient. He looked very, very hot. So, yeah, nothing more to be said than major congratulations to Eyeballers. They played a great series of Counter-Strike. There's a little recap of the results for today. 2-1 earlier on, Sinners took out Kono, but it was a little more complicated than that. They only just scraped past. They won the first map, their map Pick a Mirage, in overtime. Got badly beaten on Ancient 16-3. And sorry, 13-6. Jeez. That was a dyslexia moment.
All's well, all's well.
And then a 13-11 in that third and final map as well. So that one went right down to the wire. And much of the same for that second matchup as well. 9 Pandas having to go to a third map to take out Gen 1. Now, that third map was a little more convincing, don't get me wrong, on Nuke.
Yes.
Yeah, they still had to fight hard for it. But I don't know if this team's going to continue. Obviously, Eyeballers,
Dude,
fantastic work.
absolutely fantastic work, but I'm really envious that you get to enjoy Wildcard versus Incilio as well, because that is going to be, I think, the best matchup of the day alongside the 9 Pandas versus Gen 1. Those were the two I was most looking forward to see. And I feel like the last one of the day is going to deliver that on all accounts. Incilio have been on fire, and I'm excited to watch them play every single time. And for Wildcard, I haven't had the chance to see them in this team yet, but I'm hoping that it won't be a bit of a empty promise like NAVI Junior were here against Eyeballers.
Yeah, I think Wildcard could certainly be a worthy opponent. They're a great team, and obviously coming over from NA, obviously they've got those European pieces as well. But yeah, these guys are trying to get some reps in before Kato, and I'm excited. I'm excited for it as well. Insidio have looked good recently, as you say. They looked great the other day against Rhino. I know you and Nexus covered that matchup, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm excited for what's in store. I'm excited for more
We're
upsets.
in for a great night.
Yeah,
That's
I don't think this is, even if Incilio win this game as, you know, the Swiss stage team beating the invitee, I don't think that would particularly be an upset. I actually think this is a pretty balanced game on paper.
I would say in general, Incilio, Eyeballers, Gen 1, these are teams that can beat any of the one teams that we have invited here. So it shouldn't be that much of a surprise that this can happen. But nonetheless, I think people will be a little bit taken by surprise that it happens in the manner that we've just seen it. A potential 2-0 where Eyeballers just dominate Mirage of all the maps.
And maybe we'll get some North Americans in the chat. We'll have to see.
Maybe. Maybe.
nicely. Sugar proving why those odds are still somewhat in Incilio's favour, but the response from the Glocks is one that is brutal. And Kellyan sniffed out Dinks, now with 11 HP and 3 to find, realises that this one might be a little too tricky.
Yeah, dude, like Fuzi and Sonic just slapped them silly. Like those kills as they come out of the hut with Glocks, insane stuff. Now Kellyan, he's still gonna give himself a crack at it. Wants to maybe try and negotiate close to the A-bomb site, but the only thing he's really hoping for here is perhaps a pot shot going his way. Has to be quite careful. Ooh,
nice
shot there. Yeah, you had a nice little kill here. He's gonna get chased down. He's got the audio cue. Has a decent idea where this final player is, but regardless, it's not gonna matter in the grand scheme of things. Maybe you get a tad bit of money. Oh. Yeah. Listen, the best you can do is at least make some additions to the highlight reel, right?
I mean, a couple of kills there will do him some favours. Possibility for a pistol to come out in this second round, upgraded pistol that is, or maybe that extra cash will just be put to good use when it comes to the buy round. But they're going to force up. Alrighty. Well, a good start from Wildcard nonetheless. They hit a bit of a wall when they breached in initially, but managed to turn it back with those Glocks up close and personal. Now, 257s, a P250, an MP9 and a Scout with the defense to work with. They're up against quite a rifle-heavy setup. It's that single Mac 10 in play. Slower stuff from Wildcard.
I'm very interested in seeing how Incilio are going to play this. They just want to hold the angles, apparently. They don't have anyone on the extremities except Moon wanting to flirt with some chaos outside. But even then, he's playing a bit more of a conservative angle where he's ready to clothesline anyone that walks into him as they're not checking. Ramp seems to be on the agenda for Wildcard as they get prepped up. Not really using too much utility. Audio cues will be entirely cut out as they hold shift. All taken control of, and yeah, was not going to expect this at all. They've walked out all the way. The one point of contact that could have been a problem, taken care of.
Okay, the man advantage, but not for much longer. Fader. Surprised he doesn't take the time to line up the head, but either way, gets out with the kill. An upgraded weapon as well, the Galil to work with, and with the bomb now down on B, there's a question to be had here. Do they even bother the rotation? Just hold on to these weapons, bring them into the next. Be on an eco, if not. That is going to be the call that's made. So they go down without a fight, really, but you believe it's the right call. Wildcard will make it 2 regardless.
Yeah, and Incilio having picked up a Galil, now this gives them a chance, you're right, like, gives them a chance to have another crack at this. I like it. As soon as they lose that scout rifle player, as soon as they lose Moon, they know that it's a bit of a foregone conclusion as far as this round's considered. Wildcard, though, 2 rounds in the bag, just wanting to add more to the tally. And although this is Wildcard's map pick, I'm not sure how much I like the fact that Incilio started off on the CT side. I guess there's a bit of comfort in just being able to turret, but when Wildcard being the top dog on the server, being allowed to control the pace by deciding where they want to go, things like that, it does get a tad bit scary. And also, it's just a tad bit easier to control things like the economy when you're playing the T side, right? Like, you can just keep building up momentum, you can keep shutting down the CT's money.
Stand. Patiently waiting. On Mac 10, he's got support from Fuzi if he needs it, but Incilio just wielding the weapons that they saved from the last. Realising this is far from an ideal start here on Nuke. Especially considering they're on their CT side. Slower stuff though. Nobody from Wildcard wants to be the man to go in first and die to the P250. Instead, they'll weed him out. Incilio will be the ones to aggress. They'll be the ones to make the mistake. Walk into the crosshair. Sonic might be teed up for a second here as well if Sugar peeks out wider. Sees the knee and wide swings. Headshot found. Press for the weapon. 4v4.
Ooh. Oh, hit it. He's done quite a bit of damage. Kellyan adds more with the 5-7. And now Fuzi and JBA, they've got everything to do. Control of outside, 40 seconds to go. Everyone from the Incilio camp focused on making sure that this ace bomb site will not be penetrated at any point in time. Fuzi, he's got control of Garage. JBA wanting to creep up into heaven. It slows down for a while, but 20 seconds, man. They really have to speed things up. Problem is, Incilio, they've made the right call. They've got every one of their resources right here on the A bomb site. Kellyan's watching for it. Creep up into heaven will be allowed because Kellyan's not ready for it, but he does look away in the nick of time. He's ready for the correct fight, and JBA is just going to have to back off with this AK-47 if he's allowed that luxury.
Oh, tried and tested, proven that Incilio were right to make that save call in the last round. Those weapons put to good use. A nice little upgrade for them as well. 2 AKs and a Galil escape out of that situation. A little smile on Moon's face, because that's a result. We'll come into this next. Likely against somewhat of a bye, but surely we'll have the advantage. It's this right here from Fader that ends that from a nice little advantage to actually the ball quite quickly rolling in their favour. Here is that aforementioned buy. 3 AKs, a Galil, a Tech 9 for Wildcard to work with. If they can't make it stick, then it will go 2-2. Incilio will likely be teed up for that third as well. Wildcard won't have the cash.
Yeah, they've got to be really careful now. ABA, outside control starting to be established, but the audio cue, I'm not actually sure if they have that, because Sugar wasn't quite playing close.
Elliot. I'm not sure if I've just lost Faraz, but I'll roll with it. Tech 9. Making another head. Moon's just one as well. There you go. Lovely stuff. Won't hold it any longer. Knows that if Stan escapes around that corner, he'll have problems. Sonic will take one of his own, though. Puts it back to a 2v2.
Ooh. Fade it. You reckon he goes for the 1v2?
It goes a long way around. Yeah, it looks like it.
Dilly-dallying.
Oh wow, good timing
wow.
as well. Spots the second. All of a sudden, this becomes very doable. Fuzi gets the flashbang in. The molly's not quite going to reach. It's just going to hold it down. Full 5 seconds. Fuzi just in the nick of time. Denies it. But wow, that comes a little close for comfort. He's cold as ice. Look at the cam. He does not break a sweat.
You're right. Just crazy stuff happening here on the A bomb site. Fade it. The fact that he gets as far as he does, I mean, he did kind of look like he was dilly-dallying for a while, right? Didn't quite feel like he had the heart committed to it, but...
I think there was a flashbang or something in the corner that he was picking up. There was definitely a piece of utility.
I thought he wasn't committed, and then he was like... You know, like when you're on TeamSpeak, your team is like, no, go for it.
Yeah. Get out of my head, let me play.
Yeah. Ooh, Sauce, he's gonna find the Opper. That overcommitment, still not quite punished. Gotta back off, and he does it with barely any health. Now the Opper already on 20 points of health. Outside control is what we've got on the agenda. A nade to pop the smoke that is gonna give them a tad bit more information, but nothing of significance. That's allowed them to cross over. Now they can go down into secret. They can start negotiating with the outside hut as well. And because of this lack of information, Sugar preemptively goes down into the bottom bomb site. And he's ready and waiting. They should be sending that MAC-10 flying in. Know exactly where he is. Little piece of the head spotted. They know Sugar's lingering around. And this is where they start buckling down on B.
Door open, Moon caught his pants down, and there you go. Coordinated crunch. And everybody following through. 3 headshots found in unison. Sonic, who'd just been patient as B. Outside. Kellyan hoping for the trade, but yeah, I mean, look at this. Sonic is literally in the T-spawn. And I think he might have heard the sound cue of the ladder as well, so yeah, easy pickings. All down to Bushka. For one, but they will now be in hot pursuit, that's for sure. Trying to take as many down with him as he can. 2 to the tally already, surely not a third. Flank in, not going to hear it, and there you go. JBA will finish it off. 3 players down alive on Wildcard. Yeah, really solidifying themselves as just the better team here early doors on Nuke.
Yeah, we see the timeout come out from Incilio, and as much as I would want it to instantly work, right, to give us a more competitive affair, problem is they're still victims of the economy. They've got less than $3,000 a pop on everyone, so the best case scenario we see in this upcoming round is just maybe a couple 5-7s in there, maybe a Deagle, perhaps something along those lines, but they're not exactly going to be able to get right back into the game, not just yet. They'll have to allow this game to air a little bit. Sugar is kind of rocking the same hairstyle as me right now.
You should go compliment him. You should let him know.
Yeah.
Say, nice hair, bro.
I think, yeah, I think if I put like circular glasses on, I think him and I could be twinning. I'm just a tad bit more tan.
And he's better at Counter-Strike.
Debatable. Biggest scope of 2025 live. Wildcard, though, they should be solidifying their lead further. Don't expect it to go any other way. And even the round that Incilio have won already, it was kind of questionable, right? It came off the back of pistols, wasn't exactly a confident gun round victory by any stretch of the imagination, so I want to see how this goes. This was always going to be the issue with Nuke, by the way. You run into a team that's a top favorite, you can't even just boil it down to individual mechanics or anything, right? And they get to control the pace when they're playing the offense. It's rough.
Yeah, it is.
Don't want to be too negative, though, because it is pretty early days.
5-7's looking to get quite aggressive. In a world that Sugar could take one here. Timing is really key. They're actually all going to route through Squeaky instead. AWP. Look beyond the chopping block as the pistol on its way. Yeah, just not expecting Boozy at the top of that ladder and actually re-aggressing into lobby to regain the control that they had lost. And get the bomb down simultaneously. Sus will finish the job. A flawless round out of Wildcard. It is just against the pistols, but it feels like they really play it to perfection. They make it 5.
The problem is that Incilio are quickly finding out what the pace of Tier 1 CS looks like, right? Not giving up any audio cues. Playing this to perfection, as you mentioned. We do finally see a fully locked and loaded gun round from Incilio. When they tried to do that before, they tried to send Moon outside very aggressively. They simply got punished early on. Is that going to happen again, is my question.
Weapons out this time to try and stop that from happening, but the mass on Sugar. Not a lot of util either. A lot of it's been deployed early, and they've got to reconvene here towards ramp. It's a nice shot out of Moon. Needs more though. Fuzi's now on the angle. Fire at his feet. He's forced right back, but man advantage goes a long way.
They get so much control, but you're just going to back off of it. This does cut off quite a bit of info for the CTs, though, because right now they're under the impression that ramp could have actually been capitalized upon, but they're bringing it all the way back down to A, Josh. And I think this is going to be very deadly. One player playing on the back silo. They should be rushing in right about now. Sauce comes in from the side as well. JBA starts to establish control, and the bomb will go down, no problem. 45 seconds as they tee up for the retake. I'm not even sure if this is a good idea. Don't think they'll actually commit to it, Josh.
It has to be the save call here, surely. Yeah, just so perfect as soon as Incilio moved the troops. Oh no, the gun actually blocked it, but yeah, Sugar reacts after his teammates died. Either way, yes, as soon as that contact's made, the troops are moved. Leaves that outside completely open. Just capitalized upon.
Sorry, does Sugar have a signpost with his own signature on it behind him?
Yeah, I was thinking this. I noticed that a little bit earlier.
I like it. I mean, listen, if you're like a new producer, right, and you're not sure which player is which, you're just like, yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate the signage, guys.
At least he, does he have a... No, I don't think Sugar's ever played a major, has he?
Let's see. Sugar. Wikipedia. Oh no, I found the wrong Sugar. Oh no, there's quite a few players named Sugar.
No, he hasn't. I mean, he played with Aurora, he played with Webster, he played with some good teams, but yeah, no, I don't think he has a sticker and gun. But still, that kind of level of player, you can have a signature and it not be narcissistic. If I had one, then then it's up for debate. Nice shot, JBA. Another nice one from Fuzi there as well.
And once again, it's just this continual pace from Wildcard. They continue to win fights one after the other. It's really hard to boil it down to just anything other than pace and having better firepower, right? You're constantly seeing Incilio in bad positions simply because Wildcard are just timing themselves right. And even when it's some awkward positions where, you know, Wildcard are running into a bomb site with less info, the fact that they have really good lurking potential in the form of Susp, and they just have better overall firepower, they always end up on the site with barely any casualties. Once again, bomb down, a 7th teed up.
This is looking pretty relentless out of Wildcard, to be completely honest. You know who else Sugar played for? He played for Boston Crab, which is one of my favourite esports logos ever.
Wait, hang on, I need to Google this. Boston Crab.
Yeah. I did also just send it
Boston Crab is a professional wrestling hold.
No.
Okay, there we go.
It's just a little
It is a
crab.
very cool logo.
Little crab.
We need to bring these logos back, okay? We need unprofessional logos. This is why I can't have AI, okay? Because everyone can generate a good logo, like.
Yeah, like Bad Guys. That was definitely an AI.
Right?
Right, yeah.
That did look like AI. Now I don't know if it was, but like it did look like AI, right?
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, but then I was like, should I? Like, what if an artist just like poured their heart
Really
and soul
sad.
into it, and then I would be doing exactly what I am blaming AI for, right? Stealing like an artist's work or whatever.
But no, I was thinking it yesterday as well. I was thinking it yesterday. But yeah, Boston Crab Tutel, you remember that logo with the turtle with the deagle taped to his shell? That was cool as well. Yeah, no, we need more of those, please. Okay, well, it feels like we've had so many of these rounds out of Incilio, right? Where they've got a couple of pistols, a couple of MP9s. They've really not been able to do a whole lot with it. Moot, super passive here in Garage. Very messy with the Desert Eagle and runs out of bullets. So, yeah, I did have one that could have been used to pop the head of Stanislaw instead.
Love that little detail too.
Yeah, I'm surprised he gets rid of the orb. Actually, I mean, well, I'm not thinking about it because he's got 10k, so he can just buy another one.
He doesn't want to get rushed down by the pistols. He knows that they've got like MP9s or pistols, something like that, so gonna shy away from it. The MP9 position's now known. I guess Dvoshka isn't his history now, so whatever. Whatever point I was gonna make is moot. Sugar, Kellyan, still wanting to have a peep in this matter, but I don't think that'll happen. Okay, so we essentially have 8 rounds with Incilio only having the significance of a mosquito in this game so far. It's very quickly swatted away after a sting.
Quite interesting. I mean, we look at the last series. Very different. A lot of mistakes that Argentina were making. Those retakes.
Terrorists win.
Right here, close, but Theo is absolutely right. Reinforcement scenarios like this go and save when I'm not even saving. They got 5 pound for a buy. had that second MP9 save been successful, and there would have been 2 SSs. Surely you don't want. Surely you want 5.
I'm not sure if the audience could hear it as well, but Josh just slowly walked away from his microphone until he faded out of existence, and I don't think we'll ever hear from him again. I'll just have to maintain cordial relationships with his family and see them over Christmases, I guess, in memory of M&J, who just faded away during a broadcast. But speaking of fading away, faded down at the hands of Susp. 3 versus 4. Incilio. They tried to offer some resistance this time, and they do have their players in position to try and be annoying here. Kellyan will catch Susp, and because they're already outside, they had the right idea, but problem is you're up against a player like Sonic, just comes in, instant headshots. Molly's also going to dissuade Kellyan from coming in. And this is just looking too damn easy for a team like Wildcard. Sugar, 1-on-3. Just have to put this MP9 in your back pocket and run away. I mean, what else can you do? Maybe if you had a smoke, you would see a defuse. I don't know. Okay, 10 rounds in, already 9 for Wildcard. We've got some technical ifs on our end, which is why you can't hear M&J just yet. He'll be back in a while. I think he'll be back. I think he'll come back sooner than Incilio will.
Right, I think I'm back. I think we've fixed the issues. We're good to go? Alright.
Yeah, it's been 3 Christmases. Your family and I have been meeting and doing little celebrations in your memory. Lighting a
3
candle.
Christmases?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You missed out on all the presents.
Yikes. I'm back now. I shot Moon.
So was Moon, apparently.
I might be a good omen here for Incilio.
I was just gonna say, like, they suddenly pop off outside. But it's also really good that Moon went for the repositioning towards ramp. He was very consistently being found outside. Now, gets to fight back. And look at this, Wildcard starting to get a little bit desperate. They're trying to make it down the vents.
Oh no, Stan missed it.
Oh no, Stanislaw finds a little gap in the corner. Tries to get some more stuff done, but Sonic, he is on an island. There's no rings to collect here.
Love that. The reference, not the throwing you up at the map. I mean, I also agree with that, but I don't think it's something that Incilio would have picked up anyway. I mean, maybe they'd opt for that second sniper. But, yeah, they do already have one in hand. He'll go and grab that AK. Jump over the 1v4, and okay, there's one. 20 seconds left, though, and no bomb control means that there is quite literally no chance in this. He has managed to grab that second AWP, too, so might want to try and throw that one out the map, too. No, arm's not strong enough. Now he's being chased down. Get it gone. It's over the fence, unretrievable. MP9 will finish it off, but yeah, I like that a lot from Sonic.
It? No.
No idea. I think he's darting to trophy.
Can you pick it through the fence?
He threw it over the fence, yeah. I mean, you could probably pick it up through the fence, yeah, unless he shot it away. I don't know if they
probably
knew.
did. I mean, he looked pretty meticulous with it. Oh, you see that action in the smoke, just trying to knife him, and then Kellyan gets punished for all that? Doesn't realize that his knife is hitting the edge of a vent instead.
Cruel.
I like the cheeky attempt from Stanislaw, though. I like it. One more round to go in this first half, and Incilio have barely made their mark. A CT side that has only yielded the fruit of 2 rounds. And Wildcard, I don't think they'll see this as anything but a speed bump. Wow, Fuzi out-aiming Moon with such a big disadvantage on the range.
Oh my, look at this
JBA,
as
he's got a
well.
victim ready to run into the guillotine as well. 5 versus 3. And Incilio, they're running out of options. The wall's closing in on them. And I don't think the second half will be very merciful.
I think that push up the ladder is the epitome of running out of options as well, right? They've done that a few times now. It just hasn't worked, but nothing's really worked, right? And they try their hand at it again after losing the early player outside. Kellyan just kind of hopes that maybe the attention's diverted and he might be able to slip through, but not the case at all. 5v3, 2-man advantage, loads of space down towards this lower bomb site as well. Fadet's expecting to be flanked. His role as the ramp player to be able to rotate down to B is... Oh, okay. Oh, we're going to see a knife kill. Oh, this is ridiculous. Sonic, yeah, love that. But yeah, it all... Side control and he could be flanked.
This is just peppering the wounds, isn't it? It's done. It almost already feels like a bit of a GG, right? We saw Eyeballers get an upset against NAVI Juniors, and at least that felt a bit more plausible, right? But it feels like Wildcard are showing us exactly the story we expected. A tale that has a spoiler on the cover. 10-2. Only 3 rounds away from the finishing blow. And although there will be another map to play, I'm starting to get really worried for Incilio.
And this has just been real domination. And for Wildcard, I mean, a nice little showcase that they are ready. They're ready to play here back in Europe. And some of the bigger fish of the world.
One of the biggest challenges for the teams that very quickly shoot to the top, or at least like start contesting with tier 1, is that they also have to stay at the top, right? And as soon as the season resets, you're kind of worried, man, are we going to slip back into tier 2? Are we going to slip away? Was that a fluke? But they're maintaining form. And although it's a little bit early days in the season to say something like it, the signs are good. Sugar, though, oh, they're starting to make their mark. Incilio popping off with the Glocks, doing exactly what Wildcard did in their own pistol. And Incilio, they're starting to put their foot down. They're not over yet.
Okay, getting it done with a bit of brute force. It's unlikely to see the T sides having so much success here on Nuke, but it is something that we've increasingly seen since the CS2 transition. Yeah, look at this. No mercy. Just send it out with a rapid fire. A really nice adjustment onto that main player. Number 14, that Wildcard. Such a huge margin for error. There's no real reason not for them to go for the force play here, and that's what they opt for. 3 MP9s, a couple of Deagles, see what they can do with it. Doesn't work out, though. There is a foot in the door for Incilio, a chance for a comeback, and a very nice adjustment there from Sugar to take that first.
Down into secret we go. My question is whether or not they're instantly going to get upset here. They've got the resources. They've got a chance to start building up momentum now. They've got to be careful. JBA just holding outside, making sure that nobody comes through towards A. But in the meantime, they're about to cook up a mean storm on the bottom bomb site. Moon will eventually be joining his comrades as they go down under. But look at this. Wildcard, they're not moving a muscle. They are no longer showing where they are. And if Incilio quickly commit to the B bomb site, this could be a big problem, Josh.
Advantage. Oh, look at that
hello.
as well, Sugar. Yeah, spot stand, just unaware. JBA's tucked himself in a corner, and he might get good timing on this, but only good for the one. Kellyan cleaning up house down towards B as well. JBA traded. Sus all on his lonesome. Not only a round loss, but one that doesn't even come with too much damage, and that theme will continue. Dvushka finishing it. 10-4. That's what I said. It kind of opens the door here a little bit with Wildcard going for the force and losing. Not really leaving a dent. Now have to eco, and Cilio will take 5, and it still feels like a very tall mountain that they have to climb up here. Still feels climbable.
Listen, 6 rounds, it's still doable, right? We've had this conversation before. MR12 does allow you a window of opportunity to come back in, and even if you look at the stake odds, right, they're not that far just yet. Or perhaps that's based on the entire series. I'm not 100% sure on that. I like it.
I believe it's a map by map, but...
Ah. Oh. I'm terrible at this, okay? I'm terrible at odds. Yeah, okay, we've got confirmation that it's for the map only. Which kind of surprises me because I'm a little... like those odds didn't look too convincing for Wildcard in that case.
I guess so, but it's just factoring in exactly this here. We've seen so many comebacks. Let's move over to MR12. It's a lot easier. Head held high in these situations. Nice shot from JBA though, but a second that he should not have been allowed. Now a 2-man advantage.
Faded.
Surely they don't have the tools to build around it though. They're not able to retrieve those rifles, so yeah, everyone else would just be munched up surely. Oh
no,
maybe not.
Yeah, it's not over yet. The 5.7's popped off for 2 kills, and this Desert Eagle could still have more to say. There it is. That's the big weapon being picked up. The chosen rifle, Susp at the ready, sprays one down, ready for the second, and that makes it 3 in total. You get Wildcard the 11th.
You can't afford for that to happen against an eco, the round that was supposed to be for free. Denied at the door. JBA with a brilliant double, and then honestly, Susp's headshot there. He doesn't hit it. It's a different outcome, but so crisp, and you can see the disappointment on Sugar's face. Knows that was a round that they had to take by the horns. Being unable to do so puts them in a position where they kind of have to force up here to keep any pressure applied, but if they lose it, it's surely game over. On the cross, spotted. Sonic doesn't overcommit. Instead, takes the drill deeper, and he'll win that one instead.
And Cilio, they've gotten a bunch of space, but they have had to trade Faded for it. JBA is going to make himself relevant very soon as he swings out. That's a 2-man lineup, and that is all she wrote, my friend. Dvushka, nothing comes out of him.
Wow.
Other than blood, I suppose.
And he got 2 kills prior to that, but yeah, nothing more. 12 rounds. Map point here for Wildcard. It's felt like a long time coming. They've definitely looked like the better team here in this map and this series so far. It is their map pick, so still a little bit of wiggle room for Incilio, despite the scoreline and despite really the entire narrative of this game. They can go away in that 10-minute break and try and build that morale back up on the basis that, you know, it is their map pick to come up next, but gotta be disheartening. It's just the pistols here to try and stay afloat as well, but Fadet's taken a lot of ground.
Yeah, he has. Problem is... Ooh, hang on, Sugar. Just made this round very doable. JBA caught with his pants around his ankles, waddles to his death. A 4 versus 3, as Susp is already locked and ready in position. He's done it before with his rifle that he's picked up, still holding on to that trusty AK-47. This Kalashnikov needs to be put to good use as Faded gets ready to pop out of the door. Look at this. 3 players lined up. Sonic's gonna have to help out. Susp is gonna start circumnavigating the railing. Gets 2. Sonic's there to help, actually. Ooh. Faded taps him away. And now, Fuzi, in a 1 versus 2, doesn't have the right equipment to do it. He's holding on to an AWP, and he'd much rather have something that is at least semi-automatic. Pulls out the pistol, is staring down at a deagle, switches to the USB after getting the first kill, and now it is in his court. as he gets it done for the 13th. Fuzi, an incredible 1 versus 2 clutch to put Incilio in the ground for map number 1. And man, oh man, it does not look any easier from him.
They actually won the eco round in that second half as well to sort of finish that off. Just rubbed salt in the wound, didn't it? It was a real testament to how dominant they really were.
Yeah, it was honestly a fantastic game from Wildcard, and you can't take that away from them. But coming into this matchup, that is exactly what we expected, right? Wildcard, they're supposed to be the top dogs, and although there are teams like Eyeballers that have actually upset, it's what I said at the start, right? It's a huge double-edged sword. The fact that Incilio have to go up against some of the toughest opposition straight up in this competition as the first invited team, but if they can get past it, then it would be a huge boost to the confidence. But the issue is, you don't get past them, you're starting to think, damn, why did we have to face some of the one of the strongest teams here as our first playoffs game, right? Like, it does feel a little bit rough.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, though, I guess. But you are right. You are right. Wildcard, even just in terms of the rankings and whatnot, probably the strongest invitee that we've got. So, yeah, Incilio have somewhat drawn the short straw there. Up next, we've got Anubis. Now, of course, you can see from the percentages, it's one that Wildcard do often shy away from. They don't have the best results there, but of course, against a higher caliber of opponent. And with it being their opponent's pick, they'll get the choice of the sides, so they can start on that T-half if they want to, which I think is a little bit of an advantage in itself as well, especially considering how strong their T-side looked on Nuke.
Of course, we are going to have to wait for about 10 minutes time before we can head into it, hoping that Incilio can, just brush this game under the rug and show us a much better competition. Slaw has his priorities in order, right? Like, he has this little vanity mirror to his neck, so does Susp. Like, they are staying ready. They're committed to the cameras. You gotta pay attention to the aesthetics, right? You gotta start thinking about CS in like a long-term way, where you start treating yourself like a real celebrity that always needs to be on point with like his makeup, the aesthetics, need to look good for the cams, need to be all PR ready. Know what I'm saying?
Buzzy's was way cooler. He had a Lego Yoda, he had a Pokeball, and he had a Dragonite Pop Funko. So, I mean,
Like how you just straight up ignore all of what I just said.
yeah, I just ignored it, mate.
Oh, hang on. Susp was about to ignore any attention on middle as well. Just sends it straight barreling down. Dwushka ready and waiting. Dooley's an ad, but he's missing everything.
Ooh, okay. I mean, he does get one before he goes down, but the site's been overwhelmed. Retake on its way.
Yeah, Faded, he's up close and personal, wants to try and interrupt the bomb planter, eventually does, but the bomb's already down, starting to stick the bomb, trying to bait them out. Sugar's starting to find casualties, and JBA will soon be history as well. That means that it'll be Incilio with the first round. Don't be gaslit by the HUD.
That's actually a pretty good response there from Incilio. A very, very nice opening pistol and a good retake, all things considered. It felt like once they lost control of that B site, it might just be a done deal, especially from what we saw in that first map. But instead, they snatch it back their way. Now, Wildcard, of course they go for the force buy. They're feeling confident. They should be. And with the bomb plant as well, the extra finances to justify it. So 3 Galils out, 2 MAC-10s, a little bit of util to work with as well. And on the other side, similar investment, I guess. 3 rifles, 2 SMGs instead. See what they go for here. Con smoked. It's the MP9 out of action, at least for now. Sugars could still activate here, aggressive in A main.
Sugar, that's 1, 2. Couple kills with solid loss bonus. That is all she wrote, my friend. Now Moon gonna get a chance to get a kill of his own as well. Some team damage. It shouldn't matter in the long run. Okay, so this is essentially the only clean round we've seen from Incilio all series.
Yeah.
Sounds like BM, but it's true. And I'm gonna do more BM by saying that.
Oh,
That's payback.
that's a little bit more VM.
Yeah, that overrides what I was going to say about Incilio already being halfway to the scoreline that they had in previous map.
I don't know, you know, the more I look at that from Kellyan, it's like, it's funny, it's cool that he does that, but he had an M4, and he risked losing it. It gives him a nice sort of cash injection early on, so that's great, but sometimes I always sort of question those knife plays, but it's fun to see regardless. Pistols out on the other side, Wildcard to wield them, and it's got to feel nice, right? It's got to feel nice after getting pulverized on the first map to be able to get off to a good start here.
Just some sugar.
A little bit of BM, love that sugar. Great flash from Moon, allows him to press up. An advantage.
And Dwushka's looking to contest as well. Instant shot through the eyeballs of Fuzi. That's going to mean it's a 3 versus 5. Wildcard already starting to suffer a little bit, but that's okay because right now it's very, very early days. It's Deagles in the hands of Wildcard, and I want to see where they start to poke around. Sugar, he's been having a lot of success here, but will finally be overwhelmed by the flashbang, and this is how they enter the A-bomb site.
Moon in from behind. There you go. Another added to the tally. He'll back on out of there as well. Doesn't need to overcommit. Now he's made his presence known. Stands in hot pursuit. A Moon from range. Deals another. Traded back. JBA, crisp with the Deagle, but surely his days are limited. And there you go. Fader has his number. Wipes him out. Third down. Incilio, a very good start here.
This is the start that they were wishing for when they were playing Nuke, right? And when you're looking at it from the lens of Anubis, you've got to remember that just getting like 5 rounds on the CT side can often be enough. You get something like 6 or 7, that is a good day to be ending the CT side, right? You've already gotten 3, you essentially just need 2 gun rounds up against Wildcard. I think it's totally doable, and I think Incilio are setting themselves up very nicely for this. Hang on, Fuzi ready for the aggression, and look at that. teammate's just gonna abandon him, knows that he doesn't want to get clotheslined by Fuzi waiting. Moon gets a kill of his own, and there's so much chaos, but it's nice and even, Steven, as JBN and Fuzi will be traded out for Kellyan and Faded. Now, back to the 3-on-3 with 1:25.
Tested in the buy round, and this is what we like to see from Incilio. It's been a bit of a breeze so far. Finally, the big gun's out. Sonic's taking a lot of space here, though. Look at this. All three committed to the B site momentarily. I think Wildcard will realise that they are all by themselves in middle.
Oh.
And instead of routing through camera as well, they're actually going to flank onto B. Whilst Incilio, it's just ring around the roses.
Oh, he's expecting it. I like this from Moon.
Yeah, this is smart.
It's all about whether or not Moon is watching the right angle. He's going to start sneaking into B main, so now they can have a 3-pincer approach as they start to come in. Susp could be the first victim here, or it's Sonic, who's on the chopping block. We don't know just yet. They're going to walk right into him, and now Moon can dial in his teammates' numbers, speed dial to bring them on the site. And look at this, Sugar.
This is the last place they're expecting these fast rotations.
Sugar, easy cleanup on both. That's it. Incilio, what a way to be starting off their CT side. And I was a bit worried that Wildcard would instantly fight back when they'd have guns, but no, not yet.
They're keeping up the streak, and they actually play that incredibly well. I think we both sort of had our apprehensions when they were in that 3 versus 3, and they'd all stacked up on that B site. Wildcard had our X-ray vision, saw the minimap. They'd be kicking themselves that they didn't just go and plop that bomb down on A, but the biggest factor there was the fact that Moon read it. Tucked himself into A main. Dealt with it beautifully.
I like that Pokeball.
Yeah, it's cool, right? I think it's one of the like premium ones as well. Have you ever seen those? They're like basically like 1-to-1 sort of scale. They're the size they're supposed to be, and they're like metal and they light up.
Do they also have like Pokemon inside? Like, is that a thing? You can buy them?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
But some of them.
I'd love to have M&J as, in a little Pokeball. Summon him when I need color commentary.
Get out of here.
I'll always choose you, Josh.
I'd live there. I'd be cozy. Some of them are cool. They make like little sound effects and stuff. When you turn on the Ultra Ball, it goes. It's really cool.
24 and 26 years old, by the way.
With adult money, buying child things.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at this from Stanislaw. Out-aims the Opper, and with Moon down, it's a very fast entrance into the A-bomb site. 3 players coming through. They're going to be tunnel vision on Kellyan, but it doesn't matter because they get Sugar as well. Dushka and Faded on for the 2-on-4, but I don't think they even want to go for this. I guess they've got the money, but when you look at how much of an economic disparity they've got with like players like Kellyan and Dushka, for example, it's much better if they just put this AK-47 on their back, save that M4 for another day. And Wildcard, they'll finally be kicking off.
Okay, perhaps the start of better things to come. More success towards that A site. Fader. Oh, missed key shot, but actually follows up. Geometry of these tunnels just allow him to tuck himself back around that corner. After split second, he needs to pull that bolt back and get off to another shot, but they are in pursuit to some degree. They'll let him and Dvushka get away, though, so 3 players surviving for Wildcard, but an AK and an AWP carried across for the other side. And enough money here for Incilio. In fact, plenty of it. They'll not only go for a buy here, but actually have enough cash in the bank for another if needed.
The good thing for Incilio is that they don't have too much to work for, right? They get 1 more round on the board. This is already a comfortable CT half. But I will say that I have a bit more faith in the Wildcard CT side, so it might not be as much of a foregone conclusion as I'm starting to frame it as. Oh, look at this. Look at the push. Stanislaw, though, he's ready for it. Flash is underwhelming, as Stanislaw will have supportive utility of his own to help out JBA. Faded and Kellyan already history. Now, 1 defender remaining on this B site. And there's not even a commitment just yet from Wildcard. They're going to let the pieces disperse even more. Bit of a gamble towards B. That's not where Wildcard want to go.
And 4. Oh, doesn't peek deep enough, so Susp gets away with it, and he could still be a very dangerous lurk later in the round. We start to wrap into the A site. Bushka in position to hear these sound cues, but smoked off here in camera. They're just going to have a free bomb site again, and Vincilio seem incredibly passive about the whole ordeal. It looks like they're just going to save again.
I'm not sure if you saw that botched piece of utility, like when you try and throw it against the angle of the pillar and it just bounces back right at you. I don't even know what that was. I think it was a flash. If it was a molly or something, then that would be, yeah, that would be one of the mollies of all time. A wild card. It's early to say that they're back to their winning ways just yet, because I'm very hopeful that Incilio will show us a solid showing. The 2 gun rounds now. Put a ribbon upon. And Incilio do still have money to keep pushing out buys. For how long, though?
It seems like this A-bomb site's really the Achilles heel of their defense. I mean, the double B main aggression, I actually kind of like the initiative behind it this round. It just didn't work out at all. Not even allowed to save here either, so... Yeah, I mean, Money's still in a reasonable position. They're going to drop down to the pistols here. They'll have a full buy in the next. Moon's got that M4. The door wide open for a wildcard comeback now. Tie this back up. M4, super aggressive, but now he's stuck.
Yeah, he can't even back off because the molly's just waiting for him. But finally, because nobody chases him down, he does get back to safety. And Hellion is just a random casualty of war. Not sure why that happened, but it does.
I'm not sure either. We weren't quite on board with him for long enough, so I'm not sure if Hellion made a sound cue that maybe Stanislaw heard there or something, but...
No, it's the fact that he was firing off bullets into waters. I think that might be it.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, that'd do it.
Did he make a sound cue? Proceeds to shoot entire magazine into the water.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. Well, a bit of a missed opportunity early on from that aggression in A main from Moon. That could have been the M4 just gone early doors. Instead, it's still alive and kicking. Could have an impact here. Both CTs have taken that A main control. Sonic could be in for a nasty surprise, and if he is, then the numbers are even, and they've got good pieces in place to deal with this crunch. I don't think he does expect a second Jano.
Sound cue's gonna allow him to chase after Sonic, and that's a rifle being recovered. Still a 4 versus 3 though, and I don't expect this to go the way of Incilio, but some damage is nice. Sugar wants to run away with this rifle. Dushka wants to make sure he can stick to this 5-7 because they can still buy around it. If you look at the rest of their money, with the loss bonus that is now built up with 3 blips on the scoreboard, they should be able to have one more buy eke out of them. But beyond that, it gets a bit worrisome. It's pretty insane how much of an economic advantage you can have in MR12 if you start off like 3-0 or 4-0. Like, you keep having that money built up, and by the time your enemy will tie up with you, like even if they can bring it to 4-4, by then your loss bonus is already maxed out, right? So you can keep fighting back.
It's actually even more so on the T side, but they've managed to do it on their defense here. They've just had a string of rounds at the start, 4 of them that are kept incredibly clean, so money's still healthy. They can fight back with weapons here again. Moving to round number 8, but Wildcard have finally got the momentum, and 3 rounds on the bounce now. They've had that bomb down on the A site without any real contention. Perhaps they'll change things up here. AWP looking for the fight in mid. Kellyan on the other side. Moon into his default position at the B-bomb side here with that sniper. So we might see a duel take place here in E-box. Right through the smoke! Oh, that is a shame.
Yeah, it's a very annoying duel to have to take, right, if you're pushing through the smoke. But Dushka gets the better of him, and Wildcard down a man.
Hit 15. No real ground covered here either. I mean, they're going to start to try and work their way up middle. They'll inherently have this space for free. No one contesting it, and Cilio with that man advantage, very happy to just turtle up here. Kellyan was holding a tiny pixel gap, ready to deploy that smoke off the contact. Instead, Firebomb comes his way, attention diverted. Vader will take the angle off of his hands, but as he peeks out, surely dead to the firing squad, and he will be.
Oh, look at this. Sonic is fully expecting this flank. Audio cue given up. And in the meantime, although Sugar and Kellyan are the ones who think they have to roll out the red carpet for the T's, instead, it's going to be their comrade. It's going to have to be Moon, who tries to defend with the AWP still on the site. And the more time they give him, the more easy it is for Kellyan to come in from behind. Uzi goes down. JBA and Stanislaw desperately coming onto the site. Moon looking for some close range engagements. He hears the audio cue. Quick scope onto JBA. And Stanislaw now stuck in a 1v3. Time's on his side, but Moon isn't.
Wow. Okay, Moon. He is well and truly woken up, and it's really been the Moon and Sugar show so far here on Anubis. But Moon has had some major impact. At least 2 of the rounds that have gone their way have really been on his shoulders, and that's another one of them right there. The decision to play into that smoke with the AWP. Such a bold one, but one that pays off. Plays off of the sound cues. We get a replay of this as well. It was looking so good for Wildcard. This point here, and they had the man advantage, but a lightning fast shot. And then the follow-up. Crossing past them. And switching up the sides in which he comes through that smoke, keeping Stanislaw guessing. Great round. Oh, wow, look at this.
Faded, going nuclear, and Dushka's going to be there to help him as well. Brilliant initiative from Incilio to start to take control of the game, and Moon fully intercepting JBA. No fight back, gets the Opera as well. Fuzi is now 6 feet under. With Sonic remaining in a 1v4, with the time already ticked down, we won't even have to see the shenanigans of a save. Instead, it's just Dushka to very quickly erase him from the map. Now Incilio, they're in good hands, and Wildcard, they're in trouble.
This was relentless, this level of aggression out of this round. But no, I mean, it's nice to see Incilio doubling down after a small hiatus, a hiccup, bump in the road. Wildcard, as soon as they put those 3 rounds on the board, I thought, okay, this is it now. It'll be back to what we saw on Nuke, just domination out of the side, but far from the case. A decent margin to try and close up. They're looking for a 6-6 half here, but that's a lot easier said than done. Money looking a little bleak as well. Buy comes out. It's 2 Galils, 3 AKs. Lost bonus starting to build up again for them. There won't be enough in the bank to buy fully if they lose this round. So Incilio have got a real opportunity here, and the odds are shifted in their favour as a result of it.
Oh, Sugar, look at that confidence coming through. Incilio, 2 opening frags. Wildcard scratching their heads. The top dogs finally having to face some opposition that can actually put a candle to them. Nothing like Nuke.
Great start. Fuzi on a solo mission. He's got the bomb on his back as well, so knows he needs to have some success here. Otherwise his teammates are going to be in trouble, but he has been left high and dry. Spams are somewhat successful. Kellyan's been tagged, and he's going to try and play through this cloud as a result of it. Fuzi laid out, almost caught on the timing, but will be caught instead, regardless. JBA and Stat scratching their heads. What do you do here? He's stuck in a sandwich, and one that he can't fight his way out of.
Easy pickings for Sugar, his 3rd kill of the round. As Incilio get on to a 7th, and I honestly didn't expect them to be such a fighting force. We're in a position right now where we might actually see a dominant half, something as dominant as 9-3 from Incilio, and that too on the CT side, Josh. That's not the standard for Anubis. T is the new CT when it comes to this particular map. But Wildcard, they're lost. They're getting shut down by the initiative, whether it's Faded jumping down into waters, whether it's the aggression, and it's so crazy that even though they got punished early on, they are still unrelenting.
pistols here. Enough money in the bank for the buy in the next. Nade from Sugar.
Same.
Quite literally comes back to bite him, but doesn't do any damage. They are going to press through off of this though, and timing does somewhat work in their favour.
Oh, Sugar doesn't have bullets. He needs to get out of here. He needs to get out of there quick. Does eventually, now buying time for reinforcements. Flashbang to delay them even further. And listen, they can't even commit to the bomb just yet. As soon as they try to, they're worried that the walls will start to close in on them. They don't realize that there's nobody pressing in from A main. So they do have enough time. Faded, first one to take contact. They swing into CT spawn, jumping shots with the Tech 9. You see the little blip of the wings on the scoreboard. Moon now fighting to stop this 1v2, and he will. 8-3 as Wildcard, even with the madness, they cannot best Incilio.
I mean, you're not expecting much there out of those Tech 9s, I guess, but after they found those early entries, it was tailoring towards perhaps a round going their way instead. Incilio keep their foot firmly planted. And 9 perhaps on the cards here as well. Wildcard back with a buy. AK's out. No AWP. They don't want it. They have got a lot of Utah to work with though, and leaning over towards the B side of things early on. Do we see any aggression again? Deep nade, nothing more. The Moon staying very versatile. Now over towards the A side of things to provide support to Sugar.
First few times we've seen this much space being taken. Stanislaw. This duel against Kellyan is everything. I don't think we've seen a lot of early control from Wildcard outside of the rounds that they've actually won. They've split this map into 2. Except we have Dushka lurking around in the shadows. Problem is, Sonic ready to sink his fangs into the back of Dushka's neck. 5v3. Incilio. They are feeling some resistance now, but it might be a little too late. Moon still wanting to make this possible. Flashbangs coming his way. Utility to try and stop him, but man, the flicks won't stop. Sugar chimes in, and suddenly JBA and Fuzi, they are about to botch a 5 versus 3. JBA left all alone, everything to do. But this weight might actually make his shoulders crumble. Finds the first headshot, down to 2 players. Still is possible, but I don't think he realizes Sugar has crept close, and he won't be able to collect the bomb. And Incilio ending this on a high with 9.
I mean, 3 rounds is never enough for a first half, but it's certainly not enough for a T side of Anubis. Incilio have just looked like a different beast here, and Moon, not only the player of the round there, but almost certainly the player of the half. He has been a beast. And I pointed it out earlier on, and that theme's just continued. Him and Sugar doing so much of the lifting there. Keeping Incilio not just above water, but looking like a very promising prospect here. Map 3 seems almost a definite at this point. This pistol round worth its weight in gold for both sides, but Wildcard, it's an absolute necessity if they want any chance of pulling this back.
This is the Moon that we wanted to see. The rating that was trying to speak for itself, unfortunately toppled in map 1. But perhaps some redemption can be had. I feel like it already has been. 17-5 on the scoreboard. Bomb planted. A 5 versus 5 retake about to come through, and Sugar's already about to run into one encounter. That's the headshot. Now coming into A main is so much harder because there's a flank for the flank. Dushka finds another kill. A 3 versus 4 as they start to get onto the bomb site, and we need Sugar to start to activate a quick stick on the bomb. They have to get off of it. Dushka keeps being a menace, and Faded will land the final nail in the coffin. Incilio has absolutely no breaks in this matter.
Yeah, mega 3k from Dvushka there, and Incilio just stomping in the pistol round. It's so clean. The Glock's just really a menace. Dvushka showing no mercy whatsoever. Not only are these guys a good Anubis team, but I think the most deadly thing here is they're actually really good on their T side. They're on a 4-win streak here on this map against good teams as well. And in all 4 of those matches, the T win share has been much, much higher. Just absolute sweep there. Nothing to be said in that round. Wildcard just sending it down mid, wanting to get it over and done with.
And I was just gonna say, as much as the limelight's been on Moon and Sugar, Dushka's been slowly creeping up. He's had so many moments where, you know, he's jumping around with the Tech 9. He is the first one to take contact. He's doing all these difficult plays for them, even on the pistol round, right? He's going 12-4. This is a powerhouse of Incilio that Wildcard we're simply not ready for. Number 19 on the ranking, be damned for Incilio. They're not willing to go down without a fight. They want to show the invited teams what they're made of. And they are 2 rounds away from taking us to the decider. A clean slate, Josh.
It'd be a clean slate, and it would be a lot of momentum behind them as well. Something that goes a long way in a match like this. We've already seen one of the high seed invitees toppled this evening. Could Wildcard be the next on the chopping block? 2 MAC-10s surrounding these 3 rifles for Incilio. Like kinks in their armor for sure. Then the Wildcard could exploit with those premium rifles. But even then, it'd be an uphill struggle to claw this back the distance. Incilio have taken a lot of ground here in this round already.
Look at this contact that's about to be had on A. Trying to run in with the MAC-10 shooting at absolutely nothing. But Kellyan, that's enough of a distraction for him to start coming through. The M4 in between 2. Kellyan uses instant transmission to appear on the bomb site. And Wildcard, nor us, are ready for it. 4 versus 3, desperate attempts to get back on the site. The M4 activated, Stanislav for the flank is lining up more. JBA makes himself known, sloppy spray 1v1, but he finds the headshot and keeps Wildcard alive. Oh, Sauce. Sugar, down, Sonic. Next one up. And in a 4 versus 3 scenario, Wildcard are looking to make their mark once more. Double AKs and op on the T side, but not a whole lot of money behind them. This round is everything for Wildcard. They cannot afford to give this up. Faded, though, finds a crack in the timing. We'll take full advantage of it. And before the retake even starts to happen, there is still a little bit of time before the bomb gets planted. There it is. Faded starts to commit. Molly's a bit too shallow. Sus by the time he's ready to come in. He's given off the audio cue. Faded's ready for him, but still Sus will come out on top. 3v2. Dushka playing around the pillar, dancing around. Moon finds a shot. 1 versus 1 as Sus and Moon 1v1. Mano a mano. Sus taps the bomb. Wanting to go through the smoke. Is Moon going to be ready for it? Flying MP9 to end Moon. And he will eventually get on the bomb. There should be more than enough time to get the defuse. And man, Wildcard are really hanging on by a thread.
Moon's been so cool in those situations, but with an AWP, as soon as he gets smoked off, it does just come down to luck, doesn't it? He either hits a pot shot and, you know, he's the hero, he wins the round, or he's just going to get charged down by that MP9. There's not a whole lot he could do about it. There wasn't a rifle at his feet to swap out to either. A 5th on the board for Wildcard. Still a long way to go, but finally they break the bank of Incilio at least. It'll just be pistols to face up against here. Be one hell of a comeback if they could pull it off. But you're right. I mean, neither of these last 2 rounds have felt particularly convincing, have they?
Yeah, at least this one's a sigh of relief for Wildcard, right? They get to breathe a bit. Sonic might have stolen a bit of money from Stanislav, but that's okay. Right now, they've got to have their eyes on the prize. And that prize is, well, getting more than 5 rounds, right? 6 at least on the block now. But there should be a lot of resistance from Incilio. I was always worried that Incilio, you know, they would eventually have to play the T side, and I'm not sure how well they'd be able to play on it, but at least the comfort of only having to get 2 rounds, that's big.
Yeah, that's got to be a lot of pressure off, at least for now. That pressure's going to start to build up and maybe cause some problems if Wildcard can take a few more rounds here, but as you're saying, Incilio got a huge margin for error, and they shouldn't be feeling too worried just yet. Stanislav holding on to this MP9. It's a bold call, considering the scoreline, but feels confident with it. He's going to go back into E-Box and try and get up close. Do some damage. Fast Incendiary deployed. T's taking the space down in water and middle as well. Callion with a very advanced angle here. Oh, good flashbang.
Well, this kind of entry is exactly what the doctor ordered, and the doctor definitely did not prescribe sugar. At least not for Wildcard. 5 versus 3. Wildcard on the cusp of being pushed up against a wall now. At least they've got some money in the bank, but being on map point, when you're the top dogs, when you're the heavy favorites, gotta be a little bit worrisome. Incilio, if you're a member of the team, I mean, you surely have your chest puffed out right now, right? The fact that you are giving such a tough time to a team that just attended a major. Not only that, also did reasonably well in it.
Yeah. Rotation's good, though. I thought they were actually calling this off when they triple stacked up onto the A site, but there you go, back in the picture. And the 5v3 becomes evens, not for long, but still plausible. 30 seconds, they have to tap down this bomb.
No! That was such a bad nade from Dushka. Exposed him to the ninja player. Now Dushka, advanced angle to protect the bomb planter. And here it is. JBA finally exposes, but he needs to hit his shots. Has to pull out the USB. Dushka switching over the weapons, but he finally manages to suffocate JBA. And that, my friend, is the start of either a very arduous journey for Wildcard for the comeback, or a swift end to these shenanigans.
We were talking about the comfort of them only needing 2 more rounds to get this closed, but now they're on map point. They've secured overtime at the very least. That mountain of 2 just becomes 1. They've got 6 chances to do so as well. Fade it down to a Mac 10 here for everybody else. The premium rifles, the AWPs on either side. Wildcard, a last hurrah here on Anubis. Otherwise, they will be staring down the barrel of Ancient and a 3rd and final map. Could give them an early exit out of the tournament. Slow stuff here from Incilio. Just as I say that, Moon solo pushes through a mid-smoke. In fact, no, sorry. Callion was aggressed. I'm thinking, this is bold, but no. Callion's already up there. So they have taken this space, and they've got a lot of it to work with.
Once more, Incilio, he's so good at creeping up on middle. Moon's opener might exactly be one of the final finishing blows, but Stanislav and Sus, they are still wanting to fight back. Fuzi keeping them alive by taking their prime opposition out. With Moon out of the picture, this is suddenly a lot more doable, but Callion's position is everything. Is he going to use JBA as bait? No, gets up close, finds the headshot, knows there's a second player. Stanislav in the connector. Drushka wins out his own duel, and suddenly a round that was almost teed up for Wildcard in a 4 versus 2 is now down to the shoulders of Fuzi, and his shoulders already have a bit of a sprain. 16 points of health, needs to isolate the duels. And he has a decent idea where one of these players is. No, he slipped the net. Drushka might fall victim to the AWP, but even that is a lot.
Wow, even with the major advantages there. Sus with a pair of jewellies. Sonic's dropped over a bit of util as well. And JBA getting very aggressive. Ooh, punished.
Yeah, Dushka's just ready on the angle. Nothing you can do when there's just a Glock aimed right at you. And they're already bringing in the rotations. Look at this from Wildcard. The full stack on the A bomb site outside of just Fuzi, who's waiting to have a finger on the pulse on the B bomb site. Now, getting ready to pop in. Flashbang to allow for the peek from Sonic. But there is no full commitment yet. Just a matter of waiting for the flash. Sonic waiting to receive. Even though he's flashed out of his mind, Dushka will still be down. And this is such a perfect read from Wildcard. As soon as they get the first kill beyond the flashbang, they will start rotating their players away, anticipating Incilio to be doing the same.
Well, bomb not planted yet, so still opportunities, but they are thinning. Moon hits shots like that, and he's hungry for more as well. Takes the contact and wants to press for the duel. Sonic tagged down low. They're hungry for him. Look at this. He's already being pincered in. The flank's there. He's unaware, but the P250 will do the lifting instead. Stan and Sus all by themselves, making this plausible, though.
I mean, plausible, but not probable, is it? Fade it. 2 kills to end it all. And Incilio with the first round on the board. That is a fantastic start to be having. They did the exact same thing on the second map. They're doing it again. I think they might just get away with it.
It's a very good start. And again, just Moon. Crisp, clinical with those P250 shots. The second they get onto that B bomb site, actually played very nicely. The crossfires that they'd established, the awareness and information they had on those remaining players made it very, very easy to hold on to. So quite heavy on the rifles here going into round number 2. Anticipating that perhaps they're against a force and also not really wanting to have to reinvest and play these bonuses. So they have made the right call. Wildcard have gone for the force buy here. They're no strangers to doing so in these situations. 357s, a Desert Eagle on JBA. Sonic with that MP9. Good start.
Yeah. Saw a bit of that 5-7 action back when we were watching Nuke. We saw that from JBA. Now it's his teammate's responsibility to do the same. Incilio, though, that's just one man down. Still quite a bit of work to do if you want to make this force buy work. Bit of a waiting game.
Made up. Holding, knowing that aggression's going to come, and he's absolutely right. They want that weapon that's been dropped. Stanislaw, stay dead silent and unseen. Now, will he peek out, or does he just retreat? Fade it. He's going to be the one to press first, and there it is. But the 5-7 takes another and does further damage as well, maintaining this man advantage.
Oh, wow. Sosp is continuing to be a menace with the 5-7. Although he is finally put down, it's still Faded and Sugar, one of them being very low on HP. And getting this bomb down and finding the kills isn't an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. Sugar, though, brought down one-on-one, knows where the head is. It's all about who can hit mouse 1. And Sugar is overwhelmed by JBA. Susp and JBA, a fantastic duo with the pistols. Wildcard will interrupt.
Oh, that is a brutal missed opportunity there. And honestly, a real shame for Incilio. Just when they thought that they'd got ahead here, they were going to be able to string together a few early rounds like we saw on Anubis. Punished by the pistols. And to be perfectly honest, I mean, it's a beautiful shot from JBA to close it. But generally, it was pretty messy. There wasn't anything too crisp about it from Wildcard. It was more missed shots out of Incilio. A little bit disjointed. Now they look to give their opponents a taste of their own medicine. Pistols of their own to work with. 3 Tech 9s, a Desert Eagle, a P250, and a flashbang that doesn't connect and met with resistance.
They're just going to have to back off. What are they going to do? They can't just run through the smoke. Sure, some damage. Okay. JB is tagged down quite low, but there's not really much you can do to convert. They don't even have any more oppressive utility. They scurry away, hoping that someone who's trying to flank runs into their crosshair. Perhaps the pistols can pop off, but no. Susp will be ready to receive if they pop through from middle. Always a chance when you've got a Tech 9 or a Deagle, so they will be optimistic about it, but it's such a nasty crossfire if you're the T scaling up. Susp on this next swing should be 3 kills, and that's exactly what happens. Sugar on an island.
Not a lot he can really do here. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to stay alive, so he is just going to have a little prod at this, see if he can bring one down with him, but not going to happen. Met with 3 around the corner. And a comfortable second out of Wildcard, not tested by the pistols like Incilio were in the round prior. Now they'll have this freebie against a full eco as well. Stanislaw an opportunity to have a bit of a field day with that MP9. No one investing a penny. 2k in the bank all round, 1900 on a few of it. They know they've got 24 to come in the net, so... yeah, not allowed to buy anything here. It's just the Glocks.
I was hopeful that Incilio would be able to add to what they were building up on the first round. The pistol was fantastic. You know, the 3-0 they had on Anubis really did yield a lot of confidence for them, which they were able to barrel into an actual map win. But that's a luxury that's been stolen from them on this one.
Very slow from Incilio. Hoping that maybe they can find a little gap and perhaps get a bomb plant. I don't think Wildcard are going to be too hasty on these rotations. JBA in a good position with a good weapon for it as well with that AK. Whether or not you can kill all 4 is another question though. And if you can't, then they might actually be able to plant this bomb if they go in the next few seconds. So they might have made the right call here.
Yeah. As soon as he sees the first head, instead of holding down the spray, he could just molly as well. So he's got multiple options to take. Boost being readied up. Here's the audio cue, sees them coming, and can't quite pull out the molly, but he's got Sonic to defend, so he'll just stick to the spray. Pulls out the deagle, eventually dies. Fuzi expecting to push through the smoke, and although it's gotten messy across the board, it's still just very convincing for Wildcard, who should be able to keep things clean even here on middle.
Okay, so single casualty, not too bad. It's a shame that Stanislaw is not going to be there in time to upgrade that MP9, so it is actually a rifle loss. But yeah, good call for Sonic to come and join the party on the A site just as things were about to get dangerous. So 3-1 Incilio now with the guns back out. It does feel like they need to bite back here. They got off to a good start with that pistol round. I thought it was going to yield more, but it didn't. Now they're on the back foot once again. Wildcard. AK 3M4s, that MP9. The stake odds leaning heavily in their favour, but Vushka, the little gap in this smoke, does take contact in mid and is clinical on the spray, even at range. Boozy gone early, but Sus getting aggressive.
What? Taking a while to punish Sonic! It's so much space! Faded, Kellyan, both down. And this is the kind of aggression I was expecting from Wildcard back when we were looking at Anubis. But no, it took them a while to start up. The diesel engine will finally start paying dividends, but it's Drushka and Sugar who still have a very reasonable shot at this. The bomb in Sugar's control. Drushka in the meantime trying to clear out a bomb site. Pops the smoke. And I don't think Sonic's going to expect this, but he's got plenty of time before anyone tries to assault him here. It's really just about creating space. Look at this. Drushka is trying to draw in the numbers. He's trying to draw them away from B so his teammate can have a chance. Stanislaw finds the kill, though. And suddenly, Sugar's task just became 10 times harder.
It's not going to be enough to pull anybody off either. Sus will still stick around in cave. Sugar can sniff him out and find him. He will have the space to get this bomb down and play for the 2v1. The problem is there's so many angles to clear, and it's such an awkward corner. Right past it, 20 seconds. He hasn't got time to wrap around to A without making a whole load of noise. He has got to route back through short, but he knows there's one here. He can smell it. Now he can hear the CT rotation as well. Big headshot. But Susp is playing this to the T, and he's not going to be cleared. Sugar next on the chopping block. It's clean stuff. It's a 4th for Wildcard, and they play it very well in that final situation as well, just to make sure that nothing goes wrong.
A monstrous start for Wildcard, and they can keep punching this point home. Incilio, Money said goodbye to him. Just enough to line their pockets and get Tech 9s perhaps. Tad bit of util. I would love to see a bit of a change in pace from Incilio because so far they've been taking things slow. They've been waiting for those defaults. And Wildcard is taking full advantage of it. They're playing up in your face when they're playing main. They're doing everything They can't suffocate.
NWP.
Oh wow.
Could have pulled the trigger. And no back to.
Such an awkward set of duels that we get to see because it's a staggered push that fails because of weird utility. Sugar and Dushka, they look around themselves, all they see is a wasteland of bodies.
Being chased down here as well, Sonic. Oh, okay. Overdoes it a little bit. She goes down to the Desert Eagle. Dushka's not going to be able to press up and retrieve it. Knows that there'll be another lingering round here. It is JBA to finish. A minute on this clock. Sugar doesn't want to stay alive with this MP9, but he's going to book it to the A site. See if he can get there in time. JBA will catch him on the cross, though. Oh, they've just heard each other. That'll stop them in their tracks. Both had their knives out. Now ready for the fight. JBA aware that he could have crossed, so instead Uzi's on the angle on elbow, takes him out. Sugar gone, 5th on the board for Wildcard. And yeah, it's looking quite reminiscent of what we saw on Nuke. It's a strong CT side here out of Wildcard. They are against the rifles again this time, though.
So far, so smooth for Wildcard. Do you think the second map was just a blip on the radar, just a bit of an anomaly for Incilio? Because right now, Wildcard are looking unbeatable. A largely flawless CT side after that pistol was overtaken by Incilio. We've seen the pistols, we've seen the gun rounds, we've seen everything, and all we've seen is really just Wildcard being dominant. Weapons are going to be brought out, and this tactical timeout should afford some much-needed room to breathe.
No warp out here for Moon. It is just the AKs all round, and they're quite aggressive here towards B slope, considering all the util. Real damage dealt. Trying to play through the elbow smoke, though. JBA not phased by the flashes. Dushka punished.
Cancel's position is now. Does this yield anything? I don't think so, because everybody's busy in cave. But if Sonic tries to rotate, maybe they could catch him. No, they get off the boost. This is where they need to start to commit. Molotov is going to keep Sonic at bay, find someone through the wall. Kellyan will be down. And as they start to scale onto the B site, it's already a 2 versus 4. Incilio have barely any members alive. And Sonic is trying to keep them on their feet.
Wow.
Perfect read. Full spray through the smoke to catch Moon. And Sugar wants to claw some eyeballs out before he's finally tucked into bed. Playing on an off angle, sees the shadow. A bit of an advantage. Takes some time to pull the trigger, but the kill simply isn't clean enough to do more damage.
My oh my. Okay, well, a round from Sonic. 2 of his 3 kills there are on players that he didn't even see. 1 through the wall, 1 through the smoke. Either way, pushes him up onto 8, pushes his team onto 6 rounds. And Incilio, the max loss bonus. And a little bit of money from the bomb plant as well. Now we're going to go for a reinvestment. Look at this round from Sonic. It's very well played. And honestly, the key for him there was just staying alive. Being able to do so and actually find kills without sort of putting a threat to your life is just perfect.
Wildcard in such a good position now as far as the score is considered. Incilio, so much work to do. They can't seem to get a handle on things in this half. And they don't have much more time to do it.
Sugar actually seems very aware that JBA is aggressive, and yeah, he's right. We have seen Wildcard get aggro in A main a couple of times now. I'll fade it. Yeah. Smells the same on B. And Wildcard just 1 by 1 trying to take this space. They're being punished for doing so. regrouping, taking this bomb over towards the A side. Wildcard. Throwing all their eggs into one basket on this B site, knowing if it's not a B hit, they'll probably just stick around, hold on to these rifles, and with Sus falling, that just confirms that further. A very nice response round from Incilio, but it does actually feel a little bit more like it came off of wildcard mistakes rather than anything too crazy. CIS side, nice shot back from Sonic, keeping alive, keeping that AK going. They've got enough money, so doesn't necessarily need to hold on to it, but his T-rifle, not something he can rebuy. He won't be allowed it into the next. Fadet says goodnight, and Incilio make it too.
Okay, I think I'm back.
Alright. Sorry for the little technical hiccup, guys. We're back, we're rolling. Stanislaw. Sus super aggressive here, look at this.
Oh, wow. Does overstay his welcome a bit, though, I'm not gonna lie. Moon will happily take advantage of Sonic's transgression as well. And a 3v4 with a solitary defender on bomb site B. Soon after, the transgression from Donuts also punished. Rushka knows there might be another one coming his way, but JBA out-aims. Now, they realize that there can be a maximum of one defender on B, but it's Stanislaw. One man down, Faded, circling around him, finds his number, and dials it real good. Moon, though, will shut down the flank as well, and stop any chances of a 1 versus 2 occurring. Incilio, they're fighting for it.
Yeah, that's a lovely round, actually, and dealing with that B aggression very, very nicely. After such a great performance on Anubis, felt like Concilio have been asleep at the wheel a little bit here on Ancient. But finally, Moon gets out that AWP. We've seen round after round where they've not really had the money to justify it. He's been down to that rifle. He's now finally got that AWP that was saved over from Fuzi. He had some big impact with it. Only 2 kills, but that's doubled his kill count. That's really put him on the board, and hopefully gets that confidence flowing a little bit. Also, more importantly, it breaks that wildcard economy. Should tee him up for an easy 4th. Interesting that Fuzi's gone for the hero AWP play here. Thought it would be just sort of a no-brainer to hold on to this cash, but Sonic on 1350, surely. There's something? Maybe not. Okay, a little bit of a strange one, but they are still going to have money moving forward.
I'm going to point out that Wildcard, they have this pretty significant lead right now, despite the fact that Fuzi isn't really performing. Suddenly, if you see him pop off, that could completely change the tune of this game. Perhaps it could just be super convincing, right? But there is still a chance for the Yoppers to have a conversation, and none of them have exchanged words.
Kind of goes both ways, though, doesn't it? I mean, Kelly on 2 and 8. If he decides to wake up and activate, then all of a sudden there's a huge extra piece in play. And sort of falls into that boat. Also on 2 kills prior to that last round. Comes through. No one home this time around. Stanislaw, who was a bit of a thorn in their side here on this B bomb site in the last round, surely won't be here with just this USP, but he could be a bit of a bait for that AWP.
Yeah, Stanislaw's responsibility right now is just a little helmet on a stick. Oof. Aggression. Fuzi. Gonna make sure that that bait is not unaccounted for. But in the meantime, Sugar is working up a mean storm on A. Doing it single-handedly. Ready gets the first kill, waiting for the second. Timing's a bit awkward. And he's running out of bullets, so he could get chased down. Yes, he is.
Oh, what?
Eventually able to find 2. And we're quickly seeing Dushka and Kellyan in a 2 versus 3. And weapons are available. JBA not expected because he's not had a peep out of him for this long. They're probably thinking if JBA was there, he would have peeked out, right? He would have been there to help Sus, but works so well to sell the fake even more. And as we're having that conversation, and Silja's already run out of time. Wildcard.
What a ridiculous round that was. And I mean, we saw one just like it on Nuke. Susp just goes nuclear. Sugar, I mean, fair enough. Like, losing that first duel, you know, it's bad timing. It's a little bit scrappy on the fight. The fact that Susp hits that second headshot onto Moon, he's just collateral damage, right? He's just rocked up, he just peeks around the corner, and at range just gets one-tapped by the P250. Boost up, I like it. It's a good idea,
Beautiful.
It pays off, and they don't take any damage out of it as well.
Uncontested trade goes a long way. But Susp wants to even out the numbers. Why is he being given this chance? No defender for Faded. Surely they should expect that there will be some kind of aggression to compensate for the loss they've just taken. 4v4, full control of B main, this much sightline all the way deep into alley. This makes things a tad bit easier for Wildcard in terms of rotations.
Seen it coming a mile away, especially with that cube smoke. Worked so hard for that early advantage and they've just tossed it away. Oh, 4v4. Boozy on this AWP, sort of bouncing between the idea that he might be needed on mid, but contact made, Dvushka gone. A man advantage back in their favour, 45 seconds left, and Incilio don't seem too committed to the cause here on A.
Oh, wow. Can't believe Sugar's not been punished just yet. JBA is just trying to sell this madness. And baiting out pot shots from Incilio. He's got a teammate right next to him to protect. And in the meantime, Kellyan's trying to creep up. They're not going to expect Fuzi in this position. Kellyan finds the better of JBA, though, and they're trying to bait out Fuzi's AWP. They're looking to find A. The shadow advantage might allow Fuzi to pop off a great shot. And Moon, in a 1 versus 2, can still get it done, but Sus is so damn ready for him, and Moon isn't. 8 rounds for Wildcard as Incilio struggle for the 4th.
Wow, in that 2 versus 2, right? And firstly, they've done a great job to bring it back into a 2v2. But in that 2 versus 2 with no utility, there's no way to force out Fuzi than to just try and give him a really hard shot, right? And that's exactly what they do. There's 15 seconds left. They need to make a move, but they need to get him off of that angle. So it's just jump across, hope that he misses the flick, and if he does, then they can find that kill, they can isolate the 2v1, and they can make that work. But yeah, Fuzi does not miss those opportunities. Beautiful flick. Secures the round. It's a whole lot easier. To 3. He's kind of broken again here for Incilio, but they're brought down to the max. It's the final of the half, and Pushka dealt with early. JBA with first blood. God, stands on an adventure.
Yeah, he is. Finds Sugar, finds the bomb, and this is essentially the CS equivalent of a checkmate. Faded and Kellyan. No money at all. Molotov waiting for them. That's it. Just put a ribbon on it. Signed, sealed, parcel, delivered. Wildcard. This is a monstrous CT side to be having.
It's actually insane that this half was so one-sided after Incilio won the pistol round, right? Just madness. After such a convincing map too as well. A real shame for Incilio. Seems like they're running out of opportunities here. First and foremost, they absolutely have to win their CT half pistol, but then even after that, a huge climb just to claw this back and tie up this score.
Pretty crazy that we're seeing 3 one-sided maps in a series that goes the distance. A series that goes to 3 maps.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is surprising. I think the one indicator for me is that it shows that Wildcard's map pool maybe isn't deep enough, but right now, doesn't seem to be causing them too many problems. An advantage, a site obtained. This pistol round would mean double digits and a 7-round lead. Ooh, nice shot.
Dushka might have just opened a window for them, but Stanislaw will quickly shut it as soon as he opened it. Moon fighting back still, bringing it down to the 2 versus 2. Stanislaw, the smoke's going to help his case so much more, and all he's got to do is hold that as JBA is making sure that Donut will be defended. Headshot found. Kellyan desperately comes out to defend his teammate, but Stanislaw is waiting to receive. Incilio, this might be it.
This was good work. Safety in numbers, and when you get up close and personal with those Glocks, that's where they're really they're most deadly. Yeah, and Cilio kind of forced into a bye here, really. It's not what you want to be playing for, but and knowing if they eco, then Wildcard are onto 11, it does force you to play your hand a little bit. 4 Galils on the other side, down with that Mac 10. For Incilio, everything they can muster. 357s, 2 MP9s. They have to give up this mid control. They can't hold it at range. With the smoke up as well. Which can just sap put.
It almost feels like this game is a foregone conclusion. Incilio, so much work to do. I don't think Wildcard will allow anything of the sort. JBA peppering the wounds further. As we inch closer and closer to the finish line. Wildcard, they look over their shoulder. Incilio, nowhere close to be found. An easy entry onto the B-bomb site, and I don't know if there's any recovering from this, Josh.
It doesn't look like it. Even here, I mean, you don't want to save, but if you don't, then it's either nothing in the next or much of the same weaponry. Made it. Got a couple around the corner. Had a little window there. If he pressed up, might have been able to shoot one or maybe even both in the back. There it is, 11 rounds for Wildcard. And now within touching distance of the finish line, and that victory that, yeah, has not been as clear-cut as I think they were expecting, as I think we were expecting, but important part is just the win, right? Get it over the line, focus on the next.
This looks nigh impossible. And as much as Wildcard may have stumbled on that first obstacle that they got in map number 2, they've definitely recovered. Moon trying to get a little cheeky in the mid-smoke, wanting to push through. Okay, just to get the advantage there. That's a little recovered. Could actually make it work. Cannot believe this is where Incilio is starting to strike back. Now, I'm still not too hopeful, but it's something. Anything to start mustering up the confidence. A 3-man push into A main is what will finally overwhelm JBA. And that puts Fuzi in a 1 versus 3 position. Bombs in their control as well. Needs to find those long-range engagements, and they just want to go for shoulder peaks to confirm that he is actually there. With a minute on the clock, he's got plenty of time to work with. He's also got utility. He can definitely narrow those duels down. They hear the audio cue. He's trying to hold the angle. Nade goes through. Oh, really softens them up. Now they're all a singular spray away. The Molotov is perfect. They'll be forced out. And the audio cue from them burning to a crisp will make it a tad bit easier. 1v3 is doable. That's one. Make that two. Fuzi's looking for the full third, and he'll be able to clutch it to shut down Incilio and net Wildcard the map point.
Oh, that is just ridiculous. Again, it felt like a lost cause for Incilio anyway, this map, but you can't be giving up situations like that. Sometimes you just see the stars aligning, and frankly, there's no reason for Incilio to be pushing them the way that they were. That it's not a choke point, it's not a point of contention. Fuzi can sit there all day long, there's not a lot he can do with the round unless they feed him. Beacon 1 by 1 with low HP is exactly how you give that up. Sonic, beautiful flashbang from Stan, and a brilliant kill to follow up. Hungry for this kill onto the AWPer as well. Moon's missed his shot, has to get out of there. Another flash over. Yeah, man advantage. Ready to close it.
A sign of the times. Moon trying to defy the odds. Sugar permeates through the smoke, tries to get the advantage, does land some pot shots, but it's still a 3 versus 4. Still doable for Wildcard, and Susp is making it more and more probable by the second. We'll find Faded. Sugar.
Ooh.
Trying to be a nuisance. Moon getting some of that form back from Anubis. And Incilio will show us that this is still not a story that is done. A tale that might be looking a bit obvious, but who knows? You've got to cross your fingers sometimes.
It's a shame that it takes him so long to give us one of those rounds. Takes him so long to get out a strong buy as well here. Obviously their CT side was losing the pistol and going for that second round force. That not working. And the same in the third round. Team Wildcard up for success. Even if they can't pull it back the distance, given the fact that this has been a reasonable showing from Incilio to take a map off a Wildcard. I think they'd be happy if they could make this third map look a little more reasonable. Go down with a fight at least. Fuzi tagged, has to get out. Look at this crunch from Incilio. They've taken the mid control. They've got a smoke and elbow. And they've pulled the rotations over towards B. They've read this correctly.
They've got nothing to lose as well, so they're going super aggressive. They're trying to go balls to the wall, do whatever you can. You can take as many risks as you want because plan A is not working. It's time for plan B. You're right, the crunch is about to come through, but so is Wildcard. Straight into B we go. This is going to be either the final fight or the start of something big for Incilio. Unfortunately, it's not looking too good. Dushka still trying to make it possible. Sugar with a double, and now 1-on-4. JBA stuck with the AWP, finds the first kill, switches to the Deagle. A headshot connected by Sugar, and he continues to add more damage to the tally as Incilio find the 5th. We're not done yet.
Would have been a pretty magical way to close it for JVA, but I'm sure he will have plenty more opportunities to do so. It started off nicely, didn't it? The early advantage, the B site, the bomb going down without hesitation. The retake was just hot on their heels and did not waste a second. Now no money for Wildcard. Definitely an in for Incilio at least to pull together a couple more rounds here. At least the one. They have to face up against the Rifles in the next. Remember, they did lose against the Wildcard Eco back on Nuke. That was when the sides were reversed. And there were a couple of 5.7s in play. But here we do see 2 Desert Eagles, a couple of P250s. Perhaps they could still have a bite behind this.
Breathing room is what Incilio are getting a chance to get. Nice little nade. That does give them a weapon, though. That's a problem. JBA, especially now that he's gotten so much space on the bomb site. Sugar's the first responder, comes through, sprays down JBA, but there's still an AWP in the hands of Susp. He's going to prioritize the bomb plant, switches targets now, trying to find the duel, but this is a nigh impossible pincer, and Susp knows it. Incilio, 6.
Yeah, there's no right answer for sus there, is there? If he walks through the smoke, there's a decent chance of someone on the other side of it, and he wouldn't have a sight line on the bomb. If he just tries to take the angles, it's almost inevitable he's going to get crunched. Either way, though, eco round, 2 kills, a bomb plant, not too shabby at all. JBA needed to hit that headshot in temple. They wanted a chance at winning it the second he fell. Priority number uno was just tap down that bomb, give them that little bit of extra money to work with in this round following. They don't look too worried just yet, but you need to be careful in situations like this. We got a little lesson last series from Oversard about the dangers of sitting in the dark with your monitor on. And it's safe to say that Wildcard have been taught that lesson already, and they've all got the lights on, which is good, isn't it? Good for your eyes.
The only reason Fuzi has his lights on is because he wants to make sure that you can see the bottle of Dior Sauvage that he has on his little shelf there, on the top right.
Subtle flex.
Yeah, wants us to know that he's getting it. Rushka shutting down the initial push. This is a really good CT side defense now from Incilio. And the crazy thing is, when they start playing a little bit more freestyle, when they're just sort of playing by feel, you're seeing Moon get activated, he's running in, we're seeing Dushka get exploratory, we're seeing Sugar just play freehand. It's way better. Incilio, when they've got nothing to lose, they've got everything to gain. And that is what they're showing us. Now, realistically speaking, although we've already seen a 1v3 from Fuzi, this one's not going anywhere, I do think that with only 5 rounds being in the cards, this is doable. Incilio, it's all about momentum.
It really is. I mean, honestly, if they can pull it to like 10 rounds or so, I think they'll start to get a little bit worried. But in
there's some games that kind of feel like they're over. But they don't start until you feel like they're over already. Like, I'm thinking about the Spirit versus FaZe game, right? With, like, obviously the finals. And I'm thinking of how it kind of just looked like Spirit had a one-sided victory until we then saw, like, those clutches come out, like Rob's getting the crazy jumping no-scope, things like that. This could be one of those games. Now, I'm not saying, obviously, it's obviously not like a major, right? But this could be one of those games that feels like it's over, but then it really starts.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some Tech 9 sending it into an empty bomb site, so let's hold that thought for a second, because Incilio have made a bit of a mistake here, and they are at the very least going to give up a bomb site, but yeah, playing for the retake. They've got an AWP, they have got util to work with, but I think they've given themselves a harder task than they really needed to. It's a big kill from Dushka, but can't deny that plant.
Sugar's coming in now, though. Finds a stray headshot. So good on the aim. JBA, pot shots, sure, but nothing more than that. You know, the crazy thing is, Dushka wasn't even the one to get the first kill when he was spraying through the smoke. It was Sugar just randomly finding something.
That is nuts. The thing is with it, right, is they've dealt with that very nicely. They've dealt with it very nicely. But as I was going to say before, the second they hit 10 rounds, I think maybe that that pressure and that nerve's going to start to maybe come in again, perhaps. At the end of the day, Incilio, like, it's a very, very unforgiving format. It's single elimination. They're against a high seed team. This is one of the biggest games that these guys have had in a while. And the nerve, the pressure is there. And as you say, once that pressure's off and they play super loose and they just get aggressive and hit their shots, they show us what they're really capable of. But now it's all getting a little too real. 8 rounds found, 4 more needed. A lot of space taken here with the deep cube smoke. ABA stands, Susp stuck behind it. Now it's faded. Fade yet. Got a very advanced position. Can't do anything.
I think Wildcard want to do something fast. They want to try and upset the pace. And listen, I'm not a big fan of what Incilio is doing right now. They have slowed down quite a bit, with the exception of, I suppose, Dushka. Might still get a bit aggressive. Fuzi on the angle, even though he's flashed, blindfolded, doesn't matter. Kellyan's down, and this could be the sign of the times. This could be the calm before the storm. Wildcard Bomb down. 4 versus 5. Incilio have everything to do to keep themselves alive. They've been resting on their laurels, and Wildcard will finally have their number. The bomb's ticking down. Incilio need to quicken up their pace. It's still too long. There's so much utility deep into CT. The Molly stopping Sugar as well. But Dushka comes in from behind. 2 kills found. They're gonna have to try and deny this. Dushka, a third. 2 versus 2. Still, Moon finds a kill. How are they getting it done? Dushka, a fourth! And Incilio, just in the nick of time, a nigh impossible defuse, and they'll get it. Yes, the finals kill stolen by Moon, but who the hell cares when Incilio are on 9?
And it's all on the shoulders of those two, Dvushka and Moon. What a retake. And as you say, a round that just seemed impossible. Wildcard had breached it, hadn't they? They'd found that recipe on the B site. And it looked like that was done. Instead, Incilio make it work. Wildcard call a pause, and I don't blame them. I think that's an absolutely appropriate time to take a 30-second call off. I think they were all sort of expecting that to just be the end, and you can see the disappointment even on Stan's face right there. Been a little bit of an underwhelming game from him. At least this map, this series has been better. Last map he performed decently well on Nuke as well. He had a decent showing, but him and Kellyan kind of rock bottom here, still with the single digits as we go into round number 2. If either one of them step up in these next couple of rounds, could be the difference maker. It's well reliable and a lot of util here onto the B slope. It's a lot of damage.
It's been getting messy, it's been chaotic, it's relied on retakes, it's relied on contingencies. But Wildcard still have 3 chances to close it out. The favorites are being pressured. The slow comeback. Boiling Wildcard alive. Oh, Susp, he's going to be all too aware. Right eye peek will give him the advantage. Faded now down. Sonic control of Red Room overwhelms the Opper. Tries to do more. Kellyan keeps things honest. 3v4. B bomb site is where we've got our target set. And Kellyan will be the first responder to stop them. And Fuzi walks straight into his crosshairs. The bomb now being committed upon. They still need to bring in the rotations. There's not much utility to make this retake possible. A solitary smoke. And it's gonna be a bit of a slowdown before it starts. This duel is everything. If Susp gets overwhelmed there, Dvushka, he needs to do everything. He was responsible for the previous retake, but now his comrades have to do it. Sugar, Kellyan, on for it. They smoke out this one point of contact. They narrow down their options. JBA still staying alive on the site. Sugar will find him. Stanislaw, 1 versus 1, looking for something through the smoke. A stick of the bomb. Stanislaw gives off the audio cue. Sugar, he's second guessing himself. Stanislaw's trying to find him. The audio cue is there, but very end.
Yeah, that was better. It's a shame that we're not able to sort of prolong that game a little bit further. If they had a greater margin for error in that CT side, I think we would have seen that go the absolute distance. But yeah, just such a shame. Sugar's holding that diffuse, right? That was the initial idea behind that. But then he panics, he gets off of it. The reality is, had he stuck it, he'd have had it. There's no right answer in those situations, and you can see he's had a brilliant game. You can't put any blame on that man there. The other side of things, Susp really getting it over the line for them. 23 and 14. He's had a great performance as well throughout the series too. Actually ends up being our stake player of the match. 45 to 41 in the series. 1.1 rating. And yeah, Wildcard. I mean, I'm glad that they're the ones to make it through. I think that they're the team that actually have what it takes to make it to the grand finals and maybe win the whole thing. But they really, really had to fight for that, only just scraping ahead.
What a game. I was really worried that this wouldn't deliver. I was worried that Incilio, they had a fluke on map number 2, but they did a really good job, Josh. Despite the fact that they've lost to the top dogs, right? They gave us such a show. That was pure cinema, pure entertainment. And you've got to pat some of the players on the back that weren't able to make it through, right? The fact that Dwushka was playing as well as he did, that was marvelous. And that's part of the reason why this game ended up being so entertaining. But it is time to, of course, talk about the winners as well. Wildcard. They're able to stick to their guns. Yes, they have a bit of a rough start as the favorites, but they are able to get themselves over the line soon enough.
Yes, they are, and that means that they will be up against Sinners in the next round, who, to be honest, didn't look great earlier on. They were okay, but they had a really hard time against Kono. In that match, it actually went to overtime in the first map, and then 13-11 in the third, so really, really thin margins there. They're going to need to pull something out that's a little better if they want to beat Wildcard tomorrow in that semi-finals matchup. That second semi-finals game as well, happening a little bit later, is Eyeballers versus 9Pandas, which will be an interesting one too. Eyeballers have been an underdog throughout the whole thing, to be honest. They scraped through 3-2 in the Swiss stage. They were the underdogs going into their opening playoffs match against 9. They bested them. They were the huge underdogs going into their second quarterfinals game against NAVI Junior, and that was a 2-0 earlier on, and quite a surprising one. So I'm very open-minded when it comes to this team, because over the past couple of days, they have impressed me.
Yeah, the semifinals are teed up to be some really good action, right? Like, we're going to see Wildcard against Sinners, but the team that I do have my eyes on, right? I mean, no pun intended. It is Eyeballers because of the progression that they've made. You're right. There's a reason why they're a big part of the conversation, and that's just because of the incredible progress that they have been able to make. It's going to be a fun one for sure. I'm really liking how the semifinals are. 9Pandas versus Eyeballers, Wildcard versus Sinners. Both of those games are fantastic. And we've got a mixed bag of everything in the playoffs, right? Like, just to give you guys a quick recap, we saw 2-1s in the playoffs against the invited teams. Eyeballers is actually the only team that had a 2-0. And no, it wasn't a favorite team getting a 2-0 against the underdog. No, the underdogs have actually been doing quite well in this bracket.
They certainly have. It's nice to see, right, in these quarterfinals. I think there are a lot of tournaments where you seed in, invite teams into the quarterfinals, the playoff stages, and it's quite predictable. It's big stomps. You're looking at teams that are outside of the top 100 getting stomped by teams within the top 30. And actually, that's not been the case today. You know, in Cilio, again, they're a team that are outside of the top 100. They're playing against a top 20 side that made it to the second stage of the major, and they've taken a map off of them, and they've taken them the distance on map 3. And again, Eyeballers, they're ranked, what, 120th or something at the moment? NAVI Junior, who have been arguing with the top 30 and looking like a very, very strong side recently, playing in Challenger League. And yeah, they overcome it. So it's been an exciting day of CS for sure. And I think that tomorrow should deliver some more excitement as well. We'll have to wait and see, though. It's going to be us covering tomorrow, too, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, the semifinals are going to be pretty damn stacked, right? It's going to be a fun one for sure, not going to lie. I'm really, really looking forward to the games. And I guess just in the grand scheme of the storyline, right, I wanted to talk about it, didn't get to touch upon it, is that there are teams like NAVI Junior, right, like, who might actually be significantly affected by losses in a tournament like this. Like, if you look at, let's say, Eyeballers suddenly shutting down NAVI Junior, right? That's when the cogs in the team start to turn. You start to think, damn, is Makaz going to leave as soon as he gets an offer or something like that? Because he is one of the bigger prospects in the scene right now. So these results, they might not look like much, but they matter. They especially matter to a team like, let's say, Wildcard, because if they then drop the ball here, then that's when they start to think about things like roster shuffles. They start to think, damn, did we lose some of our form?
Yeah, I mean, for Wildcard, I don't think that's on the cards at the moment, no pun intended again, but for NAVI Junior, yeah, I think you're definitely right, and I think they're hitting the sort of peak of their progression as well, where they can go, because they've climbed and climbed and climbed. A couple of seasons ago, they were playing in main, then they were playing in advanced, now they've qualified for Challenger League. Where do you go from there? If they win Challenger League, they can't play Pro League, right? Because the main team are in Pro League. So they're at a point where these players, yeah, will potentially be eyeing up other options. And whilst being part of this development squad for the past year has been fantastic, if the results don't go their way, then there is that sort of underlying feeling in the back of their minds of, okay, well, there's no real longevity to this project anyway, because we've hit a bit of a ceiling here. We're in the maximum league we're able to be in. And if we're not pulling the results that we want out of it as well, then maybe those options will start coming and they will go elsewhere. But yeah, you're right. There is more weight behind it, I feel. And that loss earlier will be one that, will be taken quite sorely, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really happy to see that we get all these storylines out of a tournament like Frost and Fire, right? But of course, the action at Frost and Fire is not over just yet. If you want to tune in for the semifinals and finals, they're going to be tomorrow and the day after, respectively. Tune in next time for more CS action.